നേരെ നിൽക്കുന്നു.
Yeah, I mean, it just feels great. We had a team talk. We just talked through our problems in the games, like the problems we faced in the first games. And mainly we just found out it was our communication. So we just really tried to work on that. The team in Group B that most threatens us, I would say, is Twisted Minds. They're our big rival in Europe, and now they'll be our rival here too. Mindset going into the wins bracket is good. I feel very confident in myself and my team. So yeah, looking forward.
The man, the myth, the legend, Fex, who had probably one of the most stellar performances in PUBG history in the group stage.
He was out of his mind on that second day, just absolutely destroying everyone. 20 plus kills for him, I believe, if my memory serves me correct. Absolutely disgusting stuff from him. Xiaowu, speaking of disgusting, this guy is, you know, one of those other players that should be talked about as one of the best, if not the best in the world right now. The 17 team absolutely raking it in that last game. I mean, he had 3 kills, Little Ghost had 5. So 8 kills between the two of them. The total kill numbers for them absolutely.
It's not fair. Even in the Uba video, they have Xiao Wu with high ground on Uba. I mean, it's like they knew. They knew.
It's the passing of the torch. Right now, we're looking at some of these other teams. As amazing as he is, as amazing as he has been. Teams like 17, Donovan, maybe even Twisted Minds. Maybe this is their time to win an international. There's so many teams that could get this done. And okay, so I'm going to riff on Oslo just a little bit.
Go for it.
So like I mentioned in the previous game, Oslo is basically half of 2019's T1, a Coordinator, and half of Detonation Gaming, Wicked and Hikari. So you've got this really interesting combination of really strong players. I mean, Hikari was on the Freaks for a very, very long time, and Ghibli as well, post Detonation, you know, his stint on Detonation, and he was insane in regionally. Like Hikari was destroying in Korea, but they would just constantly, time after time after time, falter in the internationals. T1, kind of a similar story at times. They just, you know, they played great in Korea, but really couldn't seem to put it together at the international stage. You know, always overshadowed by Gen G back then. And so now to see them playing like this together, to have this team of cracked gamers, you know, Hikari, Adder, and Akkad in particular, is really interesting to me, and I'm really happy that they're playing well, because I had my doubts, I'll be honest, I had my doubts about Oslo coming into this event, and they're really a pleasant surprise.
I mean, it's weird to call that squad an underdog squad, because, again, the history on them, it just doesn't feel like it. And I have to get nervous whenever I see like a super squad like this, because sometimes whenever you're used to being a defragger for the squad, and then you take a whole bunch of those mindsets and put them together and make one squad, it often leads to a whole bunch of POing, right? Everybody's just kind of off doing their own thing. That's not happening here. Congealed version. I mean, come on, we all know we're like, we, at this stage, it's just accepted. Playing pachinko off the side of the mountain, man.
I just learned how to play pachinko for the first time a couple weeks ago.
I actually don't know how to do anything other than just drop it. That's all.
It's not as complicated as I thought. It's fun, it's loud. That's the thing I don't like about it. It's very noisy.
Yeah. And we're all esports people over here. None of us like ping.
Exactly. Ping is our enemy, our #1 enemy. Unless, you know, you're an Australian player. That seems to benefit them. I don't know, when they're playing in your region. I'm not saying that. Yeah, hell yeah.
This point, they're almost an official sub-region. I mean, we've already got like Latin America involved in with
so
us, right?
First, you guys claim Canada.
Look, we get everything. Is the way it's going to work through. Day Trade, though, realizing they're not going to get a lot there, so they're going to step back down. And well cooked.
Well thought out there by Nan, expecting the retreat. Now, there are 2 players up above. I don't think Nan saw them, but I think he suspects, or there might have been shots earlier that has his attention up in that direction. But New Happy, not a team that this year, or at least in this event, has been really keen on taking early fights or taking aggressive fights. But in this situation, because they've already got a knock, because they can basically gatekeep Day Trade away from getting this res onto Belmoth, they're going to take full advantage of it and really try to secure this point. They want to play edge anyway. Look, for New Happy, a great shot there from December the 12th. But for New Happy, this event, it's been a quiet edge game for them. It's not that aggressive, kind of fight on the edges, clear. Now they're taking their time. Now they're a much more patient team with ZP on and HS going to 4 a.m.
I really like this reposition down on Everest as well, realizing that if anybody's going to try to reposition for it, it might be somebody that's just trying to climb down the hillside, you know, catch them and res them lower. He is about to be revealed, but that's just going to go ahead and secure that point as well. And gets a car for the trouble, as I don't even think it lost a tire. Day trade, though, is going to be shoot away from Everest, and that is going to stay in NH's favor. Not a lot of other really big skirmishes going on right now. Most notably, at the center of the circle, we do have a 2-2 split. We also have a 2-2 ASUS split as well that you're going to have to keep an eye on. FaZe is trying to bully their way in from Yasnaya. Saverny still pretty centered.
I love what Donna was doing, but FaZe is trying to kind of contest some of their space up in the top right-hand corner. And Donna, I think they're just going to barely get out.
Twisted, I think, sent a couple of people on vehicles and have a couple of them going through the air right now. I can't quite make it out. But it looks like they have their eyes set on a crossroads and could be landing on Legacy at any given second. Donowa is having to reposition away from this firing line that's coming up from FaZe that was coming from Yasnaya, but narrowly manages to avoid it. Cerberus is going to hear this, move pretty close over to where FaZe is going to be at. We do also have teams like Day Trade, NH, Foot, and QM all needing to make their way into the zone.
I like what I'm seeing from Donowa here. Good, smart play, kind of claiming as much real estate as they could and then falling into this warehouse, which is super good. Anybody who's played in these circles knows that this warehouse affords you a lot of vision and a lot of power relatively safely. It's hard to crash that compound. It's doable, but it's pretty difficult to do, and then you got to run the risk that maybe somebody found a Panzer in that warehouse and they're just going to blow you up on the way in.
But it's kind of cursed, because if for whatever reason the circle moves from that position, you're just as dead as anybody else trying to make their way. True.
It is tough to rotate anywhere in the circle.
This is back to our trend of pretty urban circles, right? It's either going to be an urban ending or there's going to be near on no cover. That kind of has been the theme of the event so far. Tiana's going to go and get themselves this dip with the shack that's going to be right next to it. I was calling out the fact that Twisted Minds was making a pickup and a rotation as well, I believe, but it looks like they got shoot away from the legacy position, but they've got the compound that's just south of Crossroads, which is pretty much
it's actually a really nice compound. That ridge side outside of the blue, it's a very strong compound, very defendable. A lot of teams really like it there, so frankly, that's a huge find for Twisted Minds. The fact that nobody's taken that yet, it is rather shocking. So, I mean, that's why they're the best. I mean, they're among the best. That's even better.
Well then, I mean, just benefit upon benefit. That is the real estate option of this round.
Yeah, their minds aren't twisted anymore. I feel like their minds are straightening out for sure.
Just enjoying vibing over there right now. Day Trade, though, not doing too much vibing as they were over in Everest, and now you can see, because they had to wrap entirely around. Now going to be coming in. Cerberus already has a line on them, so if they cross this direction, they're going to be in trouble. They're going to wrap through Yasnaya, probably go north of the lake, go into No Lean, and that means that FaZe will probably spot them in, I don't know, maybe a minute or so, 30 seconds.
No, this is, I mean, option B here for Day Trade, but at least Mini Oz is still in this circle, so they can stop up there, regroup, get their bearings, get some info from the top of those hills, and work their way down. And the nice thing about playing from those positions is you have a relative amount of safety for probably the next 1 or 2 circles at the very least. If you're lucky and it hard shifts east, you're in a phenomenal position to potentially do some serious damage, like we saw with Purple Mood on the last game yesterday, where they almost got through. They played from a similar position to what Day Trade's doing.
That was so close for Purple Mood, man. I mean, heartbreaking. No matter how it was going to go, SSG just didn't have the best round inside that were clinging to life. You saw them have to do just a desperation sentence to try to see if they can get some safety plays out of it. We've had a lot of miracle comebacks. It was just a matter of time before we got one that just narrowly missed.
So close, man. Watching from home now is like, oh man, like keeping track of the kills and the points and stuff. I was like, they need every kill here in these last couple rounds. But we're just going straight to Saverny. Just forget what I said earlier. Just straight up lies. Maybe we're just going right to a city finish. We were asking for it.
Yeah. Looking at this, I'm going to point out that Sonics is going to reconvene. T5 is also going to probably do the same thing up in Saverny. There's going to be the outlier road that goes around Saverny. Remember, there is a ridgeline that can support multiple teams over there. There's a couple of shacks that I think are still available. But it's going to be the territory that's going to be to the west of the hillsides are a lot easier to try to find that. But shooting range hillside is going to be where a lot of the attention is going to go because some of the teams are already sitting in there. Tiamba's already fortified it in. It's going to be Twisted Minds. Tyler's going to take the first pass, and it's going to be passing right by Tiamba yet again. Aslan's going to be coming back behind them. Potentially LG and Foot will have to see, but not seeing a lot of casualties even given how many people are rotating here.
Yeah, we Formula One now. Everybody's just driving, trying to find any open space. Going to take this ditch here. Yeah, a ton of people dying. James even emergency parachuted in the middle of all of this at the beginning of this circle pop and ended up getting shot when he landed. That vehicle doing so hot now for Hikari. It's stuck. It's turtled. He has to get out, and he is just dead to rights.
It's just going to be who gets it at this point, man. Everybody fighting over that last hit, and it is going to be Sonic Scott not and finishes it out. All right, shooting range where a lot of our attention and people are going to be following at the time. So it's kind of getting an eye on what's going to be going on. The East actually very open. It's going to be day trading that long route. Still not quite inside the safe zone, but we're going to find some safety over there. Looks like they're going to come up in that northeastern road out of Severny, so going to find something with that. In H, though, you can see did get mixed up with Asla just a moment ago. Asla is going to get eliminated, but QM looks like they want to go ahead and take out this last bit of NH as well. Bounce doesn't go in their favor there.
Yeah, you would really love to clear this team out of this ditch. It opens up a lot of extra space in a fallback position, potentially. Plus, whatever utility gets left on the ground, if possible. Yeah, it is dicey. And Ming's helmet is almost gone as well, although they might have found one on the ground there. But Foot encroaching on QM territory here from the other side. A lot of angles you have to check inside of this shooting range, so it's a little bit tricky. And Foot doesn't have to make a move. This
is really interesting. Everybody sent it into the shooting range hillside. Like what? I don't even know. 6-7 teams that all kind of shifted in there. Nobody went for a northwestern route into like I guess the coastline of Severny. That's still 100% open. Everybody's leaning into this, going pretty much Badlands, Severny, or shooting range, and everything else is
yeah, at this point in the game, a lot of teams, what they're thinking is we want to like hopscotch our way through high ground points to get information if you're on the outside of these circles. So it's tough to get a read on the fact that that side is open. Now, Foot has recognized it, and they're sending a player way out that way. But teams like LG, Luminosity, who's outside of it, they're trying to get what information they can, and they're trying to make a decision based off of that. Jeem's going to get knocked here again. Tough sledding for FaZe out in the open. This part of the circle, we all know it. Very, very treacherous.
I mean, just Twisted Minds has a beautiful angle into that, and so FaZe is just kind of leapfrogging themselves, slow, steady, but also a lot of utility already having to be burned as the circle does go into shooting range. That open area where Ty Lu is at right now looks like that. I wouldn't be surprised. Beamy has to feed that information over and going, hey, dudes, I think it's open. Let's just go ahead and go over here. Already wrapped all the way around the circle. Just complete the 360, man. Just go back around behind Severny, finish it off, go into the northwest. Donowa, though, and FaZe both going to have to bisect somewhere into this one, as Cerberus looks like they did find a path. I'm curious to see where the other teams are.
Cutting through this area south of Severny is extremely dangerous. Saw this with Sixel earlier in the event, that you just get torn to shreds by all these teams that have already set up shop because, again, flat open space, and these players are so good. They're just going to punish you in these rotations. They can pop you out of these vehicles pretty easily, and you can see another player trying to drive in towards Severny. Instead, they have to settle up for this little hill mound that's to the east of Sonics, but it's in for Cerberus, but it's not comfortable.
Day trade did complete pretty much the 360. I mean, 300 degrees around the circle as they did manage to come in. Remember, they were eyeing shooting range, wrapped all the way around Yasnaya and down to find some safety up here. LG, though, they just have to fight their way through Tiamba if this is the pathing that they want to go for. They do have the high ground, trying to use the throwables, but I think that they're realizing it's just too much. There's too much fortification here. Let's try to find somewhere else to go. They could potentially go to the east and maybe try to cut in along the hill where Twisted Minds is playing that lower portion, but I don't know. This is going to be risky no matter what they do.
I would have rather seen them fight Tiamba here. You're in a pretty bad spot as Tiamba and the rest of their flanks are clear. LG going to make a really risky rotation, and instead they're putting themselves into Tiamba's sight lines.
Got to be careful. Throwables now coming out, rolling right up next to the vehicle, and just takes him down. LG just mined the new guy on the squad. Not going to be here for too much longer. He just has to drop down. Nade's going to be exploding just in front of him. Tiamba, though, really doesn't want to go too much more of a move. They want this one, but they're afraid. They know the fact that this was a very clustered section of the map just a moment ago. Realized the fact that it might be a bit more open than they thought. Instead, braving the smokes, gonna spot down. Mine does get a 9, but that's gonna be all he finds.
Yeah, Tiamba here, sturdy defense. And LG thought they maybe could rotate out to their east, but it was actually Twisted Minds over there doing some damage as well that kind of halted, put brakes onto everything. Meanwhile, Dawa somehow gets all the way to this part of the I don't know if they just cut right down the middle or they took a Day Trade similar-esque rotation to get around, but now they're stuck between Day Trade and Foot. A knock up onto this hill, smokes her out. You know, Foot right now doesn't know exactly where Salute is, but damage is still being done.
Это топ-1 улады. Он закадный килл бидечко. Топ-1-га было воночкола. Жестко бахар топ-1. Конкретно бахар. Воночкоден. Воночкону вонкин хайген лехтемад. Айканин. Все юскилла хаджалет. Маннами топ-уллахтарна. Еще иди позициялара. 17-дергами ныршие позиции. Курил. Ровно хаят где-то.
Day Trade, I saw every single player just shooting down into Donovan's flanks, and Loki's almost done. One more grenade, that's good.
I mean, Foot just well executed using the wall. QM didn't really have a chance to get too involved because of that Tiamba positioning. So Day Trade now, finally, after having people harass them for days, gets to get a play.
Great stuff. This game has been brilliant so far from Day Trade, just in the fact that they are where they are in a relatively not comfortable, but in a relatively strong position.
Okay, so we've got Tiamba, Twisted, QM, Foot, Day Trade, all going to be pathing into where 17 Gaming is pretty much doing gatekeeping with Tyloo. I mean, a bit of Tyloo, and it's going to be T5. Now it's going to become just get kills. You're realizing that there's not going to be a lot of options in this one, so if there's going to be somebody moving next to you, I wouldn't be surprised if we see a couple of stop-offs and just try to fight.
Yeah, no. You have to fight on the edges if you're on this western side of the shooting range. Getting into this next circle is near impossible. 17's going to potentially be the benefactor of all this fighting that's going to happen on the other side of their hill. I mean, they might just be able to just kind of chill, let everybody just, you know, tear each other apart here. Somehow New Happy still in this. Chill's going to let loose with that grenade right on the heels of Nan, but Nan, I think, not going to take too much damage from that.
Dude, they're just reading every single one of those nades getting tossed over. Ooh. I say that right as too many of them come in. You can't dodge that amount. Just got to drop them right on top. Day Trade now venturing forward, going to take some damage for it, but it is going to be back behind them. They have to be so cautious. Looks like they're spotting out how Day Trade wants to navigate the smokes. They're going to be down. Yes, QM is also going to be getting back behind. Day Trade's left Nuren's way back over to the west, and it's kind of protecting their flank.
Yeah, absolutely love the chicken hat, by the way. Fan who's got that on. Tiamba here trying to keep Foot off their back. Trying to push forward T-Bone, wrapping around, but Vard is just actually getting cut apart. It's QM as well getting involved, Matt. This is not going good for Foot.
7 kills right now, and the power to get more. Go ahead and make it 8. Looks like we're going to be shipping into 9, and the reign of terror continues because now they have a path up this hillside. I think that they just spotted Twisted making their rotation, but 17's going to go ahead and help them out with that one. They're going to go ahead and finish out Twisted Minds, so now it's really just a cluster. We've got Tiamba. We have Ming Ming still alive. That's going to be over here for NH. We got Day Trade creeping forward. Foot still coming in. I would say limping into this one. And Nuren's did get spotted now back behind them. So QM kind of has some options to work with, but Tiamba's just been on fire over here.
Yeah, but it looks like their run might be coming to an end. Only one player off. Puchil's keeping best to lock down. No, sir. It's going to be Dante who's going to find that knock. QM has a ton of firepower, and they're trying to brute force their way through.
Everybody's just running, trying to spot on kills. Somebody that's not just get a couple of shots into him. QM continues their press in, but they still have Flash that's going to be up in front of them. It is just everybody coming in. Absolutely destroyed. Slow, waiting.
Right
into his sights. Gonna step in. First stops it. And now 17
has to make this treacherous downhill drive through open space and gave an easy lineup shot for Legacy, who hasn't had to do much this game. They went out to that compound early, and they're profiting mightily. This grenade from FaZe right on point. Vex just absolutely continues this run of terror he's had.
Man, just right in the corner pocket there. That is beautiful. That's its own set of problems. Now, as we pop back over here with 17, you have Jai as well as goes down, but that was almost really bad.
Woo, that was close. It's okay, though. Legacy's trying to punish this, but they took a knock on the way in, and Suju playing as this anchor. This is why you see these teams do these 1-3 splits so often. Tyloo still has a role to play in this potentially as well. Suju going to look for the blue zone grenade on top of Legacy. The res has come through. Blue zone looks like it might just fall short there, but knocks starting to happen as Xiaowu comes to life.
Where was he inside the group stage? Because man, now in the bracket, he is vibing over here. Just over here. He's a medic on one side trying to get these reses off, and then a defender on the other, and somehow managing to make it work.
He's nuts. He's absolutely nasty. Still T5 Sonic's going to keep their corner of Severny in. In fact, Tiggleton finds a knock on Suju. He is out. And there is no hope for the rest of 17 getting back to him, regardless of whether or not Sonic still had an angle on him or not. Not going to happen. Guizera trying to continue this push forward. Grenades are going to be out. Let's see if they can connect.
This is just a wing of prayer. Let's be honest, we've got T5 and Sonics that are just... They're in shooting range right now. Everybody else is trying to find it out. Guizera trying to move forward right up into the 17 line. He needs to get a knock. Doesn't even have any vision. He's going to be on top of RB and thinking maybe he can support. But this is just having to hunker down and avoid any shots at range from Sonic.
Yep, great blue zone from Xiaobei. Gets the knock on
for
Legacy. Only one kill here. They're going to go down 6th place. From Legacy. And 17 again, open space. This team is just unbelievable. They control their space so well. They're so talented mechanically. However, if this circle moves away from them, it is going to be very, very challenging because that will likely keep either Sonics and or T5 in this next circle, and there's not much they can do.
They've had to burn so much 17 with their utility just to get to the stage. You can see vehicles near on nothing left to work with. Tyloo in their shack just trying to cling to life as well. If the circle goes north, it's just essentially doomed for these guys that are down south. But if the circle shifts south, finally, yes, it does. Everybody's just so cozy hanging out Severny. About shooting range that they have been inflicting upon everyone else.
And now this starts to look decent for 17 to go back to back. They have a little bit more cover than most. You can see outside of Severny, the run that T5 and Sonics have to make is really difficult. And for both those teams, another added problem is going to be this game of chicken and who's going to leave this compound first, who's going to make the first move, because the team that does, the other team could potentially punish by shooting into their backside. There is just not much cover to work with until you get across that road, get to those hills.
There is merit if you can perform a perfect position first and kind of defend up and wait and try to catch everything back behind you. If you screw it up, though, it is so easy to screw up. The other team can just absolutely walk behind you and just pick up every single one of those kills. It's one of the reasons we've kind of got the standoff going on over there. Both teams in their vehicles. Smoke walls not really coming out too much. I think Tiggleton's starting one up right now. 17 going to be harassing into Tyloo. If anything, you might want to slow that one down for just a second so that way Tyloo can put some work in at T5 as they're going to be making their movement. Sonics, they've had to not really do too much more other than harass everybody here. They've got so much utility. That smoke wall is massive. Open area, but running right over to 17. They're bypassing it all.
Yeah, they're going to try to just take the fight to them, and Shrimzy's good for it. He's cracked out of his mind so far in this event. Lil Ghost immediately on the back foot. Teraton 5 going to be the ones to backbuild this. I was going to mention this chat is about the only thing playable outside of Severny proper. Sonics just wanted to take the fight.
But the thing is, 17 have nothing that they can throw back. They've been throwing through all of their nades, everything else to get to this stage. They only have bullets in their armors and tanners. Sonics just jumps in, pounces on this at the perfect opportunity. Throwable's just going to be rolling right up next to Little Ghost. Doesn't get quite red. Oh, that one down. He gets away from it, manages to survive for now. Just 2 members up, 10 kills for 17. But now have Sonics that are bloodthirsty after them.
And Teraton 5 is keeping Tyloo out of this next circle as best as they can. Doing a ton of damage to a tongue movement.
T5 now pretty much the north half. They already have Hath and Pong that's down pretty close to 17 Gaming. Sonics backs up against the wall. Keep in mind, we're only in phase number 7, so there is no need to really rush just quite yet.
Exactly. 17 able to lick their wounds. They only lost 1 player. To the Sonics rush. And it was Xiaowu, though. Top performer. T5 now taking space. Take every piece of cover that's available. Trees, small hills, whatever. And they're taking a lot of damage for it. Tendrils out in the open. Going to find another knock here. 2 kills in this game, 300 damage. Having another strong performance.
I think one of the best parts of having Kickstart and Squad is what we've now seen Shrimzy capable of doing. It's opened up new opportunities for him to really find avenues for his success. T5 though, going to be looking to have good success right now. Should be able to get this res over. Sonic's really the only team that's not yet inside safe zone. 17
double up. Oh yeah!
Kickstart though, denies it straight up headshot. And now Eyes to go ahead and finish this one out. Little Ghost last one up. Really, it's about what type of damage can he do, because if he manages to survive through this,
oh yeah!
With that, T5 has opportunities galore.
Huge knock right away from Tanazol. That's going to make things so much more difficult for the Sonics. They only had one down. They're going to have to play a little bit defensive here to see if they can get these reses. They're potentially safe. Let's see if T5 gives them the opportunity.
Oh man, it's just slow and steady, strangling out the circle. T5 has Bomb already down so close. Sonics want to try to get the numbers back to at least fair.
Oh, might be
pretty close. Whoa! Right in the face of Sonics. Do manage to survive through it. Tickleton's trying to lead the line.
Oh yes,
two members for T5 now down.
Sonics.
Shrimps is feeling it, got it! The Sonics are going to find the win here. And then the closeout on the T5.
That was a crazy finish. The gamble.
Не было так.
And it almost had its issues.
Соникстер фанаты уныли. Ағардақ тігілітін қаты бейдерлерін нар көрігін. Хулә, өте зауғы
Talk about these boys all the time. Some of the best in the business when it comes to their aim. Shrimzy and Tickleton fighting tooth and nail to keep T5 at bay. And not only are they able to do that, they come through with the win on the back of it.
Dude, there is so much going on.
Бучим балам Соникстер бастығы тоқтары атақ. Астаңғал барақтары. Гаман жостқа қирек келдерді. Ху, бля. Тоға шүгей. Настыренем көті қолы. Қады ұқталым ли. Бейлі ба болалым. Айыққады.
Айыққы. Құрзау байта қамсалды бұл.
Бұл этаптың точно туар абаттары болу уже Соникстер тоға жақына. Етер доғачку. Өсі қасыр кейлатылы. Тоқтар білін көрек бітірі. Так.
His name is Hunter Wynn, and he knows how to find that winning position, and that's exactly what the Sonics did. From a moment that I thought it was done, I thought 17 had this in the bag. They had this sort of a fake smoke wall and a massive set that was incredible to watch.
Yeah, it was well executed.
Атак Соникстер улучшайдатылар позицияларын
Like they had
просто.
multiple options, right? If they could go knock and
матч бар, тоқтан.
completely lays down T5. I was a little bit worried for Sonics in that case there, because I saw T5 with a good timing on to taking it down Tyloo, with a good timing on actually third-partying that fight, but they executed and took down. 17 gaming really quickly though. Another great game for 17. They get double-digit kills again.
Yep, and here's where it happens right now. You see the smoke lines go out. Tyloo goes down. Sonics has to send it around. Shrimzy allows it to happen with that spray from the car. And then from there, T5 takes the chance to push out. 17 eliminate them, and then this Sonics also stops the push from T5. They were down to 2 players and managed to hold them off long enough to get some people back up. It was just a really good game. Like, watching that send was championship stuff.
It was. I will say though,
Так, Михаил Титов дораба, тоқта чапын көремеді, ман сотай гері көреді.
That was a win for them. That was the win condition. They could easily have done that. But then again, there was only one, and it's a bit short, so they didn't manage to close it out here for T5. Still a good game for both of the teams, and it's good to see.
Код пока калели.
So it was pretty impressive to see what they managed to do. Marathon 5 also having a really good game. And while things may seem a little dark for some of the teams out there, as well as us, I can guarantee you, with 4 more games to play, there is plenty of light coming. My name's Toppies. I'm joined by Avenger here on the desk. And that was it was an interesting game because I would say 3/4 of it was fought in the firing range by Phase 5. It was crazy over there.
Неплохое начало стрима.
Honestly, in this case here, when you have that shift away from the circle, like in the firing range, it is like being a city. Like you almost never survive it as a team, or it's like scraps of your team is going to survive. The top 4 teams though here, Sonics is going to finish off with 12 kills. 17 Gaming managed to get 10. Tianba had an absolute insane mid game while we sit here in the dark.
What the
And
hell, sir?
T5, they
You
managed
bounce
to
skill
have a
after.
good hold onto that southern side
game
of Severity.
master,
That one little barn there, that gave them a lot
Körü
of
tıgılıtığın ağusuz bir run haybitti aykı.
As you say, Sonics, they popped off. What's your favorite part from this one?
O tıgılıtığın haysarı çok kaya tıgılığı. Ayım katayın gıdan bara.
Kickstart was playing a really good push game there. Tiggleton was right on his hip in all those fights. But the biggest thing, man of the match is going to go to Tiggleton. He played well, he got the kills, he did the damage.
O bir kamın çölü bu budum na buru. O tabi yakın nakbına bolana bili kill chat tüte alır. Kill chat.
Was that your call? He said he
Kösteren
smiled. He was so happy it worked out. And it was, because I thought Smoke Wall maybe tried to
Otun
push to
böttüver
that
balans yet
small
kabut kösteren
shack
oluyor.
that's not going to give you much at all. And it just worked. You could tell 17 didn't see it coming either.
Smoke grenade launchers also in full effect, of course, to be able to
Komik
skin
kaçadan
all the
birik
way.
mi hep? Onu kınavın da çoğunu kaçadan da bir yapkan.
T5 and all.
Haba Sonic Star bastı alır.
They think, you know, we're full
Hokum
format,
ya
we haven't
bu
been
maç
playing
geliyor.
too much, we haven't
Bu
been
maç
playing
ga.
too much.
Sep
Durability
sep sep.
on supporters versus 3, right? So
Atak.
Super Wall
Ama
is
ikisi
by
bu bitti ya.
17 though,
Kırı.
they're able to, yeah,
Kırı ikisi bu bitti. Futbolda oturtuyet. Futbolda oturtuyet hidiyakların hep. Atrif ne очень то. Diyenler o hette on toz. Unbiyes. Ya Sonic Star.
Hasta boy bak. O birinin töhö olur yemin bilmedi. Birinin de
Aa, Joska olur yer. Bilin bolağına bugün tüt maç kalla hasın altta maç. Onun bilir. Altında tüt tane.
Tiyandan da basta ettiririz. Tiyandan da basta ettiririz.
Da.
Question mark pushing up, but it was, I think, a lot of that chaos. Two very chaotic first games.
O kalla barakatlık yahanır. Bir de hekimiz. 15 kişi alır. Yok ettiler.
16 salıcı var diye.
Azlılar in. Üşüydür eteğinden.
And in general,
Azlıları son ikisini yemi haydiler. Azlılar ne üşüydür de. Doğacak ekinler tokta son ikisini huaktarı tekinler doktorga. Setkalarıga. Asukka.
Bir de yakın dağını bana kabıtırada.
Bunlar ete ondan. 17 gamingler eme bıga bağlılar ete. Son ikisini körselikler ete. Bu hangi körstüler? Onu katlara aldılar ete. O weekend'i bilin. Ta bilin kim bastırdı yine yani.
Birinin bir batın birinin koruyor kanalda.
Hadi köyleyim dedim kere.
Kayda tüyelere kayları koruyor.
Hanağını tetti. Hanağını bir bakın da.
O da şimdi akşam gamingler bastılar. Başkaları bakalım. Limon restoran.
Ha en bak şey diyen anda.
Bak şey diye birinin köyüme kadar şimdi nasıl gamingler başkaları bastılar.
Ya Sonic Star
Liba tiyanlar. O bu iş komandattan talabı.
To bilin kim nasıl geminin tüyhamlarını öyle alırlar. Onu gitti Sonic Star top 2, top 3, top 1 bollaklarına basta alırlar mi? Arah ne olur? Nah onu atrif tarafı var Sonic Star'tan. Tabii koruyor. Biraz kim nasıl geminleri koruyan ölünler yok kalar.
Sonic Star gacam. Grada şu bile.
Tabii Sonic Star gacam. Anti kim nasıl taydarga? Ona da hava staff kalah beti?
500 tüzün tençe hep olur. Bu mu российское говорю, без такого брат.
Без мяка var mı? Без мяка. Bu da diyen. Olata bu da diyen. Bu bugünkü ne diyen? Altta maç bilin tüet maç kaldı diye kolbura. Bir kendi tayiga meramar mı? Если bastığı pozisiyaya Sonic Star bollağına emmiha без мяка tağın hep. Ondan bastığı pozisiyaya 17 hoy isteyen hiteri. Ondan 17 aydır bastığı stroçka atar bollaklarına 6 maç tümügünen. Bili 6 maç barta tümügünen. Mine yakabes mi ağatamın ondan atın ki takıp bollağına kolbura atıtlar takıp bollaklarına annulliriyimse kimde kim yada tuğdu ıppat. Понимаешь?
Ох.
Barabat tonluk. На интерес без мяк. А?
Я хотел ничего добавить, да, барик потом.
То, тон İki biter. Olta kör biterin terine bo'ldi. Kör biterin terine bo'ldi, понимаешь?
Давай.
Açan dolgu körük bitti. Olin именно ставка. Çağında kapsatdı bit. Gymnastik gaming altta maç tümügünden bastığı stroçka var bolana Lyoka kayır migin. Sonic Star bolla bastığı stroçka bolana Sonic Star по-любому onu babattara ta kuttanmayın o tay dolguyma. Po-любому bastığı oktara. Bilintiyanlar impidjes atrif tak kalıktır emiske vay. Editiyanlar onu karakter. Данавалар дана. Это бардак тактар дегене. Или просто эти Sonic Star'га просто зоной еще батык бардыла. Кинер тугу ластлерди. Билсе
Так, мы бери канимеры. Трили будем уже.
Have also been playing together for a long time, so it was kind of easy to mesh.
Мне хотятым хох вонна. Чапар. Тохта кастыбата. Мана тохту хукпуна. Iki сайт арии хукпуна. İkisi monik var. Bu aman ne kınıkka? Aman ikisi de var mı YouTube diye var mı? Hep manna vallahi na tokta hep. Akarı benim tokma bu mu? O je tupi kan olurum. Wow, mana kenal? Chatim bete var. Просто kimde tuh ribet ya. Wow, mana bolak tak. Kata kehmi huri nguti chatter кто за кого болеет, какамнык командалары. Бар кимер билер боло командалары. Кимнак бастырлар инги ханы гыты баат. Mana beligin Jekon di wana kayaktara beligin bollagana kayaktara jektan sator bonus kod iktara onu meni uydan karbatak bunu bahasta kararınlar bonus kodu o açana başka Jekoin lavut. Дис клана какой? Дистинками? Бэтэмэ.
Here we go, getting everything up for our chaos maps as we're going to be moving into our two newbies that are going to be in rotation, making it pretty fun. As it's been a lot of Sonics and 17 conversations so far.
Yeah, I mean, these are two teams who historically are very, very good on Erangel, and you saw why. You know, 17 again, just brilliant in open space, just so good at controlling it. And then the Sonics there, kind of playing it safe. Noticing early on in that match that the southern tip of Severny was open, and that's a power point that you can really pivot from very nicely, and they took full advantage of it. They had 5 kills before they even made that move onto 17 to win the game.
The controlled aggression is like what I like to call it, is the way that you realize whenever the opportunity reveals itself. A lot of times in PUBG, you can see really great teams know how to exploit that one moment, that window that shows itself, and have the faith and confidence to just move in and just step on.
Улахан папка oynuyorlar bu. Bu mировой чемпионат болду. Hılay болар.
Leaving the comfort, they could have stopped in several different positions. They were like, no, we're going closer range.
Pub Global Championship hılay bolar.
To be honest, some bad blood with. Sure, said, no, we're going to win this firefight. We got it.
No, Ali, really, really nicely said. I mean, and onto this map, Vikendi, they were really good about finding teams that were split, that were isolated, that they could take strong fights against. As we move in to the Winter Wonderland of Vikendi, Sonics and 17 both impress me because they don't play the game exactly the same way, but the way that they play it is so strong and so overbearing for the rest of this lobby that they are really making a statement that both these teams are threats to win this whole thing.
And it goes to showcase whenever we talk about different teams.
Olata vurubляк касырамелüе. Билбет. $600
might not have had said confidence to make some of the plays that we saw coming out from these guys. And well, that's one of the reasons we do talk about the importance of momentum, confidence, those types of things, because those do play in. If you start getting some point totals to play around with, now you move into Vikendi, these two teams are so confident the fact that now they can split you some more dangerous plays just to try to keep a push on that leaderboard.
And look at this on the map, Matt. Sonics is split early on their drop, and they're pretty much getting it. Adder had to pull off of going for that southern three-way intersection. There's a vehicle spawn there, and Sonics are going to claim it. So already the Sonics kind of getting like the little things that matter.
I love the 3 dots for LG because Lord only knows where LG is going to go until they decide to go there.
They have plans for all of it. I mean, this is what talking with Trevor the last couple of days, just really awesome stuff that they have prepared planned for any of these eventualities that they come through with. That again, like, they're really methodical. They really like to take their time.
Команда бестолочненький бар. Дантен бәтім ата күйемдер ұнна кәріннүтчелер баллар.
Yeah, dude, this was
Урут навилар баллар
a tough one for a lot of teams. Donowa was the team that won this one the last time, so keeping our eyes onto them. They had a bit of a rough go of it there in game 2, trying to cut completely across the circle. I like the way they play the early game, but that move to that other side, I think, just felt a little bit desperate from Donowa. I think they had other opportunities potentially, but they ran into that just absolute nightmare of a meat blender on the western side of shooting range there.
Yeah, I mean, it's so astounding that just in that position, we saw so many teams just decide, okay, all that terrain, we talk about this a lot, that the double thinking can sometimes come back to bite you because you go, oh, sure, everybody's already rotated around in the circle to the north. There's not going to be anything north of shooting range, and so everybody sends it into the exact same spot at roughly the exact same time. And that's where we get the, I guess, the chaos that PUBG can be, because a lot of it, we talk about the mental game, we talk about the IGL needs. It's a lot of these players are really they're all the best in the world, right? So they'll all have a very similar mindset and can sometimes just lead to this just absolute chaos of everybody having the best play that they want to pull off at the exact same time, and suddenly 5 teams on top of each other.
I love what you're putting down here, because I was thinking really similar things in terms of the eastern side of the circle, where teams like LG, Foot, Cerberus, QM, Tianba, all on this eastern edge of the circle because of the playing path in particular. There's going to be a lot of congestion, I think, potentially on that eastern road or south of that. Is there going to be a trap potentially set up? I know a lot of these teams are going to want to bounce from like high point to high point to try and get into this next circle eventually, hopefully, maybe take control of one of the hills that's around the gondolas around the bears, on the very eastern edge of the current circle. But yeah, what you're saying is correct, because a lot of teams are going to see this and have very similar ideas about how they should be rotating. A lot of these teams have already mapped out a lot of this map. They know where the high points are. They know where the information gathering spots are. This is one of those situations where I think we could see a bit of fighting before phase 2. We haven't seen much so far in this lobby. Kind of expected with this caliber of teams. They're very cautious, they're very safe, they're very smart. But this one, because of the extremity of the playing path in the circle, might lead to a little bit of early game engagements.
I like
Кайышкалары булаттылар да бете бит. Текиннер калбидилерге бестит өттүен кайышкалак болду. Инде калкантан булаллар бит болду.
Given the fact of how much of this is water, so they're going to give themselves a good position to be playing from.
Специально ныргып бакпар.
Also did something pretty similar just to the southeast. Asla, Sonics, Legacy, not going to have to make too big of a move. They were already pretty much over here right now. Crossroad compound that can be very, very strong, specifically for gatekeeping, depending on how a couple of teams, we saw a lot of times, just lean really heavy into the coast, right?
Gymnastic gaming
but if you get control over this compound, you get
about 3 or 4 health left, but just barely able to get the better of T5. They're going to be coming from that northwest edge. Actually, they're about the only team. Maybe Kaiwu comes from that side too, but they should have a little bit of free space. They like to take space early. They like to kind of control their edges. Teams, a lot of teams are doing it these days, like Gen G.
They pretty much had control over it and a weakened space. It's not like they necessarily threw that. It's just more the fact that the timing was just off, and then Sonics just
Бля, охта сыгам бара.
One of the edges.
Look at this roof that 17 found.
Нөл крутой позициялар эми. Gymnastic gaming.
Yeah, and they're going to get some people foot.
Били жерден улар.
Or NH just to the west of them.
Ынхалар Gymnastic gamingнер хайдактарына
So very defendable position here for 17 early, using those. I think it was an emergency pickup because I saw some parachutes coming in to get there. So really interesting to see them kind of play for a really deep center position.
Когда через проголалар коды так что смысл нет тут. Пахай, да?
Again, you know, I think a lot of teams
здорово, Макарон. Код коспей даватын болу, ныкты сурьялы битен кай. Через прога. Ча болду ныча. Кай бу, каддак болла.
When we saw this circle previously, Matt, that it ended pretty close to the coast.
Yeah,
so you want to be kind of getting as deep into that territory as you can if you can't get to the coast itself. Playing from the coast itself, not bad, but you'd rather be, as we saw with Donawa, when they got the win, kind of sledding a bit downhill.
I really do enjoy watching Donawa and how they play. Right? Yes, they want the chicken dinner. Yes, but also, they don't disrupt their play style. We hear players often talk a lot, right? I don't care what other people is that, but they still care what other people are doing because they always want to mess with them. I love the fact that this is a squad that they have the confidence in their capabilities, and even if they lose a member, they know that they can still take another 5-5 after that one. They will not necessarily be on the chase for number one just yet on that first spot on the board as long as they get the top 8. Instead, they're just going to start testing their strength, right? It's pretty much a test moment for them is, okay, how do we fight against these guys? How do we fight against these guys? How are they going to rotate? Best way to do it, not in scrims. Let's go ahead and do it here because we think that we'll qualify anyway.
Yeah, no, it's really impressive. The team that Dono has not only put together, but the way that they function throughout this year. No matter what, top 5, top 6, whatever. When they lose a player, there's so much 1vx potential on this team. I've seen every one of these players on Donawa just pop the heck off in a late game scenario and win a 1v3, 1v2. Really difficult circumstances because of their innate individual capabilities. Now, this is not the gondola that's in the circle. This is out of the circle. You can actually load the cars up on the gondolas. I don't know if people know this. Sometimes teams do this. I don't know if Tyler's going to do it this time, but you can actually put cars. So you can load up Panzerfaust, put them in the cars, and then put them on the gondola to get to where you want to go. Now, I don't think Tyler's doing it in this case because that gondola doesn't go where they want to go, but just something to think about as firsts. Stand in this previous game. Making the best of a bad situation.
This was so hefty of a firefight to have to contend with. So, like, there was just so much that was going on in there for, I would say, almost a circle and a half. Cerberus is a squad expecting to see a bit more out of. It's been more quiet than I think a lot of people were expecting from them, but that's also due to the nature of the circles haven't necessarily been the way that they want to play. Is this is a squad that really likes to get scrappy. Up on top of Everest or pretty much out in the open. You can't get scrappy if you want, but if you take shots at them while they're driving, they can definitely be scrappy.
Oh, Beamy, I was going to say, I don't think he should take these shots. He's out on his own, and it's a pretty easy drive-by potential. The angle's good for Cerberus, and they punish. It's a bit of a mistake there from Beamy. I think he realized it. I could tell, I think, after those first couple bullets he pulled off, he's like, oops, shouldn't have done that.
And what sucks is Foot was playing this position with the goal of trying to pick up a kill or two, right? This is a bit north of the coastline itself, now moving down into the coast. Okay, we're at a man disadvantage. Not necessarily the worst. Most of the teams already inside the circle except for QM, but they're really far to the north, so for now.
Yeah, they can regroup and maybe a circle of here that they can play coast up. The problem with playing coast up on parts of a city, especially down here in the south, is there isn't as much cover as you would like. It's not as nice as Tego. I think Tego offers you just a little bit more opportunities to play coast in. Cerberus here playing with fire, but I think they're finally going to pull up and try to just settle up on the coast and find some holes for safety as Sonic's full control over this. Again, that 2-2 split that I mentioned at the very beginning of this that Sonics did on their drop, really paying dividends here, Matt, like you pointed out as well. Like the fact that they're able to control this compound basically dictates sort of like a almost like which way the traffic goes in the circle depending on this phase 2 pop.
You are going to see some harassment come out from foot onto Cerberus, so if you see a knock on that, that's going to be very far at range. Hey, look at that. Almost like I read it where it was going to go. And so this is going to be yes if they get a knock. Probably not going to have to kill the follow it does look like it's going to be a bit more interesting keeping that bait in play.
I am pretty sure. And I wonder if he put a vehicle in there.
But 17's on the other side of it.
I know, it's a bit dangerous when they get over there. If they're able to sneak this underneath 17's nose, they might be able to do something with it.
I think that you're right. I think that Mime is up there. We're going to keep an eye on that one. See when he chooses to jump out. And
nasty.
That's why so many fantasy teams have that guy. I mean, he is so good.
He's so clean with it. LG's cut across Yama's driving path as well. Cerberus is kind of angling in that similar direction.
Oh, here we go.
Doesn't have a car, though. He's just on it. He's hiding. Oh, I don't know if 17 has any idea.
They aren't even looking in this direction. Everybody Mime can have a massive play here, but the issue with it, rest of LG, they're coming up in vehicles. This is a beautiful distraction. They're setting up. Mime can absolutely does get the knock on Zhao Wu, but it's just going to be a full committal down the hillside. Zhao Bei is going to go and get the knock on to Mime. Now just trying to make sure that they defend up, have enough time to get Zhao Wu back up, and they can look at this angle.
It was almost so good, but the reinforcements just didn't quite get there at the same time as Mime. If LG was able to time that just a few seconds sooner, I think they could have punished 17 instead. They've got to fight back.
So close. All right. Got a bit dangerous, but I like what you're cooking, man. I like this. Just let them sit back. The plane, if that had been that would have been amazing.
Snickers heart rate, those bears, they'll get you, man. But, you know, August, especially if you got two of them for taking him down. I'm curious to see what he wants to do with this flare. If he actually is going to try to make a drop happen. Now, those flares, they drop in a radius, so that's not guaranteed to necessarily land out front of the cave mouth. I think potentially could land up on the cave side itself. So a bit of a risk here, but I mean, Luminosity, why not? You got to go big or go home at this point.
It's an offering back to 17. We're sorry. Just stay up there. We'll stay down here. Life will be good. You know, if it lands up there, who cares? I do want to point out that while we see this, T-Bone is all the way across the bay. He's managed to sneak over to actually ASUS line.
Oh, I just heard Tyler Blue get excited about that.
Huh?
Might. Yeah, he did lose a tire. I was going to say, he hasn't already lost a tire. He might have transition there. So, going to be an edge team early. They like to play edge safe. When I was watching the Chinese VODs, before the event, a lot of Tai Lu is not kind of what you maybe expect from a team with Shen on it. They don't like to just scrap. They're very patient in the early parts of the game.
It's more a we hope you mess with us instead of us having to mess with you constantly kind of situation. Bay's pretty fortified up in the north. Not really at the same time. Keep an eye on Tai Lu and how Foot is going to continue to regroup, and honestly, this is a good read. Nobody is in the southwest at all, so they get this whole coastline. There's a couple of towns if the shift does come this direction, so they can really get this. Oh yeah, oh yeah.
Oh, oh my, that is pretty good. That is pretty good, my friend. Deserve to pop off. I would pop off on that too. 100%.
Circle pops, it stays pretty center. Still a bit of a in play.
Иногда и палка стреляет.
Trade Legacy 17 Gaming. It's going to be LG. That's going to be down below the good positions. Just going to go ahead and hop inside of a vehicle.
А так Sonic стратегине бекайтылары. Асфка 15 килоның битерди bir maçka.
Let's see if Twisted Minds
топ-8 рекерехтары надо.
Out to your south, New Happy kind of to your north, but Legacy going to be the bigger threat immediately. LFP trying to find some more damage. He's going to come up short on that.
Aim was good. Just I don't think the range was the way that they wanted it. The way we see it.
Но это последний шанс. Кен то бариды, последний шанс компьютерный хайрлары. Гранд финалга да калды. İki gidiyor bir командада.
A mountainside that's pretty much making a line right through the middle of it.
Доктор сетка проигравший билтаги так агысары команда кеттер ботакта.
Or you're down on the sides of it.
Ого, 16 команда кисип жатты.
Сетка проигравших. Онца командада.
Ла шанска бар, онтан мантан ага эме ла шанска бар. Мантан прямой агың бастыгы ағыз побудым.
Сеп. Онны көбіт ага.
Главное баларын ағыз әрекет кеттірін.
Аба тайлылар кәлі. Бейстен раз үйрен кәлі. Жанны көмді.
All nades going to be popping off on both sides. It's going to be Tyloo that's starting to get control of the fight, and FaZe has to fly away from it.
Oh, Corexy there got stunned, got pulled up, couldn't quite get the knock. He was just a little bit off on the spray, and it cost him. Might have been able to get that knock, but FaZe, I don't know, it's not good.
We also have all this going on just to the south with FaZe in their rotation. It's going to be a little bit of a dust up between Danawa as well as QM. That might spot them out. T5 also looks like they're venturing into that Twisted Minds line. They're going to step back down into Winery, call that good, be comfy over there for now. FaZe is now, with this shift, try to save their man, completely being gate kept.
I like what T5 is doing here. They got contact from Osla and from Twisted Minds.
Oh, Danavan
They're going to go to the safety of the Winery for now. The geometry, trying to do the math. Is it going to be good? I don't think so.
Some on both sides. Somebody shooting on the opposing side of that, if I see that right. Akkad was focused in at. And no surprise. I mean, given the fact that this is the top of this hillside, every single time you profile, so many of these teams are playing the lower section of the seat. That is a nerve-wracking. I mean, look at Akkad was right here. You hear that sound, it's still like, what, 100 meters away, and it still kind of makes your butt clench for a second.
Oh, no doubt. But there's plenty of range here for Adder to use that mortar to clear some space. He's got the full legacy team underneath his purview with that mortar. So if they had more shots, I don't know. I could see Foot driving in. Phil First just getting
прямой инвайт.
Maybe Loki got stuck somewhere or something, and Salute's got the MG3, a P90 for Soul. So the level 3 gear here really popping for Danawa. Maybe got one of those secret rooms or something along the way.
Or might have gotten the crates.
Yeah, Sora might have gotten the crates in the north.
Yeah. We'll have to see. Again, don't forget about phases. Salute, man. Oh, man.
New shaping nach любой кей чем полностью. Он был так любой кей был. Man kan ta annar bang. Barangan Sonic Strigetta.
But the hillside going to be just a bit too far. Doozy's going to step away. He's got the nade prepped. The defensive firing line from his teammates, and Philip First is going to read it and provide that support.
Alex has got bears to worry about. Soul is going to get a Doozy with that P90. Loki going to be trying to stick this res. Grenades out from both sides. Let's see who can connect.
Problem не хенджал бы. Абучка. Абучка им был.
Скриме. Look at Dante so close over here. Snakers no. Peeks back over him for it, and that is a quick flick to finish that fight out.
A Groza in the hands of Snakers is scary. Danawa might have to clear some bears here. Tyloo wants to aggressive.
Oh, got to be careful. Moving into this low land right now. Bears galore down here wanting to just feast. But Danawa's already, they've got the white ghillie suit on. They blend in. They just
бир командного ростера. Это бир спонсирование хопа.
Group of bears, but kind of sneak your way through like, no, it's not really a player. It's just another bear. It's fine.
I have no idea, but sometimes the bear can be up here where Tyloo is. Doesn't matter.
Oh, inunik
open, quickly dispatches him. Shen out. Trying to push into the space of Danawa. 17 also smelling blood, and they want to get involved. This bear cave has attracted a lot of attention.
Soul just going to have to cling to life down here. Luckily, there have been a couple of teams that have been eyeing up the bears beforehand, making sure to clear it out. 17 also sent some friends over into this as well. Looks like they've got eyes into that LG position. Don't want to push too much. That they can play from. Instead, they just want to see if maybe they can find something cheeky out of it, and don't find anything immediately, so they're going to go ahead and regroup.
Yep, 17 just doing what they do best, controlling space all around them. Ever since then, it's been pretty smooth sailing, even able to collect a couple kills along the way. Now watching Tiamba rotate, seeing that Cerberus out there, way out there, see if they can do some damage. Cerberus is trying to group up into their vehicles, get ready for this next circle pop. Meanwhile, Sonics have finally sprung to life. They're third-partying the fight between Foot and Osla, and they're going to claim 2 of those kills onto Foot.
Yeah, just pretty decent range pickups on top of
Jiggle'dan
that.
diye
Also, a lot of crates going to be in front of
futlara
Sonics that they're going to try to snag
Huh?
as day trade going to find themselves pretty comfortable inside of this circle. 17 going to have to do some gatekeeping as there are a ton of teams that are going to be pathing out of those caves. But to deal with it, Tyloo, you can see realizing Soul, he don't go down easy, man. You
Kan Danon'un hayse geldi. Oh, Danon'un. Kana.
Absolutely punishing Tyloo, and he survives.
Flood comes in and backstabs
Oh,
the final
Tyloo'lara
member of
haytalas
Tyloo.
dedi.
Soul to P90. Disgusting.
Oğlum bir daha.
Snakers now trying to keep
Şey
Fex
olur
bir de.
on the backside of this circle. Going to take a little bit of damage. The grenade as well. Backing him off. Snakers has to go for this heal.
Who's trying to hold it through another nade? Going to be lobbed over just 1 second. Going to come right into his position. Sneakers up. Just steps into it and gets the knock. Now realizing, okay, everything is calming down over here, but he has such a path to go for to try to make it in the circle. Still 17 that's going to be up in front of him. We also do have a storm that's starting to brew over here as well. So does he go for the position, go back and try to get Flood? Because, man, he's going to be having to run right in front of this blue zone.
Yeah, Cerberus getting cut off.
Ha da. O da bari daha bir de bu.
Tiamba finds a great angle off this hillside, and Cerberus would have to drive through Sonics. It's bad or worse, no matter which way they go. Salalzi might be able to get out for now, but he's got T5 ahead of him. T5 already set up shop in this secret
O, Semnas'ta gaming'lere mi gittin?
and that is going to be Cerberus going down.
All right, now then, Tiamba, they have to make a move of their own into a territory that is pretty defended.
One commander hal.
Advantages is if you move early into the circle, you're being pretty heavily rewarded with it right now. The storm is definitely massive up into the north. To exploit as they're going to try to limp their way in. You also do have Twisted Minds now looking down at the NH right on the edge of this storm. And the defensive line holds as they are making sure to use this rock cropping. Lou playing the lower section of it, has to be careful. Neron, no visibility to work with. CC's trying to go for the knock in, but it's just a peek back and forth all over the place. Now Firefight's still going to start breaking out. It's going to be Lou that gets knocked trying to creep in. Neron, no vision. Throwable's going to be the requirement to try to open this one up.
Yeah, you got to buy some space here. See if you can get this res. I think they might have picked up their teammate, and they're running off with it. New Happy stuck in this storm, going to lose CC to the blue zone grenade of Lou, and Twisted Minds peeling off this fight, that it might be a little bit too much. Even though they might win the fight, they might lose 2 or 3 in the process. Snakers still alive. Now going to try to punish 17 again, trying to sneak up on them once again, Matt.
Just trying to creep up. He knows he's got the information before. As they are going to continue.
Жестко каяшын. Бес мехактан әргін. Бес мехактан әргін.
Loading up, seeing if they can push out Osla pretty far to the south. Legacy in front, but they're getting some help from Day Trade from up on high, clearing a little bit of space potentially.
Позициялар бар. О, тияннар хәрәктәк баҗанна баллар кылырга. Бля. Тияннар кәбилә хәктәрен тәбә. Пакастан урыктыр. Еще базоны бу битчата. Ая инди.
Not allowing anybody to step out on the east. That's why we have almost everybody playing the western side of this hill right now.
Yep, absolutely. Now Flash has Batulins half damage.
Bear!
Right back. Oh, the bear got Ming Ming. Oh no.
Oh no, never count out the bears.
Oh no, no, no, no.
Bear's best person for your fantasy squad right now. They are just racking up the damage. Nurens, though, does get a line onto Lou.
Уже його без киллахтар 17. Бу 17 геймингден 17 квартал улуттар баглакты. Отай сартын не уктырды бу. 18 кварталдан арак. Уже суровой регионда баралды бала чемпионат. Сайстарда кетик Соник степ бу. Айсар олтыр. 17 не квартал.
They could cut underneath and stay in potentially. I'm not exactly sure how deep that one goes, but you can see Perfectix doing a good job harassing Osla, but a good grenade from VHZ. But Sha Wu might be the one to scoop the point.
Just trying to tap it out. Smoke's going to make it a lot harder to spot out. Instead, now going to go ahead and lean into Rez's. No! I saw a toy in somebody's hands. Pants are closer and closer by the second. Looks like now he's going to be looking into Twisted Minds. Keep in mind the fact Twisted Minds still having to contend in with the lower ground positions coming up from those caves. As this is a 2-tier fight that we're looking at. It's just we're looking at the top section of it right now. Lower section going to be starting to pop off. 17 Gaming now making their aggressive shift.
They know that this fight can't go long. Nam just trying to spread it down. Ming on the flank, though, cleaning it up, but he's the only one standing for NH. 17 Gaming still trying to sled their way through.
Doing
a great job holding out Legacy. Legacy taking a COD down from Asla. RBN looking for an angle, but the blue is here.
Legacy seeing sunlight for the first time. Circles trying to creep their way in. Adder instantly going to drop them, though. See Asla coming in right back behind this one. Sonics is also left very far over to the east, and they're going to be wrapping it back behind Asla. They know that one, so Asla there are 3 teams all stacked up on top of each other. About to be 5. NH cut out the blue. They're going to be going down. 17 Gaming continuing their harass line up on top, but Asla, you have to spin around. You have to because they have
this is absolutely madness here on this western side. Tingleton clean with the FAMAS, getting the knock onto Adder, the headshot. Xiaobei going to scoop the point from Wicked, and now the Sonics just going to try to control the top side of this mountain. They force the day trade out. Asla stuck on the edge. Tianma, though, getting in the backside of 17, finds 2 big knocks.
Good opportunity being exposed out of this one. Looks like Sonics were going to just rack up all of Circle 6. Has been their want to do after the last game. Now, Tianma finding the strength up on that high position that 17 Gaming was exploiting so hard. Now, pretty much we have Xiao cut out in the middle of nowhere. Not too much that they can really do. Sonics as day trade inside the circle, but everybody just wants to play.
They had the safety of the circle, but they realized that they could absolutely cut the kills off of 17, completely making an unwinnable game for them. Coming into their backside, really doing a ton of damage. Only Xiao Wu left for 17 Gaming, and then they peel off. They go back into their winning position. This is a brilliant maneuver from the leading this squad into just absolutely gorgeous positions.
Don't count out this aggressive, just shark movement coming out from the Sonics right now. It is just blood in the water every time they spot No, get away. Hey, at least the Bears don't instantly just demolish you and flush you out, right?
They're faster than humans. That's the sad part. Adder looking to hold this angle, has to back off with those grenades. He isn't quite sure exactly what's going to be coming out, Matt, and he's just going to try to wrap all the way around, do it around here.
That's just going to lead you to Zhao.
Yeah, that's not where I'd want to go, or to Pucho. Pucho knows it.
I like how Daytrade's like, oh, you want to go through that one? No, we'll just come over here and hold out the other one. Puchil's just going to be waiting for Adder to step around. He is doing some he knows it's going to be there. Puchil's, though, doesn't really have to move first, so he can kind of wait it out. It's going to be a flash that does catch him. Adder looks like he's going to find some opportunities, going with also seeing if maybe he can catch something, but not just quite yet. Does spot out Bellamoth. Now knows, can he get the space on it? Health down very, very low. Puchil's going to take him down.
Yeah, great read there by Puchil. Then Adder moved into the smoke to try to heal. Really smart stuff from Daytrade. As they try to stabilize, they're going to grab their player, Bellamoth, bring him into safety. Now Sonics should be able to gatekeep T5, stuck underneath. And they don't have much hope. We did see DK get out of a secret room, but that was a much earlier circle where they were able to make an exit. Let's see if Sonics is just going to force their way through the problem potentially Sonics is that if they get involved with a fight with Tiamba, that might be what T5 can move on, because T5 is almost dead center of this circle, man. They could potentially sit this out for a long time.
There was that weird fight going on down below him. Sonics, though, have so much control over this hillside and vision. It's just been like that, it feels like, for almost, what, 4 circles, 5 circles now. Blue zone nades on one side of this one. Looks like he's going to be fishing with some dynamite. Doesn't quite spot it, but does have that recess inside the hill. Nobody's got to move except for these 3 players, and Tiamba's just going to go ahead and use that to exploit back down into
I don't believe is inside that secret room. Eventually, if they're going to try to go for a win, I mean, they could just frankly off of it. Maybe, you know, who knows? If things go really screwy up top and they can come out and try to go for the win, it's just all going to depend on the timing.
I mean, we're about to be down to 3 teams once whatever is going on in this cave goes down. It's just going to be a matter of how does the lay come out. Day trade slowly creeping this one. You can see the blue zone right back behind him. Nobody wants to step out, man. It is so scary. And oh, you just see throwables coming down from on top of you to boot. They now know.
Tabii katlarım bile bir atak. Körberin trene bulutlar. Tüt komanda kaldı. Aba Sonic satın bir ki okta bitti. Queen. Tiyanlar bile tiyanlar dağıtır. Şöyle. Şimdi zor.
O Mickey'i alacağız. Alacağız.
Hangi ölüyor nadı?
O öldü.
Try to keep them out of the circle, but Tribsy
Elbette ya.
down in the bottom of the secret room, and the Sonics might just try to clear it out.
Oh, looks like they are going to use this opportunity.
Бля, Соник'te бахта da красавчик-то была. Блядь, işte.
Tiamba also looking over, but that nade could
Иди,
spell
бля.
disaster. They have to be very
Красавчик.
careful.
О, Симзи, блядь, супер.
But it is to
Умайма.
slow down those Molotovs.
Умайда.
Slowing the pace of
Умайда.
everything. Now Tiamba's getting control of everything in the north, but Daytrade has managed to survive. That means that Sonics now gets time to
О,
shift
я
back up into
tiyanları
the
gösterdiler.
position.
Tiyanları kurtardı gönüllerimi.
Really beat up the
Kuri bu.
prone to keep themselves
Kutun,
obscured
bomba
from
geldi.
Tiamba's angles. In fact, Belmoth and Puchills don't like it. They
İyice
know they
girin,
can't crest any
emtenin.
further really, so they're just going to let the blue
Whoa. Jar tüttükke Sonic'te onu tiyanlar.
really tricky position.
Aa, tıkılı çumo oktallı bitti sabaka.
Just gonna line
Pow,
them
pow.
in right now, not too
Ha,
many
havlular,
options for
evet,
Sonics
bana
to
bak
work
hatta.
with. They're just walking into blue zone, into bullets.
Atladılar.
No options to be had.
Yanına
Tribsy's
kaydılar.
trying to cling to life, but
Top
he's going to
dva.
go down to Molotov. Just that last little tick going to be enough for it. So, I think just
Evet,
keep it over blue zone, let
yandı.
him have it, and that is going to be Tiamba picking up the win.
Ha,
The
hayallerdi.
winning moment for Tiamba in this game is the backstab. The
Oh,
ship in the
çok
back
kayıtlar
into
tabii.
17 to win this game.
Ata havlularla.
Bir şans almaydılar bak.
Because it
No,
felt like
no, no,
17 and Sonics just had two different sections.
Dümdana neyim ben barıklarında. Çabolun top 2 üçüge ya. Top 2. Ne alta 6 очко бериле булата. Top 2.
Really say is, it was a tangled mess for everybody that went in there, but damn, it was entertaining.
It was. It's tough navigating those bears because there's 3 or 4 of them in that cave, and there's can be one like up top where Tai Lu was at one point. There's always one down kind of in the bottom roaming around. There's one in
Tekrar
the
nesim
upper
nas
tunnels.
derin bastabatlar.
So there's a lot to be thinking about in the heat of the moment, and it's so
Pow,
difficult to keep track of. You know, there's 3 or 4 teams
Потом
potentially
матч
running, plus the
интересный,
bears.
накаленный был.
Накаленный был, не era
It's tough, and
интересный
you
был.
can see the players had to contend with it. I mean,
Este üç
one
maç
of them
kaldı.
got a knock on a Ming Ming, so.
The open top into the cave as well just makes it so much more complex. We got bears galore to talk about, but we also have circles and tons of fun that was happening on our Vikendi round. We're going to go ahead and throw it over to our analyst desk.
Lin Shu. Lu diyen dedi bu. Zu, Zu. Ata hakikatna. Zova, ona boyca kurdaki. Pow. Oh, Gelin man ne değil. Bir de pow onu Zu hamış
It
ödül bu
feels like
halakat
group
edilerken.
stage is all over again as Tiamba gets
Ooh,
themselves a
pow,
dominant win.
But
Welcome
they're
back.
coming
It's
with
time for the
pow,
match
pow.
3 highlights, and it was an exciting mountainous game.
There's many situations of backstab, third parties, and fun things happening, and not so fun things happening too. But this was a fantastic one. I love when you hear the players scream when they do something crazy.
Yeah.
Ya roç olarak
That was one
öyle
of them, of course.
Yolda
Tap
ola
out
kill'leri
one
bu
tap out of a car.
Bak, Remba gibi.
That's good, but yeah, this over.
Tak ranga vurdum var ekmek Remba. Mustafa Carın. Üst boy kaldı. Aham pow kırdığı gibi. Bir kandı var.
Also get in with a big little bit of a stab and then get out again.
Man-
That's a
mantıkaların
really good way
başı-
to make sure keep
mantıkaların
both guys alive
talanlar.
and weaken the other teams, of course.
Everest is on our angle, but K2 proved just as deadly here on Vikendi as the mountain took team after team down. We saw people diving into caves to try to fight out of this sort of just chaos on the hill. And that's when it came down
Bizim bir
to
kanlar
whoever
took
the mountain.
bil
Really, I
patologta
think was
mekbet.
in a winning position. That ended up
Patolog
being
yan hamit ko ha.
Tiamba, but everybody,
Onu
it was
ala,
a
patolog.
3D
Harger.
fight from top to bottom to try to be the surviving team.
İti
I
bile
mean, even
ne
Sonics had
kuhan.
to go dig
İti
someone out
hiç
of a hole
gidavan.
before they could try to push.
Bu ona
Because
kinle
Tiamba
get
was
ders
full
bir de
of them,
dolara.
inside of that bunker. Ultimately, Tiamba gets the win, deservedly so. Played very, very well, and gets the chicken dinners to go with it. They're going to feel pretty good about that as they push forward. Linshu, ZYY have been very, very impressive. My name's Toppies. I'm joined by Avenger here on the desk. Vikendi is done, and it was just about what we've come to expect from Vikendi.
It was, and also these kind of southern circles, they're a little bit hard as well to predict.
Dorobe kommentator vet ha. Ahlığı vartan uğran hidu. Bir kit na pakke beta hidu helakat.
But then again,
İti o kadara igroktar bit. Roska hinniges bağlar, dirgam bağlar. Bartın kimne kayırlar bu helakat. Bartın kommentatorlar hi olurlar bu helakat.
good games. This means that our two kind of top teams are going to be sponging a little bit at the top after just 3 games.
The sponge has begun. I will say the K's are fascinating though, because it was a ditch for a lot of teams. They could get themselves out of trouble and last a little bit longer. Aspect of the map for this team, our WWE Chicken Dinner team stats feature, is that they were able to utilize that chaos to come in from behind, catch 17, and gets that win. Now it was not the Linshu ZYY show as much as we're used to seeing, but that speaks volumes that it was another group was able to get the other half of the team was able to put the work in.
Done well in
İki
group
Zulu
stage,
başa
are able to do
patlar
so
bırak.
again here, especially
Zulu patlar ha.
on their first day. So I'm happy that they're able to kind of have
Yakutoo badiyinlarını bildire ahlık verilir bırak. İto da sırak verilir böyle.
try to solidify themselves inside the top 8, of course. 17 for them. 12-12-10. 4 teams on double digits. Good to see.
SQ'lar onlar simnastik bile hem 12 oç bolaktır. Top 3 bu bitir simnastik gaming.
Yes, and then they're gonna be pretty happy to be up there.
Orta da gaz diyor
at 38.
Navose Mochkova atrif.
And again, T5, the home team and Day Trade, both of
Ama tiyanlar da уже tiyanlar уже üstte takkan belirler. Bilin kararı bilin tiyanlar me bastırırlar bolu. İde her hafta canlar ne kutlar canlar. Ta azlarlar me kutlar canlar digine.
Cerberus, that's a team that I thought for sure would come out at least blazing, looking for fights. They have it.
Gıcık tane.
I mean, it's 3 games, right? But
Gıcık tane hep kata kata.
we have 8 teams.
Onu bir tane zuğu gıcık tayakka. İti azlarları
It comes down to our
kayık kanadı bolu.
have been sponging up so much again.
Evet.
16 points on 8th place.
Tarih o kanadı. İdileri mi her hafta batı konyulları dedi. Kadar Rus kaydır ete.
Bottom, they're gonna throw themselves straight into the top 5.
O zuğu ote to kuyduaları böyle batı. Kır. Pideceslere diman ne kalaman zuğu. Так,
Kahana выйдем.
блядь. А вот там он без кем было, ебаный стыд. Бля, канаталар, еб, посмотри. Kan biteri bu çempiyonat bir tane fırşekken gırbıttır. Diyorlar öyle de. O fırşete kadar heyecan var.
6.25 points per game if you want to be on track. So these teams that are sitting there with less than say 8 points after 3
Konuklar довольны ваты колорlar kurduk kadar. Tagalı teni yine sınalım olur. Ate vase.
Eski yetemiş üye, hava
gitti. Alıyor atıyorlar böyle. Akıllı, bereski yetim. Ki her kus meni hep. Miye kadar hep tindi diyen keseler.
Benim çempiyonakta barazın rüzgarlar
Anladık ha. Motoku uğur verirler ta wannan.
Uta hediye yapmasmatlar. Hediye okuttu diye bitirelim. Klaviaturuna kilitlen diye yapmasmatlar. Sırlara gidiyor.
Hapatları oto undan rahat alırlar barakatları. Mar bu kabu dikkatli bilekinin oka. Tavu diye bitiyor olbi. Ma kırdık Walter leşkinler mallar bu idi. Tak. Top 3'de ничего. Kutungere. İngidi. Luch. Style olur bu. Espiri. Bakay bu kesteklerine bir tahtiler mi? Mesela miyaki kuruşkaları ninja bitir bitti horokta. Kıhem bir bitti bu arada. Asminok kusakta miyaki kuruşka deyince. Ostoğu miyaki kuruşka vardı. İtalya yok miyaki kuruşkalar haca.
İki nirvişkaların bir hayarlar. Miyaki kuruşkaların taytalılar böyle.
Ya anlık böyle. Ana. İlitiye tuğateri ilitiye kuru. İti çoğunun mazı ilitiye tuğara kettedi.
İki alkol bir vekili tuğu tribun.
Tuğara preimущество verir böyle. İliti manlı kayatan ilitiger bile kan kirere butaran. İlitiye kadar tuğtu değil mi? Tuğara kan Allah.
Bagi görüyor yere abi.
Zu. Zu başım bir al kanap kutuk gitti. Sahan da karar kılağı ki kutuk zu diyenler var takuru. İnciden de gamma kadar eder masih takına bile молодой старик kutuk bile sahibi argılan içi bilen kuru battayın kuru mandık hırlaca bu kadar mandık. Yok vay bile kadar bile tutuyor bile. Usandan enan yakin killer on çempiyonat ki bir kivit itiren tak.
Klavada kımış koyuyor tuturabatı koruyor. Premogol.
Ama ketikten klavatın başımını vuramadır bitti. Çabuk diyorsa. Nahanır tutun töründe. Ama klavatın kırıyor. Başımanı vurma. Oyunu sikret etme bu bir. İngilizce ne yok bu. Klavuzun manır gidip oyunu kanada.
Zokat. Monitörü heteri uğran bir yanıtı.
Monitörü manı hıtırı bir de lappa kırıyor. Açık klavatın basına hanır tıkırı. Bu uğrudan da duydu ma kıcıktı manı. Ama yaptırı dakikada. Oh, bu tak videolar. Balat Zokan like durur dua dinya tak videolar bala. Kam Zokan klanı kotsa kiren. Normal oynuyor bola videolar. Jarang no ka? Tayaga.
Bir olup tarmağını.
Tara o obnovляет демер gecik tangan itu tuh power blast. Jarang.
I don't think that they've quite worked it out. They're going to be dropping quite late. Is it going to be army base maybe? I mean, Wolsong would be the option.
Zuli ni вес сит камайгын. Onu kırdık ha.
So, yep, everything looks like it's going to be pretty okay for now. There's this situation though. I take it back.
I knew there was one hot drop today and it slipped my mind until just now.
All right, who's going to land? Who's going to find Panzer?
Bu kim nerede? Razı.
Try to see if you can find anything. Who
Hadi.
was the fastest? Just going
Ben
for the
güçlülerdi.
triple double.
Bari bir gösterdi. Ama daha ne var? O new hype'ler haydılar bitti.
Punch in there as well. Got a knock. Donawa once again ferocious in these fights, but still December the 12th. Involved, could have something to say about this, but only an M16. That is even on burst fire with no vest and a level 1 helmet. He is potentially in a world of hurt now. How well did Donawa track this? There was a lot of chaos over this one building. Do they know that he dropped there?
Bir ki kaldı.
Solo inflict at this point as he is now going to be walking out. You can see Soul getting a good read. Not
Dekabri kabut. 12 dekabri.
quite yet.
12 dekabri gibi bir dakika. Oh!
Right now, gotta be careful. They're just too
Oh!
many.
Bırakın köy.
I'm sorry, PGC ends before December 12th, and unfortunately for him, he
Oh,
got
bırakın
into that
new
right
hype'ler.
there.
That's got an Onyx popping off down there. A little bit
Feels
of
good.
Feels good, man.
When
Feels
you-
good. I mean, Donowa's been smashing in these
12
fights.
dekabri kita kayang
Again,
jaman
the close
atın
quarters
kım.
firepower on Donowa
Yine Onyx
is through
üyede ha.
the
Ini sih na.
Dude, hot
Atı
drops are something
yakama karomut basi viral molar.
How
Kecik
cool
dana
that
wala
is
ke jarbet
executed,
kecik.
and just to committal and be like land here.
Makaron
Like,
berani
you saw
diyorlar
as they
ya.
were landing, they were like swooping up ammo and anything they could just to deny any resource. That is just sexy.
Oh, they're brilliant.
Dolguyorlar onları.
O ciddi kulduk simnası gamingler herhalde öyle aldılar bir de.
Silahların tevhidi koyduruyor.
Tiama tried it once,
Silahların tevhidi
you know, even though
koyduruyor.
Donowa had given them the courtesy of
Ekranları gör,
forking
bakana.
over Chumisera during the group
Böyle o.
stage
Silah tevhidi.
on
Doğu
Miramar,
5 pulsta.
Tiama
Doğu 13
tried to
pulsta.
follow
Hadi
them in
puls
Monte
götürürdü.
Video, and Donowa made him
Puls
pay the
götürürdü.
price, so
Ha min kim
Ya-
like diri
Sen de bu yere
gibi.
götürüyor.
So
Tühe
the
de
alt
bu yere
drop here
götürüyor.
not the best.
Like
Aa
diyor.
ileri gir onu. Aa min like divine. Kim ne like diyorlar?
Abo, iki kimine dolguya alır ama tabii. Şimdi de zaten pulsu. Bir ayağını takamar argın.
Aa naruka kolin ilerleri barlar gir.
Or anything else
Bir
like that.
pulsların izmiraydı gidi.
And instead, just really our
Min
teams are
min
in
tuh
the
like
race
on
to have to figure out
like
how they're gonna
terlaları in
navigate
böyle.
this
Bir
situation.
kıçalar in böyle.
Zuba şaka
pulsa.
For that is
Pulsa
17
var.
Gaming does look like they have
Zira
a
tabii
strap
de
on
tepede
position as well as a bridge that they're on
Zira
right
tepede.
now. Looks like Twisted Minds
Oroba
not wanting to
begini.
stay too long in this one. Legacy does have control over pretty much everything to the east.
Yeah, and phase in the
Ha
middle
min
of the
öyle kim ne
Sansa,
like diyorlar. Onun like
shifting
terlaları
over
bütün
to
bolaları.
Oslo Pentagram.
Niye gır bizde
Oslo
dolguyorlar.
getting one of
Zürich niye
those
gır?
early kind of they like 2-2s if possible. Right now it's a 1-1.
Ya
but
ne bu?
with a COD
Yani legasyonlar
and
bizde
his
dolguyorlar
teammate,
olur bana.
I think it's Adder trailing behind.
Da
the
min streamer
Detonation
mi
Gaming
hindikna de bir de.
players in Wicked and
Jonno
Hikari,
pulsun karol oldu.
who have already set up
Dol
shop
gerin
towards the
kemler
center.
berinde.
17 as
Ranga
well, like
oynuyor
you
bu.
mentioned just a second ago. It's going to be going that way. Day trade's
Batuli
going for high ground,
dolguyorlar
looking for
Batuli.
information, but Ty Lue
Ha de dolguya
already
alın
here.
bilerler bacha. Ha de dokan dolguya alır. Pulsa bir yer böyle. Şu sağ 11 set. Ay ya.
Ours, those DeLoreans going fast enough. They're just gonna
Oh,
bounce
day trader.
right out.
Taylılar.
LZ
Aa!
suddenly surrounded,
Kana!
but does not even care. Good shot's gonna go ahead. Finally, Bellamont's gonna get the knock onto him. That outer wall. Shin's gonna reach, just jumps up into the
Oh my God.
face, denies any form of forward movement. And yes, LZ did get flushed out, but I mean, just the peak battle back and forth right now. It feels like Shin is absolutely vibing. No,
Oh,
Abo,
Rus kötü diye.
istiyordu altta pulsu bunu. Kimse olmalı pulsu.
Kanna var pulsa pulsa.
Kimse olmalı. Kimse altta olmalı.
Ha sizi tüm bir pulsta.
Abo, dışarı ileri döndü.
Eller gillet. Ya öyle.
Day trade there, I think just
It's
thought
a
that
bu
either
işte.
that might be
Bu
open
geçiş
because it
silvasta
looked
bu
like
geçti o
they're
bir
gonna
bakalım da
run by
kalır.
it.
Oh bu güzel belli göre. Öteler
And
avtarga.
Ty Lue was ready
Kesin
for
de
it.
bir
It was a
yazayım
great
falan.
angle.
İşe
He
var
was
bir
I
tane
think
bu
just
iskara.
pulling off to just kind of watch
Çiz
and
hızım
see what they
palalı.
were
İşe
gonna
var
do.
ki diyor da. Yüz
On the
ve
other side,
bu işte. Ondan katı katılar avtarga. Bu işte bırıçı. El alır. Hayır. Bu yok siz atıp siz bas. Cıkıt canları bu işte. Siz bile vallahi. Tıttırırlar.
That one's a head scratcher. for
Öte
me for
ataklarına
Day
full
trade.
sel bağlar.
We're gonna keep driving by.
Tık tık tık.
Dalgaya bak,
Dalgaya vallahi.
But that compound's not even really close to the center of the circle, and it doesn't have great sightlines from it. There's a lot of trees around it, so it's pretty tough. I don't know if they
Uzun pulse bir
there
de
was any
can.
noise or any
Üretmen
stuff
istefet
that
diye.
Ty Lue kind of gave signals that Day Trade thought they could punish.
Yeah, there's a lot to be looking at as we do have some inside scoops for you
Tigala
guys.
tigala,
Go ahead,
pulsando
look
kare
back
kabara.
on Legacy.
A gente com esse quinto lugar se sente muito feliz, mas
Zohanga like'da bahasa tururun, sakalarga barularga привет. Еще батык чемпионатка жабын, онна валлана. Бу like тиһин, макталларын, оннаттан зохан эһит кален кыттар, бихейин кетебит. Эренебит, жаккап, онна валлана. Sakalarga sötөгөл. Уруй, айкал болдун, эйяка. Кален хер. Hanga jauhna, dieta. Ini, ne kadar diyor.
Pride going on now. There was a period of time whenever we kind of merged Latin America and North America together that it wasn't quite a full family. We're at that stage now. We all love each other.
I was actually going to think that Luminosity was going to make this wrap towards the double bridge eventually, and I think they're going to go all the way down to Sungam from here. But for whatever reason, T5 came over in this direction. Now, like when I last looked at the map before that fight with Ty Lue and Day Trade, T5 was nowhere near this area. They drove over to here, and I think had similar ideas on a rotation. Just LG just kind of.
Krisis atıp bolla.
Maybe they switch out to a
Ya
different
dolguydu,
vehicle.
Bilin LG'lerge taşlara kırıp da pulsun.
Shifted in. Sorry, my brain
Krisis
broke
atıp
there
bir
for a
bolla.
second. Yeah, I mean, Southern Raps look like that's going to be the recipe for a lot of what's going to be going on.
Oh, Soul. Oh, he got him.
İlit ne
before he
kebab da
loaded the
yapıtırsa.
gun.
Ayo,
Love
su
it.
bir atadi.
Absolutely love it.
Barakatlar orada vakit taktar hay bitirir jata. Anqalar, new happy'ler.
Yeah, I mean, Donowa, like you said, Matt, they were scooping up everything and they punished New Happy.
And can't blame it on lag, anything else like that. Well, lag's hot right now, man. So, no, but like, oh, I would have had that ammo.
O da bana
for,
bir
you know.
baydı
Yeah,
ya.
No, no, no, no.
A big part of it was also landing into the rolls,
Doğru,
too.
düş
You notice
better,
that's
bir
kind of
diğer
how they
haber
got that
düştü.
last little bit to be able to scoop some things up. There's so much dynamic and like micro movements that matter on those hot drops that, I'll be honest, I just suck at.
Atakiler ne yapır durjalan marmıt.
Just absolutely.
Haytılık bitiyen abittir bola ne yapır.
They were really, really methodical with that. Never, you
New
know, even
Happy'ler
if
kuan bolukta.
there had been a knock from that M16
O
or
min
something,
Walter majalla.
it didn't matter.
Сайстарская,
They
да,
were sticking
Сайстарская.
together. They were playing for the trade.
Кратва.
And that's, you know,
Кюден
again,
кратва.
things like that that make them a well
17
above
de
average
oldular.
team.
17
And they were
kvartal.
doing some scouting there from the flat top mountain. Just like, you know, Sonics is another team that likes to go up to that spot for good reason. They had great sight lines out there you can see for forever from the top of it. It's pretty defendable because it's flat. If you can get to the south side of that flat top mountain, very, very defendable.
Park krisin. Eta balan daha kırsa lavattır bu. Eta kırsa olur bu himmi. Masini herin kayma. Şadarmay darmay. Bu stresi sakulanayım balalı.
The island. It's like getting a center Erangel right now. Everybody knows the positions they want to play. They've already shifted in. There's space on the edge, so nobody's really having to fight right now for it. It's really just making sure that you don't overreach and move more than you should into the circle. You can see right now, Luminosity, they don't even have anybody within about a kilometer of them as they're making this approach right now. And so they should have some space to work around. Sonic's going to be in a similar position. Twisted Minds are taking some pot shots. I mean, not even quite taking pot shots yet. They do have 17 that's kind of close to them, but that's about it.
My guess is LG's gunning for the hills north of Songam. If you look on your map feed, if you don't have the map feed open, you absolutely should. And also, we have team feeds directly on PUBGesports.com, guys. If you want to watch some of your favorite teams, you can just go on in there and do
Hoca
that.
New Happy'ler başta cevabı oynattılar bu
Is
sokka.
absolutely something you should pull up. Whatever
Bu oynuyor sene.
you know, video source you're watching this on, we have
Göt
it
maçı bu
available.
altı roç
That is a
kolakları
key
yok
component,
paraseti.
to understanding PUBG Esports. And yes, this is what we
Adlar bu
wanted to
bitti böyle.
see.
Dolguya bitti
T5 in an emergency pickup.
Where do you have your eyes set on going right now? As, I mean, Usaksat is pretty much in the center. You could potentially go for a drop into that. Osla is running a wide split with it, so they don't even really have control. Looking out, Legacy are going to be collapsing in. Foot is running a 2-2 split just south of Asla and Wicked in position. So this is pretty open territory. It does also 17 might be eyeing something as a hard shift to the north.
Ooh, this is a really good circle.
Zona tagir jallar bitti Sonic'ter. Akarlar dedi.
A ton of control.
Başka kasanga jallar. Takın gidin o barang gidin.
T5 wherever they're coming down is not going to be easy to get there, and they're going to see it coming. Teams are going to be scrambling for some.
Habalları bolu Sonic'ter. Billah akarlar bıhla.
We've seen it before here. Already James finds a T5 trying to drop ahead of this. This is dangerous.
But they did time it right there, trying to get in position. Can we see FaZe line this one up? We know it's so hard to hit these shots, trying to juke and navigate inside the air, but it does look like T5 is going to be rewarded with a very centered position. FaZe and the harassment did slow them down. That's allowed Asla to move in front of them. 17 Gaming as well to move just to their northwest, so we'll have to keep an eye as now. Doesn't want to quite crest up too much more on that hill, so they might just stop and try to get control of the road.
Absolutely. Teams on the edges here, just trying to see what space they can get away with and then try to set up shop and block them out. LZ there got the opener, and then it's the Shen show. Just run and gun. I mean, Shen is, again, I've seen this time and time again throughout his history in PUBG esports, shred people up close and personal. He is so tricky to deal with. He's so fast, he's so smart, he's so aware.
And just runs right between all of FaZe. Doesn't even really get too punished for it. LG also pathing a similar fashion, though. Tyloo finally starting to get some damage for this very aggressive rotation. Nowhere to really go, as they do also have Twisted Minds that's going to be stopping them out. Instead, they're just going to have to stop right along this position. And now you can see LG having a similar problem. They've got vehicles in front, going to be jumping out. Adder's just going to have a face full of Snakers come after him. He's going to go down. LG does lose Snakers for it, but oddly enough, I thought that was going to go way worse for them. They managed to find something out of nothing.
I mean, LG here took a pretty big risk diving in here, but their individual skill carrying them through to get some serious work done. 17 flexing out, trying to get a player to gain a little bit more ground. Suju, the IGL team, trying to get a little bit more information, a little bit more space, while the other three maintain the compound on his backside. LG, though, you know, you can already hear these cars. Teams, even are going to try to punish the positions, so wisely they're going to move this car and keep themselves at least safe for now.
The reason we're seeing so much firefighting going on is, look, we've got this field that's going on right over here, correct? And then just south of that, there's another one that's just going to be to the east of Buksansa. Then we also still have the creek, not really a river, the water. So this is all just no man's land, right? And that means that a lot of this area in the hillside of Buksansa is going to be where teams are going to be vying for, or the position where Danoa is already fortified at. Danoa with this wide 2-2 split is going to have so much across that lane.
Yeah, this is really curious from Danoa. Oh, Shen. Yeah, this is the problem for Tyloo. I mean, making those mad dashes for center circle in this particular pop, because center circle is a lot of these rice fields, it's really, really tricky, as you're seeing for LG as well. I mean, they've come out on a better end of it. Still 5 kills if they could maybe find one more. Not a bad game at all. Vex going to claim the point off of Shen. But this is going to be really tricky, because that creek in the middle, I think, is considered terrain. So with the frozen river, I think it's the same situation. And yeah, we're just going to keep drifting in towards it. And Donovan has a really difficult choice now, Matt. On both sides of the circle, I think they're going to have to go to the east. I see them loading up in cars, but that's a tricky decision to make. I've seen worse situations, sure, yeah. Very, very challenging. QM out on the east side. Mountain Temple. You're welcome.
Thank you.
Today you learned.
I did not know that.
Kongnung, I'm not exactly sure. I think it means river tomb, like royal tomb.
Alright, Twisted Minds, they've got control over the north. Cerberus is going to wrap away from Danoa over here to the west. That means it's going to put them right in front of Sonics, as well as Twisted Minds, as well as 17 Gaming. Oh no, they're sending it right into a Tongmu's position. No, he can't defend it by himself. There's too many numbers.
What was Hisaki doing there? He pulled the brakes and he kind of spun up, and that might cause him to take some damage. He just gets over the hood. Nice jump.
But it's only a matter of time before they realize it's just one guy over there that's shooting at them. There's 2 vehicles, so maybe that'll discourage it, but nah. Okay, he's going to go ahead and go down. Cerberus going to go ahead and get a good foothold in that position now and be able to exploit it for now. And I put good position in
quotations.
Problems. Sonic's going to go ahead and path right behind Cerberus as Twisted Mind's going to be making their moves. I mean, almost perfectly timed. They're not even getting harassed at all for this.
No, they found the perfect timing. There was fighting, and they saw an open lane, and they took it right ahead. Right on the outside of the visible range of Cerberus and 17. So they're going to be able to set up shop on the outside of these rice fields. The reason they're not going further north or further east is it's really tricky. The further you go in either or something else. So you've got to be really careful here. So Sonic's, I think this is about as good as it's going to get for them, and the timing in particular is quite
Question mark. Looks like most everything has kind of calmed down, other than our kind of settled. We are only at phase number 3 with 46 alive, though, so that might be why.
There's a fair amount of playable space inside of this circle, too,
actually.
Not nearly as punishing as Erangel. And also, there's like the creek side actually has a fair amount of cover in some ways. Yes, thank you, observers. You can see from Foot's position here, this wide 2-2 split, but we're going to the other side of the creek. So Donovan, but they've been able to scout it. They've been able to see that northeast corner. Everybody in the center, good to go, but that south side where a little bit of 17, a little bit of QM, it could be a little bit of a problem for those teams.
If you're wondering why people were sending it into those trash locations inside the field, it's because of this, because those trash locations right now are become extremely high value. We now have 17 that's going to have to regroup. They do have a list of move. Question mark. And legacy as well as have to regroup a bit, but they don't have to make just a desperation.
Well, Donova's got all the information in the world. Yeah. They know almost everything that's going to be going on. I can already see the high ground to look down into the fields and see why. This guy has been absolutely just phenomenal in this event, Matt. He is disgusting mechanically, especially with those assault rifles.
QM, I don't know how many options that they can really through. Everything is kind of closed off for them. The one thing we're trying to set up is pretty much the only opportunity they've got to work with, but I mean, already been spotted out. Dante's going to be stepping in, and look, 4 different firing lines, no clean pathing to work with. Dante's going to go down. Phil first but, I mean, what pathing are you going to take? But creeping up back behind Tiamba, they're very focused in. They do manage to take that first mark, but it's to be able to react to what Base is trying to So as nice of a position as this was for Tiamba, it's flipped completely on its head. Very bad position. Taken down prone by the tree. The other 2 members just going to load up in a vehicle and peace out. That 4-man wall was so strong to fend up against QM, but with just the manpower that FaZe could just walk down the line, it was just essentially picking up a piece of candy every single time they spotted out a new member. Careful with that. Getting some throwables. Maybe try to drop it right on top. Gets really close. But no knocks coming out just quite yet.
Well, they might get backstabbed here, Tiamba, by FaZe from up on the hill here relatively shortly. Now, attention from Cerberus turns towards LG. Found a knock on the Mime. Mime almost bleeding out. Hisaki got knocked too. Oh my god, that's so dangerous. Taikon, though, I don't think he quite realizes that he was hitting some shots into there.
The amount of vehicles that are just over in Tongmu's last position is just ridiculous. I think there's like 4 or 5, not counting the tractor now. Legacy, they have themselves a position for now, and that's about it's not the best position, but it's at least some cover. But guess what? They also have T5 vision into it. It's not going to make them long.
Because you have all this information, you know that because of an Onyx up on the ridge side to your west, that you can push down on top of Legacy here, clean them out. Yeah, you get some help from Foot too, but you've nearly completed the job, just LFP1, and that's it. And this is the beauty of having this information in this space that Donovan took in the early part of the game.
LFP just hoping he can maybe get something out. It doesn't want to go out with no points at all. Near on no. Happens for Legacy. Now, Danawa has every option on how they want to contend with this. Foot's going to be in front of them. Faye is going to go ahead and roll down, finish out what was going on with Tiamba just a moment ago. They've got control over the road, or the section of the circle south of the road, but it's not going to be easy path. It's going to be LG that's get some vision. We're kind of moving into a very distinct section of this map, and with the way that it's going to line up, I mean, the way that those fields function, each one of them has their own. There's going to be a lot of intermixed peak battles.
They're like really wide trenches. Yeah. Like really wide. But the team I'm curious about right now is 17. They have a really good I don't know if they're just going to try to send it center and try to find one of those boxes that these fields create for themselves. There are a few open still, of course. Perfectic's going to be going for a res. But I love the way FaZe has played this game, by the way. I really want to give them a ton of credit for the way that they pushed out into Tiamba, forced Tiamba to rotate in front of them, and that still benefited FaZe. They're still able to win this fight in the long run, and now they take a spot that's safe-ish for now on the south side of the circle. Now, Cerberus still over there. We know they're in grenade range, but I don't know how many grenades Cerberus has left.
Also do note that FaZe brought most of their vehicles down with them, and so in a
resource
environment where people's vehicles have some type of damage to them, they at least have something to try to work. 17 Gaming looks like they're starting to stack up their vehicle as well. Are they going to be wrapping in back behind FaZe? Going for this spray. Is the lineup through. Completely taken out. FaZe at 10 kills.
Beautiful stuff. I thought that Panzer was going to connect on a Tiggleton. Only do a little bit of damage, but kickstart. Big grenade takes down
Kickstart haydi.
In their tracks. Now it's going to be about how Sonics can try to Cerberus is also creeped up, shifted into a platoon. Going to make it a bit more complicated. Spyro wants to get a res back onto Lou, realizing the fact that he's going to be heftily outnumbered over here if he's not careful.
Tulin's trying to get that off angle from above, has a pretty good one, but the smoke for Sonics just taking a moment, but has to back off. Spyro able to get the res.
Spray comes out, but return from Batulins up on the hillside, back behind, providing some type of cover. Batulins, the only bit of high ground in the entirety of this circle, and trying to make sure he's for his teammates. LG now doubling up into this with Twisted Minds. It's pretty much Danawa and what? 2 members of LG in the circle?
Yep, Danawa is really in firm control of this. They've done a great job of taking these positions very wide, very early, giving themselves a lot of high percentage opportunities to be in the next circle, control zones in the next circle, and have relative safety, clearing their flanks along the way, scooping up points now. Going to get the flush on a Tiggleton. So this fight, which looks so good for the Sonics, they just couldn't quite seal the deal, and it's Batulins, that guy that Loki's shooting at right now, that really made it untenable for the Sonics.
Twisted Minds wants to finish out Sonic, so that way he's going to come over and get involved at range, and now it has just become problem upon problem. This nade needs to come up in a big way, but even if it does, and manage to take down H1, there's a whole new Loki and the rest of Danawa have almost the entirety of this circle under control right now. It's going to be teams lined up onto the edge and everybody having to contend with some part of Danawa, but that does mean there are going to be a ton of threats all eyeing this very separated out Danawa.
Yeah, the thing that Danawa is trying to do now is not only keep information, try to steal points if possible. LG still very much alive. Good grenade finds the end of FaZe. Very nicely placed, very nicely timed. And LG, think about that dangerous move they made, Matt, in the early part of this game, and it is paying dividends.
So we've got the hillside. It's going to be the field, and no! For the vehicle to flip. Cerberus, where can you even go? Just jumps down, trying to find somewhere to stop over for just a second. Meanwhile, down the slope into the lower area where the creep is going to be. They're going to get control. Danawa's lined up over here. They're going to have some lined up on top of it, but H1 waits in the smokes and just kind of wanting them to brave up in front. they're just going to step in and take the vehicles. Those are Sonic's vehicles that they just grabbed and ran off with, right?
You got exactly the right read. I think they think that H-Win peeled out of here. Instead, he's trying to bamboozle them. He might just go for the backstab play. I don't know if he has any frag grenades left in the bag or not. Didn't catch it. Last time we saw him, no, none. So this has to be
Winner hada khikr saçık bolandı.
Smells it, sniffs it out. Very, very good stuff here from the
Şimdi bir dolar hayat ha. Yaxtısından nihayet aslı canlı.
11 kills right now, and pretty much everything that's going on in the rice field is going to be LG and the control that they have. That's just going to allow Danawa to get more and more control over the hillside, though. T5 is inside this and did just win their
fight. Top 3 giriftirin. Inna top 6 kaç gol gidip bitti.
And Danawa getting a gift. The care package has arrived for them. So again, it's the things for Danawa. You know, you can look at this game and think it's easy or something like that. These replays are nasty stuff from Fex and the boys on FaZe, but you know, the more space you control, the more likely you are to be in the next circles. Not only that, you get crates. You're more like a lot of things are more likely to go your way if you can control space as well as they do.
Yeah, but I mean, you also have to have the firing capabilities that that squad does.
Yes.
Stop anything that he was going to try to go with. LG is going to be pushing him on the other side of Cerberus. Yes, Twisted Minds, they are going to be trying to make some type of move. I also want to point out that Mime has moved in, centered on the rice fields themselves, and even if Tycon manages to survive and has to move into the circle, it's just going to be
Лайки ставьте, ребята, пожалуйста.
Absolutely.
Лайк bu da ayak paydı. Bu hem lavattara bitti. Çempionat görür.
Out of this bad situation. I mean, yeah, like you said, Mime's up there, but getting to him is going to be the real problem.
Ya думал на врут. Jonlar çempionatı hangarıktır
canım. To get there, Twisted Minds has vehicles to make their lives a little bit easier. This is the real threat now for Danawa.
Oh, makaron dolgaya lor bablin Danawa gıca bitti.
How exactly they're going to play it? Danawa's trying to cut off this entire eastern side of the road.
Makaron pulse yüzaltı olmadı.
Makaron pulse 200 bir ham
other choice than to try to either share that space or try to contest Danawa for it.
Top 6 2 очко болар. 3'e bit. 2 очко болар. Da 3'e bot agam 3 очко болар. SQ'lar. 1 kill laqtı bar huwa. Ya khatamda bir vayda ataqtara de. Digine khot puttara twister почти 1 dakika bit on hata kurs. مهداس بالترى إذا تورط تم مهداس بال هولي دانا ولا تقول كنا
Down he goes. The blue zone can take him down. Yeah, that's the only thing strong enough.
All right, T5, you've got to line up into Danawa now, and what
like to run there.
But this also means that the circle control that Danawa had over
in the stream
6 kills right now, realizing how this line is going to come out for them while allowing LG to take a lot more control over that center line. Rusted does manage to survive.
Great timing on that grenade. Right as the vehicle's exploding, it comes right behind it, knowing that was likely going to open up space. But I don't think they have any idea that Thunderdal's prone.
It's just the problem. Numbers disadvantage for T5 right now.
T5
as well, trying to play along the smokes. It's just going to be Thunderdal.
What T5 think him now dedi?
As Hatsawat moves forward means the fact that those nades are going to be falling into his line. So loot way back right now.
Kareyska var.
Nades going to go too long as T5 is way closer than Danawa is wanting right now. Shifting from smoke to smoke, now stepping in, and that car. They're using the car as a line, trying to creep into it, but it gets red as Danawa realizes this. Now lining back down, realizing the gap in the smoke is going to be the weak point.
Yeah, this has been a really tough fight for both teams. Neither one really getting a great angle on the other. The grenades going a little bit too wide or too short for Danawa, not really able to find the mark onto that. Twisted Minds, in the meantime, has to contest with LG for center circle spots, and LG finally finds some vehicles, finally finds a way.
Так, Hasan стримне коробит продолжение стрима. Кто за плюсики в чате? Hasan bu komandalar 2 günleri bolar. Onu koробит та стримга. Или не надо ду. Плюсики в чатик. Стримга корор болак. Üst komanda kaldı. LG Danawa Twist.
If we could get Inonix to hold up
Söyleyeyim behez 6 maç bolar. 6 maç. Hasan onun 6 maç. 12 maç 2 günge. Bugün baharlı bak bu.
Bilin 2 miramar bulur.
Bilin 2 miramar buluk daha.
Twisted Minds right on his backside. He can't afford to do those peaks for very long.
We're in phase 8, so the position that Flood's playing is pretty much where the dot's going to end up at. Danawa's got control over the north, and they do have Loki playing down to the south right now. Twisted Minds, you can see, they've got some hay bales, and that's about it. And you just need to stack up whatever you can. This is just going to be a firefight your way out of it, but you're going to have to firefight up against Donovan to fight your way out. And that is a full 4-man squad lined up with all the territory control.
وتأتي توقع بعرف ولا بدأ توقعته XBet game بعرف ولا كيبر سبورت تنجا بمنا staff كده.
And all of a sudden, Twisted Mind's fate and fortune could turn. But now they have to army crawl their way with just, again, this minor ridgeline. Knowing that Flood's up there right behind that pony, Danawa going to try to get a little bit of a better angle. I think they want Flood potentially down and out. Just went further than he wanted.
Well, I like this. No, he crosses the road, gets over there, and now it is a 2-2 split coming up. They have a perfect crossfire. Soul's going to be controlling everything that's going to be to the north. Meanwhile, Batulins looks like he's trying to find something. Flood was trying to go for play. He's going to go down. And now it is just Twisted Mind going to be following the blue zone right into the waiting arms of Donovan.
This is Donovan written all over. And Onyx wanted to keep that vehicle there for cover, but the smokes are good enough. So with Hamas is an absolute threat. This is all but over.
I mean, really, can they just get the point off of the knock with a Nonix is what they're going to be after. Soul wants to step out, keep his teammate alive. Now it's just going to be Lou, Neron, Nomads. It wouldn't surprise me if they have nothing to work with. The Minds just been trying to cling to life over here. Soul's pick it up, and that's going to be a clean victory.
Smart, safe, secure. Donowa, a steady hand throughout this entire one, Matt.
If you wanted to know why
Зохан переведи комментатора тохтилер. Жабо ажакадаки сиболла. Бияга баллана данавалар кайдылар. Бара Зоханы кетеллер, кахан папконюры, кахан рангага бүгүн түйүн кисерен кетеллер, долгияллар, ыйталыгы балалар. Кахан түгенник жебе бар оксон барамыт. Кыттачылар бара кахан түгенник бүтөк соммут Зохан стримигер киремит. Зохан кие кадак ранга кисерен көрөкпүн багарабын дехеллер. Кесетелдер көрөкпүт Аннык жестко көрөкпүт Лайктар аха индилер. Кесетеллер. Онатан кайбытчоннар данавалар. Макарон командада. Макарон ашнар командада. Макарон виралым моллары болакта. Азия, Данова eSport. Мен де бүгүн бүтүн мен Соникстерге жамын. Олхен Марын топ 1 хажыттара бир матчка. Онну бүгө бүтүн билим Макарон олжа курдук берелер бокта. Адреналин 17 геймингнерге ата адреналин кена банальный бай. Хамел бак. Ата хамай фавориттерге гыжар. Төним бир Tohti bir billa tohkaydı. Gecahanda o da. Просто billa. Adrenalin. Trene yok patı kararı. Bir de new hype'lere karvatı kalın belirledi bu. Danavalığı. Tohinlikten geçip bittere bir toğullar başka tayında. İçil bacı varına.
They had 3 absolutely crucial circles go their way for them. If there was anywhere like on the west side, kind of in the TDM area, on the hill, on the left side here, where we're seeing Shin and Fex shoot out right now, in this area, if it ended that way, they're going to have a way harder time. But they had a fantastic opportunity to fight their way through, and then the circles kind of delayed that. They didn't have to go too fast and too far. But of course, they fragged out. They won their fights.
You referred to a TDM area. Can you explain that to me, just for those at home? Like,
yeah, like the little hill on the left side is like a TDM area.
And so the players seemed like they were more comfortable.
One of the TDM matches.
Otete karavatыk bardılar. Dikkatin de maskelerine. Başım yasar tutun. Nasıl kıkıcık zonaki bittere bit oldu. Böyle hafif du kaddak tu. Maskelerine ahar. Haraktak podcast. Bunu da sıkı masal.
All the way to third place, so
also
good for them.
fragged out, good nades from Rello. One of the biggest games we've seen from Rello so far.
Absolutely, Rello absolutely shining, and that's from the IGL, which is always very impressive to see. My name is Typhus, and joined by Avenger. Welcome back to the desk. The Chaos maps have come to a close.
Bugünkü Bars komanda Zokanna Rak Beremba onu bergen bolnaron yok taktar. Onu bihi sanatabı tahiqat yakıtın bagara bu ikiz kommentator onu me kommentiru duru bola. Ata yanlış bola Zokanna men körabin. Websayna indi dibelak. Bilen turar. Bigin irtallar. Bigitni. Danava LG Face.
Danawa though,
Twist,
14 kills, 2800 damage.
Ayo, 14 kill bitir Danavalar. Kim bolye top один. Ata hülbet ötüşkü hay bitirdi. Aykı, doğru endiko.
This kind of speed you like to see. A team like this deserves it. We see Soul coming out as the man. I'm going to just say he's going to be the man of the match at this point, with 7 kills and 6 knockouts. Though the rest of the team putting in a ton of work. 700 plus damage from an Iononyx, 542 coming out of Loki, and a 738 out of Saloon. Nobody sat on their laurels. Everybody pushed, but the crown will go to Soul with that performance.
Yeah, it's good to see him up here. Of course, one of our top-rated players coming in.
Hakamı
General here, he's been a standout player. He was
incredible, especially at
PGC too. So it's good to see him start off like this. This is what Danawa from a mental game standpoint. This is what they needed. To give them 24 points. LG impressive game here. They needed it. You pointed out there in the bottom. They needed to have a good one here. It's going to be 17 points coming their way. FaZe also needed it. 11. And then 2 teams on 9 here. Good to see Twisted Minds. They got a high placement. G5 had the compound.
Danavalar ınırtık öğretir tepkiler dimanla. Tepkilerin taslar bitti. LG'ler mi Joskaydık kaybettiler. Lumin'le. Bula. Sonics'lerim his bolarlardı. Danavalar ikis bolarlar. Danavalar kot doktorunu miniye besmeye akıp papınar. Bakıcı şeydi. 2 boy kaldı. Alihin.
5 merak ettim. Koyuyorsun nasıl gemi kalkan.
Ata bastıgı jıllı. Ata bileyim pakastı jıllı. Böyle 2 boy var. Bileyim Danavalar hita hektar. Sem nasıl gamingler oçağına miniye yakıp papın emye pakır.
Yeah. They're still single digits.
Блин, долларов забочь.
Uzun hamolda perspektifini igrat bildi. Ha?
Ya daha rahat olacak.
Тут kim tıgılıtın Sonics'tırga var. Ya tabi daha şu bitireyim bolla. Min bollağına açıklatım. Min de ona attan kırdık. Kırdı bokayını hepim bağıran ki yamardım. Kaddarı beyle bağlı aldım bağlak. Şu bağ çempiyonat polatarar. Zoğanı metransı yürüdürler diyen bir heka informasya diyen kalla. Dengan bege Zohan kanalgar ya da Zohan bolana osanan büyük bolana bu uluşkabını mitalarabın Zohan'a kadda tedde tüşka patpisiktargar jallaq dorobay bolnar sakahirigar bilgin tımны kıhım gobutü huraga ontam biyaka sayın 5 nahayın aliyen ehge tongun hayka jaw ehge tongun jed Комментатор дрентери не охвалят. Мигнер да талат. Атынки не инер паттар что ли. Айка. 17 Gaming, Sonics. Kiyanlar ona Danavalar bastırdılar. 4 maç. 2 maç kaldı. Antam bäbi tanıyor.
Duty free from big brands at all King Power stores and King Power online. It's possible. Enjoy great selections, promotions and privileges.
The power of possibilities. King Power.
Hanuman's forces have set up their barrier.
Oh, yok olur da adrenalin. Doktor bu. Ay kadar. Duydu bu. Mayra paptı. Я звук лаватны жестко диктатора, видишь, чё, Явно Лёха клаватный не туп-то. Читаем.
มันไม่ง่ายแต่ไม่ยาก
Boş kompüterde ne varlar böyle ha?
แค่ตั้งใจและสนุกกับมันเท่าแก่น้อยตอบโจทย์ทุกไลฟ์สไตล์
Rosca kompüterde ne varlar böyle? Boşta.
Rosca kompüterde? Тырды жесткой. Алихан, тут тырдыгын ол кайнын да кыжыкта бір үйеріне жүтіңде. Дораба. Алихан, тут тырдыгы жесткой бол бұдың бұды. Қан саңа тоғын ораған видео. Айкы. Алихан, тут мен видеолығын Алихан тұң орады деді. Жесткой ке. Онтықалар бұтынан жа жақты бұт бұлыргынна. Таким бит ап. Daniel Wu. Terus kayak gila. Teman kena karo sen dokter. No ada streamer.
I'd just like to say I've recently joined this team as well. Have also been playing together for a long time, so it's kind of easy to mesh well. Yeah.
Minong olmadım diye bu efektler. Bulmadı ne diye. Elim bakıyor hocam bu. Yani 2 minütten este boy bu bola. 2 boy kaldı. Miramar 2 kartı. Min короче yen barga Taylang'a bıraktık sep. Onu iyilik tayga. Ta bagar basıyor mu? Onu bullana. Onun uğraştılar. Bu çamin ben zircil bulamadım. Man zircil ne zalga. Min көрөтү по экранна. Жерлер bulamadım. Barovna Taylang'a buldu. Yok parası diye. Ki bu kemiğe oynuyorlar oraya. Bir de oraya. Ya bari mi betollar min baravun bu man zircilna. Aslında. Jadi watan ini sere ödemet bir bakayım bu hangi kalırlar. Bu bir prosto korulur. Kommentatorı yine bakın. Prosto korulur. Просто с вами смотреть ту, без вас смотреть ту дембарамын. Это бар кемеден терге демен. Эхни гитте корулur onu. Aslında me görüyor bit. Onu finalı görür bir poloda. Tamam bir görür şey bu. Bu. Ali Kanton olacak. Enlik efektler. Finalı göndərmə xəyama deyə bitirəm ba. Nerbe deyirlər? Finalı başqa göndərmə deyə.
Keep going indeed as we're going to keep going and making our way over to Miramar.
Как думаешь, кто выиграет? Ну не знаю даже. Ну фаворитов много же.
Especially among our top teams, of course.
Да, голлар bir bölümler, çempionat futbolları ayak hükümde kaldı. Bir ol oturup teste. Bir ol. Tabii bakata. Zayıba bile kanalları inci bela kutu. Ay kır kan oldu. Ağlan ingi değil.
17, of course, Danawa, like these are all teams that absolutely are favorites to be winning this event. And they're showing playing their games. Nobody's doing anything unorthodox. I think the Sonic's push on 17 was probably one of the more wild, I guess I'll say.
Ayo, zulnu kuri bilin dağını kılavat tutarlar. Bu hayalına ligitten baktırı bitti.
And it goes back into that. When you get the best of the best, there's RNG, there's circles, there's all this other stuff, but these players know how to navigate it so freaking well. It's just the fact that they again, look at that last game and the way that Donovan just took control of everything. Look at the way that Sonics made the push whenever we were back on Erangel. It's just
o zaman nadretin to kita barbatık. O da bir yakın lemap bu. Bastır bir çok bolhin. Kayavetler. Ne interesting bu. Ahra favorit da. O çona bile. Kaço nyonyo bakpolar bu staff kagay.
For them to do it in as we go over to the Dusty Dunes, Matt. It is time for Miramar.
I'm gonna go ahead and tell you.
Oh man, keketerinkin rüşe boleh ta.
Wow.
Pap tak ketenonyan. Kubing kedua nyu bide betul.
Pretty heavily eastern leaning, and when you see a playing path like this, there are some chances for island shenanigans.
По уровню игры вы бы потянули бы с ними или они выше? Mantıkaların bitirme taktırma burası. Kim olur bu? Ay ki. Betul yok ha. Video kalın iki anlatıyorum barların hayır. Biz diliyetini.
Something around that number. It's a pretty low chance that it happens, but it does from time to time. And this is one of the playing paths that does afford the opportunity.
We also have the opportunity for like an Oasis game, a lot of fun. This is a very good playing path for us, the viewers and casters, but going to be a bit more complicated for some of our teams.
İki maç kaldı. 5 maç.
Not necessarily the easiest to get down to Valdemar.
I would love an Oasis ending because I know that area really well. That's where I like to drop on this map these days.
Dude, I love Oasis.
It's so good. Not because Donna was there. I mean, I am biased as heck, but
of course you go where Donna goes.
LG'lar bağlar atlarga.
I have no idea.
Masinalar verdi hala.
No bias here at all. Actually, I said before the tournament that I was going to go like full Korea bias, but I haven't done it yet.
I also do want to remind everybody, make sure you have your game plan because the first team that is going to get eliminated, we're going to go ahead and give you guys a code. The circle spot does not go to the island, does not even go to Oasis, but Campo Militar is still in play.
Esküler çetugenik baraksun. Kickstart oldu gıcımat sabaka.
Not exactly sure. That's kind of I'd say it's like 60% north, 40% south.
Zona baralıklarındadı.
Where the circle's likely to go. And yes.
I really like the esports jacket whenever you're parachuting.
Oh, it's so gorgeous.
Like the way it kind of like flares out as it's coming in. It's got that whole like Batman dynamic going for it. Whenever Batman jumps off of a roof or something like that with his cape, I'm a sucker for it.
Oh, I'm still using the last year's PGC skins because purple is my favorite color, so therefore I still use PGC 2022 skins. That being said, yes, that being said,
Makaron her dog yolları bu la.
Over to the 23 skins because of how awesome they are. The color scheme, awesome. The design, just top tier. These are some of my favorite skins we've had, and we've had a lot of really good ones for esports.
If you like
Команда 17 из 17-го квартала.
Exactly.
Город Якутск. Уайтис квартал был трейди.
Yeah, plus all the
пакет gösterdi уайтис квартал дед.
The prize pool, not all, but a portion of the proceeds go towards the prize pool for the players. So you not only get to look good, but you get to support PUBG esports, and everybody, especially, are going to be very, very thankful of that extra money in their pockets.
This is also a reminder that we are not getting the Sonics 17.
Уайтис квартал ден.
It's something that we've seen brew over several years, and neither team really wants to just come in because the amount of problems that can go on. So you got to stay fresh, man.
There could be teams rotating behind you, and you want to limit any potential opportunities that they have. Here's this end game from Donowa. This 2-2 split, so solid. Just trades abounding. They know it's a 2v4, so they can play the 2-2. I'm
going to say this going back into the Sonics conversation and not going into Picado. I feel like I like this Sonics more because there is a certain amount of have quite the same, I guess.
Sonic
But that also means the fact that they're playing pressure on mines, you know what I mean? It's one of those things like if you step away for a period of time and then come back with a new perspective. I almost get this feeling that Sonics stepping away from these positions, we're seeing them play a bit differently, like what we saw in Erangel, them making that push journey. It's not necessarily a different Sonics, it's just a different flavor of them, I guess.
Yeah, What's really impressed me is when they punish weaknesses on other teams. Like they notice it. They're very keen to those weaknesses. Absolutely. The game on this map previously in a somewhat similar circle where they wrapped way up to the north, which I wouldn't be surprised if they do with this particular drop spot. But they wrapped in behind DK. They recognized that player down. They knew they were coming from the safe side of that particular compound. And they knew that the flanks were clear because of the information they had. So they put all this together into this brilliant execution strategy that they commit. It's what has really led them to success so far this year. It's just this mindset that you're talking about that they come in with is so good.
I also want to point out we also do have a 2-2 split coming up. We kind of explain this whenever we were looking on Erangel and the river cutting through it. Death Star Trench that's the center of the circle kind of does the same thing. Just because it's so versatile to deal with. so many of the teams an early commitment north
Ata kini berat po. Beratam akat. Atak pagi. Olihin akat yan atap.
Like if you're phase or if you're
Issue. Normal.
some of the other teams like T5, Donawa that are on the northern side, you know, it is more likely to go that way with how much space is still up there, but it doesn't have to. And things
Booster
can
was
get
okay,
very dire trying to go down.
Motor was okay.
It's very
Dolgeler.
Tyler
Kuri
Split,
bugi
by the
yüz
way,
silbas
if you're looking at
pulstalar.
the map feed, which again you really should be.
Silbe.
Tyler Split is relatively safe because actually
Ya katagal
the
tani
one
pulsta
where
kap
Shen
karak.
is
Tohon
very
besi
high.
iner.
So you can almost see to where a Tungmu
Oh, bu
and the other players are from that. So
Так
it's a
позициялар.
relatively safe
Кана
one.
лутлар ди красавчики. Тох пары луттарга. Кuri bu yüz ağasarı.
Really good gun.
Pulstalar
Especially in
bu.
this meta, great for taking out
Sonic
cars,
Star Bass, pulstara
taking out
şuve.
drive-bys. You can prone down and that thing is a laser when you prone.
And this section of the map, it's also
Dog,
going to
bad
be really,
engine.
really useful because
Very
there's a
bad.
lot of just trench fighting, right? It's a lot of run and gun. You go get control over one area, step forward, jump about another, like, I don't know, 50 meters or so forward to get into this new dip.
Bagin da lyoka.
17 Gaming, though, their pathing is going to be a little bit more complicated.
Тыгылтын Sonic Star'ga бар. Hüssi jallı. Et Sonic Star'ga jahajavna toli.
Asla just going to be to the north of that in a 2-2 split.
17 kvartalla bastırdı.
Nobody
Yok,
over in
bu
the west
süse
because that's
oldu.
right up
Süse
against the
oldu.
zone wall, so
Düştü.
nobody really wants to be there. No man's land is- that is not quite the
Es
same.
min
Almost
oyna
all of our
bakkalırım.
teams, though,
O
are playing
dolguyor
in the
olarak
southern
bana
part
bir
of this circle,
dolgular mı?
south of
Evet.
Krudavaye, and that means that that's pretty much wide open if anybody wants to go for some long ramps.
Yeah, it's pretty unlikely that this like double hard shifts up towards Cruz de Valle. That's why most people are playing it that way. It can, but
Don't count out
O zu barar da barar.
yeah, that's true.
Das
We've
rak
seen
to
some
hoga.
bizarre ones on Miramar.
Toch
But
kan dije ba.
I'm really
KFC kan
curious
dihat gijar
about
bela.
the
Etiak kan
Sonics here. They
KFC
stopped
hok
up short.
man.
I thought they might try to make the wide northern wrap. Instead, they're going to be
Zuna
kind of to the east
pattar
of
berak tiner
Al-Azhar. One interesting thing that we didn't get to see in the
Arjaya albut arbaya albut kida.
was that T-Bone
Jega la albut kida
dropped
kadar.
east of Impala where Sonics were dropping. I don't know if he ever got spotted. I think he was
Malin
trying to get
kisteri
in
çok
position
Hiçbir
so
yere
they could set up,
haytalar yok.
for some kind of
Az var.
surprise play or at least keep track of Sonics.
Nasıl
so they don't
lan
run
jest
into them.
plus
But right now, I
bolar
think
bu
Sonics are gonna
явный bu.
barricade that easternmost road,
Ciao,
so
da 200
nobody
neyse.
else is going to be allowed to rotate north easily.
Looking at just kind of the carryover of damage, Twisted Minds do have some friends in Day Trade that are pretty close, but looks like Day Trade might have realized that this is a 2-2 split, aren't collapsing on it, but Twisted Minds realized the vulnerability of that position. They're already stepping away. They've got a hell set that they can kind of escape from as they're playing around water. So they don't have too much to worry about right now. They should probably be able to regroup as most of the teams are just kind of waiting for the circle to finish condensing down and give us an idea on what type of chaos we're going to be moving into.
Yep, this is classic Twisted Minds. Love to get to the highest spot in the circle on Miramar
I'm
and then make their
Makhtar
place from there. No, Batu's Bronco has lost a tire, but the pro players are pretty good at driving without tires.
Ты чё на комментарии не отвечаешь? Чё за неуважение?
Pretty solid.
Общаться хочу, я же тебе пишу, почитай на комментарии. Чё ты такой злой-то?
Risk spinning out too much.
You see as he takes the hill and then
Жавый.
Yeah, no, I think he's going to have to.
Абы Хамзат Чумаев кибит, сам Хамзат Чумаев. Ты чё? Ты сюда иди, ты, говорит. Комментарии мои читай, я же тебе пишу же тебе, я тебе сказал, читай комментарии, говорит. Я не злой, ты злой. Ты в бешенстве. Эй, слышь, ты Зохан, говоришь ты. А что ты написал? Ты же вообще ничего не написал. Первое, что ты написал, ты читай комментарии. Как можно так? Сначала напиши комментарий, потом это высказывай. Эй, не толерируй, мадарха.
I don't know if he has an exit plan
Тут
because
эфир.
he's alone and I don't see the reinforcements.
Салам
Now they're
даю,
getting in
подписчики,
vehicles, so
тоже
Little Ghost could
смотрите.
buy some time. The cavalry will be coming through
Да, ты ма, да,
very,
салам
very
даю.
shortly here. As yep, here we go. Xiao Wu. gonna be
Я
making
написал
their way
салами с
through.
Чечни, а ты
They're
не
into day
прочитал.
trade. You know, we saw Antego. These early
Да?
pull-ups didn't go so good. Now that was a much
Ну
more
я
fortified
чемпионат
Tyroon
смотрю.
ran into. This time around, might just
Чё
opt
ты
to
начинаешь-то?
kind of share some space here. Hopefully day trade, keep those vehicles safe. That Murado though, a little bit concerning. It could potentially be a little tricky to get to, but
Circle pops and it does not keep this compound in place. So now a very awkward set of neighbors going to have to figure out what they're going to do. This compound.
Дяр Хасанеллер, day trade,
but
one,
it does look like it is going to be 17 leaning away from this, at least getting a foothold inside the next circle to get some safety to deal with. Most of our teams also going to need to kind of collapse into this are going to be Foot as well as Tiamba. LG is going to have to condense in a bit as Twisted Minds doing some scouting from the air, feeding that over to the people that are going to be down on the ground, and even going to make it down to the ground himself. But is the ground scary? The ground is scary. Everything was safer when you were in the air, Batulans.
The floor is lava for Batulans there, just absolutely
doing
the dirty work here. The unsung hero for Batulans, getting the information. Yes, he dies, but they get some space.
Rotating up next to Valle. Looks like that's going to be pretty open, so nothing to be too scary for them. FaZe are pretty centered, and I say pretty centered because they are running a 2-2 split, and they do have Twisted Minds in between them, so by their powers combined, I guess, yeah, that's the center.
Yeah, it's a great compound for FaZe to hold if they can do so. It can be a little tricky. We've seen teams lose fights in that compound that have cost them dearly. So it can sneak up underneath your nose from the west or from the south. All of a sudden, you've got a real fight on your hands. But if you could control those compounds, if you could control that space, circles do kind of magnet around it sometimes. So it can be very strong for FaZe, who has Prio in a circle like this. Rotations to the north side, paying off big time for FaZe.
Da bivajdigin da wanda sebite. Wana takamara lang bomba nahan enrik kuwatak bil da bivajdir. Ondan miya atwa kelama ha diama. Ilam toqtala da molaqtana hadda bate.
Кто чемпион мира где-то там оборала, да?
That's now going to finally have somebody else that's going to be coming in over here, but I mean T5's so far away. I mean, look at how far these shots are away, and this is Daytrade's closest team right now.
Yeah, it's almost a kilometer. I mean, that is.
211 батурунна хажет. Хим батуруннары лаллар бит. Жондар та сүйстери батурунларлар.
The good news for Daytrade is they have a lot of space in front of them. I do too.
I love that water tower so much.
I love the truck stop. That is another fun place to go. Fun place to fight.
А то на мира марди, man, не химбири барта все дальний бо.
A lot of really nice things.
Средняя дальняя дистанция олихин.
Still my favorite map.
Man, уже.
Even with the update, just made it better. So, gotta love it. Meanwhile, Foot going to be getting somewhat close here. I don't know if a fight's going to come out of it. Yep, there are those shots on the Batu. Oh, Hikari. Got that knock. Dirty. Yeah, that is a pretty nasty angle.
As you were talking about,
QM pretty close next to each other in Tierra Branca. But Foot's kind of separated out. QM also separated. They were running, QM was running a 2-1-1. So no big pressure coming on either side of that. We
don't
very quiet Miramar so far, with just that one casualty on Twisted Minds being the tool.
Yeah, next circle could get interesting. Teams that are south of the Desert Trench are going to have trouble. Getting, like we talked about earlier, getting across there can be a little bit tricky. Cerberus is stuck in the gas station, which is not a great place to be at times. And if they can get out of there,
back to being a major feature is it's going to run through the second half pretty heftily. That means that this is going to get a lot more dangerous for these teams, most notably the teams that were leaning more into the north. Foot, QM, T5, Daytrade. They're going to have to make some very difficult decisions how to navigate because the northern part of Death Star Trench is pretty open.
Республика Саха-Якутия.
That's the way that this next circle is more likely than not to go. Народ Саха. Не слышал, что ли? Якутия. This is interesting. I think if I'm Oslo at this point, I'm grouping up the warehouses. I'm heading up that way to where we're seeing Hikari and Akkad on your screen right now. I think that's probably their better option, but I don't see the other two in vehicles. I don't see Wicked and Adder in vehicles just yet, so they're going to try to lock it down, but they've got 17 getting dangerously close to that southwest corner of the circle.
This feels like Oslo has no good choice because any choice is going to cost them, so they're just not making the choice and hoping that come their way, they can fight their way through. Daytrade and Legacy all up on top of them, though, is its own set of problems. This area as well.
Yep.
Ой, метиеннер көрсөлдөр бит.
Sataналар. Extremely well. you still
tiyanlar
sometimes get
ikkili
caught off
bo'g'ajalar,
guard by
qadaqda.
angles because there's so much
To'xtara,
terrain, there's so much
tiyanlar
surface
qastari,
area
ko'kayir.
on Miramar to work with.
Ho'q,
Sometimes,
yo'ttara.
you think you're safe and well, maybe you're actually not. Now, there was a
Tiyanlar
little
bilin
bit of a dust
saytılları
up
bolu.
between Donovan and Sonics earlier. There might be
Körü
a
bu.
dust up between Donovan and Foot.
Barcelin
Up
şunya
on the
bedava
northeastern
maçı.
side, Donovan's fan way out to try to control space up there.
Hani
but Foot
pusu
is trying to
kıpkırık bu
navigate
ki.
the lane.
Ağon tüytere.
Currently, literally,
Başta dolgu ibadet.
Barça da bir ağon hetton tos. Ay kı Barça pusu okey putu Barça.
Başta kaldı hadi.
Sonic's trying to get into this circle right now, and they're dealing with Tiamba.
Ağon balalı bak başta. Hetton dos balalı.
That's playing outside the zone, and that harassment is going to be just enough.
Ölüme tıkılıtın. Çimo.
Now you're seeing the problem. Look in front of Sonics and how they have to navigate. They are just going to go ahead and try to cut in.
İntoğun bir
This is a very aggressive reposition to try to get like right up on top of this one. Nade's going to come out. No one around Tickleton right now, so that means just a go away grenade. Just get out of here. I don't like it.
Ay kı bu ki siz dolgayları kır. Hadi miyama ikinci kiyaları. Dikir miyama ikinci kiyaları. Dikir. Zohanları bu takta zohanları di. Eder hece.
For Tiamba there, I think
again,
discretion of the Valor.
Pretty
extended, you're pretty spread wide, and you don't want to give Sonics any opportunity because they will absolutely capitalize.
Слышал, переезжал как-то в Якутию, и в Тарвина встречали хорошо, достойно себя вели, были спокойно, уверены, достойные парни.
Open space.
Ну да.
You can see why they're trying to figure out an angle. They're trying to find out how exactly they want to set those vehicles for the defense, but an attack onto T5 from QM.
Так.
Pearson seeing how that nade bounced didn't quite go the way they wanted to. The circle's going to go ahead and be straight up.
Hoca Sonic'ler Yoketiyanlardan baralıklarını. Yoketaylılar şu batı okuyacaklar. Şu batı pozisyon hacallar. Sonic'ler öyle bitter. После этого они уже не зайдут.
Sonics have a tough
Betting
them in this game, to be frank. They might try to just dust it up with Tiamba, take that position you're talking about, Matt, to get that info away from them.
Fiesta стримноватов нет. Кем Fiesta он него не башен не бат. Баша компьютер के चुका бат. Кем तो वे.
Wait a minute though.
So to वे कुहा मातर क्यों नहीं
So they're going to send it right just down below Tyloo. Keep in mind they were shooting at
So to वे
who was using that road.
Basa computer ने on you देने.
On ya bak. Back behind Tyloo. So while Tyloo had tons of control here, suddenly due to the way the rotations come in, they're finding themselves just completely getting battered on different angles and need to be very, very careful in this fortification.
Well, the good news for them is that T5 has an angle onto the backside of Day Trade, and they're trying to punish it as best as they can. FaZe is going to have to watch their edge on the other side. I don't think they're going to make a move just yet. Here we go. Sonics bullying Jockey. Doing some damage on the exit.
Hoca direkt hissiyata giden var.
Just about a second too late. Going to be rolling forward.
Tıkılı haydılar. Pakay. Hep bitim dedi yanına. Pakay bittiler.
Getting control over this fight. They're going to go ahead and have that vehicle that was just running away.
Şimdi zılah tıkıldı. Hamı основной hocam mı?
I want those points.
Hoksim nasıl gaming geldi?
Yeah, 17.
Sa İngilizcem nasıl gaming'de? Lan. Ölürüm bilet tabii çumo. Mikrotik izo hanı canım lan. Hay kör ya tek tindir gitti. Cavul. Beti gitti tindir gitti.
Ya bu
Ya hoş filmimizin turu bitti mi alacağız? Ölüme.
More damage into 17 Gaming. 17 Gaming
LG
going to be right up on top of all of the Sonics are going to get eliminated and nobody is
going to pakay. Bitim diyenlere gitti to attılar gıcıtları. Kinlerden rahat hıncıftarsılar bu.
Who's going absolutely nuclear right now. Grenade was good.
Şimdi nasıl gaming'de de bir patiri oldu.
İki gihileri hoğa. Linda havalar emi öyle çorbayın taktıkların hep.
Havaları şu
400 damage already for Lin Shu. He is having a whale of around that double knock.
Oto Sonic'te to tiyenler attılar gıcıları. Baralıkların to mi puştu attılar. Uyuma tararlar.
Opened up a little bit of space. I don't know if this is going to work.
Yeah, that rotation was risky and they knew it. Ghost having some trouble of himself as he's going to be positioned down here. And Azar, but he's got a close range fight. Going to at least pick up one more point for his squad.
T-Bone tried to switch to the sawed off there. Didn't quite go his way. You cannot mess with Lil Ghost in these close quarter situations. He's so maneuverable. He's so smart. If that molly hits, I am going to lose my mind. No, it just went a bit too far.
Just buys the time that he wants, slows down 8C, because keep in mind, it is just 8C. There are the other two members for Foot providing some support and really can't allow anything for Lil Ghost to step out. But the circle also moves back into the northern side of Death Star Trench. Little Ghost wants to try to exploit that smoke. AT's got the nade prepped up and ready to go. Little Ghost just wants to fight it, man. He wants to spot it, and he's going to walk right into that wrong doorway. He's going to go and get spotted, take him down. Foot, though, needs to collapse back together very quickly as QM is going to have the high ground up on top of him. And whoa, Asla just gets twisted minds.
A nasty push there from ASUS, who finally are able to get together as a four-man on the other side of this road. Now they have to potentially defend from a couple different angles. You've got FaZe above them, Tiamba below them, LGC Legacy in the mix. This is not going to be easy for
Gaming'lerin G.Skill BM'in G.Skill
feeling good in that ninth place position.
Danavalar diyecekler.
Danavalar bileyim bastıkların hep.
But with this, it's its own separated fight. Tyler's also taking some pot shots into it from the northeast, but that's mostly on the ASUS line. FaZe has been playing away from it, using that hillside, trying to defend up.
Sonic старак караватып токуйдулду. Kimler tokuydan bererdi oleti. Idi tiyanlardan bazı rahat jetler bu. Bir hekken körsüyetler bu. Küstah komandаны gitті разы көрсетілер. Қарылар бұғыла. Küstah komandатын ырада хыджаңын. Ары чымыртақ командалар хай-хай. Зоны батыға жетілер бұллады. Көрі бұты янына қадақ көріп жабылы хыджалар. Азылылары. О, ирекелер бұл.
Mersi bollar.
О, Tiambana.
You can see just trying to find some vulnerabilities to try approach from as even Mortar is going to start getting involved.
Yeah, he's got an angle potentially on top of him. I believe that's ZYY out there. He's just going to the blue and try it. But Linshu with this 4x AUG is obliterating people.
It is just a walk and spray style situation. This guy's got so much control over that one.
Yeah, уже без скилла.
Now I'm back into the phase line. Gustav going to go ahead and get spotted out. Khan's going to take him down. But T5 now going to usurp that position, and Asla's woe is going to continue as it's just a new four-man squad waiting to take them on.
Yeah, so for T5 here, you're going to leave Rosita Jr. to keep Day Trade at bay and see if they can pick off some points from Asla, who's trying to rotate away from Tiamba's position. On the eastern side, things are getting hot and heavy. Foot, a couple other teams involved in that one, but Tycon, Cerberus has to make a move out of this gas station, and they're waiting for Tiamba to push out far enough that they can safely get to this hillside and get into their flanks.
This firefight over here into the east is breaking out by the moment. You can see Foot do manage to take out NH, but QM is already going to be gatekeeping. Donovan also sees this, going to be moving into QM, getting some sprays into them to slow down any type of movement that's going to be coming out. Soul, surprise, surprise, also going to get a knock. BB is going to go down to the zone, and it is just going to become more and more complicated as Foot now has to move yet again as the circle shifts into the northwest.
Well, now all these teams, other than Tai Lu, have not great decisions to be making. Grenades and fire from Cerberus spell the end of Tiamba. Besto has him down and out. Question mark. Back to doing VOD review.
Here is the scary part. Remember what happened whenever Tiamba managed to get control over a lot of circle? They don't have control over the circle yet, but they have the pathing to potentially do so. Day Trade's got the northern section.
Donovan?
What did Timo say?
He said Tiamba. And I'm like, they're dead.
Oh, I'm sorry.
No, it's okay, it's okay.
Sorry. And Day Trade's going to have center of the circle as well as Tyloo having their fortified position. But T5 over into the west going to have to contend with Cerberus as they look like they're going to regroup. I got to give respect to Foot, man. They probably should have died about 6 times on this rotation.
No. They've had a tough road in front of them, and they've been keeping the game, keeping the teams out ahead of them. No way. Oh, facts, not like that.
Oh,
great mortar there from Giant. Really on point with it. Cerberus, I mean, look, they could sweep through the edges. I mean, this is Tyloo's game to lose. You know, Donawa here is going to try to find a hillside on the other end of this corner of the compound. Day Trade around the other end of it, and Tyloo here has to turn their attention towards Donawa.
This is a big game right now for Day Trade and Tyloo. Position. Have an opportunity. Drop it right into Cerberus as they're jumping out of this one. Pick up one of them. T5 just hiding right into this position, going to deny anything. Another Cerberus. Where can you even go right now?
That T5 set up, using that folded shield with that smoke very, very nicely to keep Cerberus on the other side of it, make it easy for those grenades when they pull up in that vehicle to find some serious damage. Now they have Hatsawat knocked, Belmoth is actually going to find a knock on the Loki. Yeah, Donowa's having a tough time there on the other side, and here we go again.
How's the read onto it? It's going to go ahead and take the shot up. The last one was a bit too far. Nade's doing its own work over here. Pretty dangerous. They do have Day Trade with a duo over that's watching everything. Not going to land too close. Enough to be scary, but Cerberus has managed to figure out a way to get this one back together. You can see glancing back over every single time the explosion happens. Rosted, though, has a beautiful takes down Tycon, and now clinging to life, T5 has got to be careful. Day Trade duo up on top of him, going to continue to harass in.
Day Trade here really benefiting from T5, not trying to clear them out of that space, just trying to hold them, trying to play keep away, and it's not working out. Now there is going to be knock from Zhao Yang, and Shen going to confirm, but Tycon had a nice double to open up a potential run here for him and Himas. The superstar duo, but Hatsuwat not having any of it.
Just instantly shuts that down. Two other members bleeding out right now. Danimal looks like they want to get aggressive on the other part of what's going on with Day Trade. This fight's going on for way longer than Day Trade wanted it to. That's why they're so split, separated. Danimal, though, starting to come apart at the seams. It's just going to be a good defensive line coming up for Day Trade, holding together what's going on in the north. Tyloo also.
Yeah, Tyloo had a great sight line onto this. Shen flanked out and got on the roof, I should say. And they, again, the weak side is the side that Donowa was on. Loki going to go down to Belmoth. Day Trade having a good one. 10 kills here for Cerberus. And Tycon doing everything he can. Again, those knocks he got on the T5 gave them the ability to still be in this game.
Foot's still alive, man. That's all I can say. Bard just living. You can't even say living his best life, not living his worst life, just surviving. That's all you could do over here.
We go hard for Vard, man.
We do indeed. Tyloo's got the eyes up into Day Trade, though. Cerberus finally gets some breathing room. I don't remember the last time that Cerberus didn't have bullets coming their way, and I don't know if they remember it either.
No, it's been spicy. Ever since they left that gas station, they have had to fight tooth and nail.
Kстати, бонус код вообще как
timing on a Tianba's backside. Since then, it's been scrappy. 800 damage for Tycon. My God, he is insane, dude.
That is, I mean, just a stellar performance coming out from him. We were joking last time about him and Twinkies, and it continues again into this round. Is just nigh unkillable. The raid boss over on the west. Day Trade, though, now going to have to contend in with these lines from Tyloo, and that's kind of stalled out everything. Poochills can't really make too much of a move, given the way that Tyloo's defensive line is set up. Shin, though, as I know a lot of eyes on Tyloo often go his direction, he is leaning more to the south. He's got a couple of compressed angles that he can do with Poochills, but it's pretty much Atongmu's job right now to make sure that Poochills can't make it into the circle.
But again, you know, even though Tyloo has gotten a little bit
making
the most of it, they don't give anyone an opportunity to crash them. Again, you know, with that weak side being Donowa's side, they clear them out. Do a ton of damage, get a lot of kills. Poochills touches the blue and is going to be left out.
Day Trade, though, going to continue to creep in.
It's
kind of the world against Tyloo right now. The terrain that they can navigate moving forward. They are stepping closer and closer into Vard's position, though, and that could spell some trouble for him, as it's been quiet down in the south for a real long time.
I don't think they have any idea that Vard's there. I don't think they know at all. He has been so quiet, so sneaky, right underneath their noses. The real concern for Vard actually is Tycon. If he kind of gets an angle over into there, he might get spotted. Now, Zhao Yang flanking out to try to cover that edge of the circle. Here you can go, you know, Donowa trying to do what they can, but again, with that rooftop, with this angle that Atongmu has, there's not much they can do. Belmoth spraying over the top, getting those heads, trying to steal some points.
And so well defended by Day Trade, just using that hillside to block off so much of the body, making it so much easier for them to defend into. Shin is very focused in right now. He is the only member for Tyloo that is inside the circle.
Both
playing to the north and south and post inside into the west.
Мухтар, то в дилере, почему нету Захана дилер дуо?
Those aren't good bullet sponges. Even if you do shoot a cactus with a bullet, I venture to say that's probably got to suck, because then it sends the needles everywhere.
Yeah, right.
Николай Серов, кто дилер, почему нету Зохан дилер дуо? Когда Николай Серов махтал, явно он делал, не делал, то Зохан его отдельно.
Hopefully you can find some space to share with Cerberus. Cerberus trying to harass the rotations of Tyloo, but
Добрый вечер, не фордер турнирдер да. Оларда не фордер диен туй. О, Тайлулар амига ятлар. Бикелер битте.
Tyloo's like, what the absolute hell is going on over here? Now, Vard being a massive problem, they do take him down, but that response has opened up a couple of angles now for Cerberus to try to explore.
Tайлулар теп бола жеттен кеттилер а. Minus 2.
Tyloo, who thought had the cleanest rotation ever, suddenly down to 2.
That Vard might have just ruined Tyloo's chicken dinner chances. You can see they're dropping. Himas, Tycon, just out here on this northern plateau. Excuse me, western plateau, controlling a ton of space.
What a tip bola janar hüder sesle. Körüyor.
Point now available. Day trade finding some opportunities.
Day trade tar körü.
Into it, this pathing from the north is going to be big.
Oh, makaron teri veriyorlar ha.
LZ that they're having to navigate again. Spots out Tycon, spots the smoke. Realize how he's going to be moving through. LZ though is kind of crept forward. Looks like he might be trying to go for a res back onto his teammate. Get him inside of this very thick smoke that's going to be down on pretty much the center of the circle, just a bit to the east of it. But Tycon now pathing over here, going to be maneuvering in 12 kills for Cerberus and the potential for way more.
He's going to try to find Shen. Shen just got done first. He's right back on his knees. Tycon's going to put him out. Tycon trying to be the hero.
Finds some cover, going to be navigating it, looks forward, knows where the other one is. Smoke's going to make it a lot more complicated. Problem is, there's blue zone going to be right back behind him. This is big for Daytrade. Tycon, 14 kills by himself, a beast of a performance. But can he do the unthinkable? Daytrade lined in, making both of them fighting over the center of the circle. Tycon just taking more damage. Gets a second, gets the knock on a 1, and it is a straight up 1v1.
What a filthy spray with the 3x here for Tycon. He wants to go for the win. Bella can't give him the opportunity, can't give him the space.
Oh my God.
Right now.
Every peak getting punished. Tycon gonna use up.
Oh, Daytrade.
Cerberus walks away with the win.
Ayo, yürü be. Ama kuhallar ay.
Takes the game. Unreal.
Match winner.
From Bard in a big way right now, but my God, Cerberus.
Allah'lar yine öyle. Yürü götüyor hala.
Arabada hediye bitti.
Makaron nıtıyorlar bu tabli. Bula daha ne ola kadar ne? Kakin. Makaron bargında.
He is an absolute superstar. He has no business winning that game. He's just on another level.
He was at 9 kills.
Did
he end up with 13 kills by himself?
12 or something.
Олар böyle şık batak. Benim böyle davta olur ne oynuyorlar. Hadi ben ne oluyor? Kişi botu oynuyorlar.
One of the best you'll ever see right there.
Have fun, analysts, because I know you're going to have a pretty decent talking point.
Makaron bir de şampiyonlar kadar ki.
Unutma. Ben de kadar jarı olursa.
Game 5 is done. We're going to watch the highlights. The whole reel should just
Blink karar bili bilgilerin Bende gitti tüm nöke ders dedi. Kime de? Kime de?
That's just how we do it.
Kuri bu yok. Şimdi laktırılığın oktallara karvat. Kuri idi. Linsu. Tüm nöke dersi bende gitti.
And that compound office.
Yeah.
They should have had it.
They should have had it. Instead, 1/6 of the kills available on the map. Think about that. 64 players dropped. You can't kill your own team. And he wiped out.
Hadi new heppiler melta bitti. Maskı şey badilere.
Anything like that in a very long time. And it wasn't even easy. This end game fight we're about to see from Tycon. When he's got the 3x spray, he's up against 2. He's got to make the shot in a chance where there was no way he could otherwise. He ducked behind a car. He bobbed to the left. He bobbed to the right. It was doing the what's it called? The cha-cha slide. I don't even know anymore. It was insane to see how good this guy, the hokey pokey, that's what I'm thinking about. Rings around these guys. Look at this. Boom. And he predicted every single peak
And this
Решающий
exact
карта, да?
clip right here is
Решающая
why
карта.
the AUG has been nerfed after this patch.
I mean, you call it
3x AUG spray is
That's
just
fair.
insane.
He controls it. So that's why they made the vertical so much longer, to try to get that 3x off of there, because guys like Tycon are unstoppable. Welcome back to the desk. My name is Toffees. I am joined by Avenger here as we break down the after action.
SnowRunner'ga masallar barda. Bata üyetin batay bit. Короче, motor robot onun tukatnan atılас bit. Teknikalarin toyni kadar gitti var gibi. Es kadar. Onu küçük değil.
That was like my level of bad. All right, welcome to the top 4 teams. Cerberus is going to take the first position. We'll talk for a second about the others because I think we're going to feature there. Day trade looking good with 5. Nice to see the region do won this thing. Didn't.
Kimler? Именно Kimler?
Foot finally putting up some good numbers here. 8 grenades, 743 damage.
Plus it's a Tyloo home serve.
Kana kestir 16 kilo falan bitirdi na этот матч.
11 kills.
Rusya direkt bitti.
And
76 damage.
Рекорд 15 это пока что. Было это. Меня дюбина. И Kimler. Соникстер. А было 36 урон хай битти. Тайкон ненки. Майк Тайкон ден было битти.
And it is absolutely crazy to see him play. The team started a little bit slow today.
Bir boy kaldı. Onda Hasan bolar altı boy. Bu komandalar. Давайте командаға жан доқан. Қанық командаға Соникстерге да. Соникстерге просто тығылытығын барын ең ғыджабын.
26 points in a single game here. That's
Мен Соникстерге жабын.
That's what happened in the group stages. They started slow. They had one massive, insane game, and then all of a sudden there was no stopping them once they got that confidence going. And I think that's what's going to happen here again. We'll take a look at the overall leaderboard in a second. I don't know that they're going to be able to jump to first off the back of that one, but they're going to be well.
Атак үсі жалды. Дән жоныңа хим bir iki bastığı da alırdı. What squat aldı. Dana mı tüdü? O da kartas budu mu dolar. Onyan kaya bu şu kalas bu bitti jigine.
Some teams only doubled it.
Hatta tokum bir batamt, ilgin bir batamt. Onu kim yaptı?
They have to stat pad a little bit and get some more points for the last game here. Otherwise, it's going to be a single digit
Tamam, men Sonic'ter toqqa debidim de. Arkadaga debidim. Bu mana evet ha.
But that's what they have to do.
Toqtin yok, ihli yapalım. Hangi talla? Alo. Alo, yok hakkında. İhli yakin tutor dire. Bata kabutti.
Stick to it. Do your best to get as many points as you can out of it. We got one more match to play here today. Then we're back tomorrow with the next 6. Bottom 8 have to go to the last chance qualifier. Top 8 go to the championship. This is what matters most. Get those points. Make a run at the big show. It's why you're here in Bangkok. It's why you've trained all year long. Sonics, we're taking a quick look at them. They have been really strong today, especially on the back of Shrimps and Tableton. These two have been a great 1-2 punch. Let's see if the combo continues. The final match of the day. It's Toby. It's paper thin. Let's go!
Hi, Toby.
My God, we still have another Miramar to go with paper thin.
That's not a Danish accent.
Oh, I'll try my best. I can't do it.
I can't do that.
Gamestart bolla, Jere.
Hem de çöp ködürüldü. Kır bıraktı.
The hair's not as
Kır hedi.
long.
Astık at ködürüldü.
I mean, you're better looking, but
I'll take it. Shots fired, and the boy can't even defend himself.
Sonic'ter давай кидатын. O Sonic'ter топ 1 ластактарını ыныкты үйренмеді. 17-тейдер онна тияннар онна Daytrader.
yeah, I am a little sad it's gone.
Zaten PK'da vardılar. Sonic'ter toqa vardılar.
Danavalar razı öyle aldırı bitorlar. Sonic'ter Impala.
Beyond belief.
Impala vardılar ha.
Time to time it's been weird.
O 17-teyder hedi kimna gitti üstlerdi. Azlaları gitti. Hoq, hayatım.
But man, oh
То,
man,
17 лет уходит пора.
he was just
Пикада.
Пикада,
in the shadows.
This is one of those moments where you got to take destiny into your own hands. Is the only way I say it. Is that was just a statement of, I'm tired of where we're at. Everybody needs to remember. And I'm just going to do this myself.
Cuma kiranın
carry the squad with him. And that's pretty much if we look at that game coming out of also the takeover game. That's two really big performances in a row.
Kiyanlar hiti toqayjallar. Monteno'ya
The last two games are basically all their points. Well, I mean, there may be no trailer park in this vicinity of this circle anymore, Matt, but the circle is going to go
Kickstart kırıyor akarba hegecedi. Tugun haceriydi.
Look, and again, like the desk was pointing out, and it was one of the first things that I thought of after we jumped out of the game was that was the tipping point for Cerberus during the group stage was one big game on Miramar, and all of a sudden, the rest of the way through, they were just confident, shooting everything that they saw, playing great on the edges, playing great anywhere they were. And that could be the start of it. And I saw just literally everybody, every player was high-fiving, giving Tycon a pat on the back, a hug as he was walking off stage. Because
those games, whenever you lose to it, you're not just
tip your cap,
I mean, respect where respect be due.
Кыжыктан данавалар кытатын нуко хитяйн. Бесим настырдыр эле алыныр бахаста. Еще бат нормальный кихили. Да, качество ментально. Да, автон стройка дит, чавон.
Twisted Minds, man, they're in the thick of almost everything, but they just can't find the points that out
to be completely honest, I'm quite shocked. I thought now that Twisted Minds had gotten the losers bracket, this might be them like kind of really starting to assert some dominance, assert some authority in a lobby like this where they're normally quite good. Like, normally the thing is Twisted Minds elevates the better the lobby is. It's like the better the lobby is, the better they are. And because they're so methodical, so smart, so good, that plays really out of their hands. But they've been kind of getting cut apart in some of these rotations. It seems like they're having a tough time finding entry into the circles safely. With all four players up. This time around, this isn't a circle that necessarily is, I'd say, one of their, like calling card ones, but they can go up to the Fishhook Mountain, up to the top of there. Usually Batu, if he can find a motorcycle, is going to drive up there and get a lot of information from up there, do that kind of stuff out of Power Grid. Just kind of curious if it's going to happen.
T5'tar hayıktır bilin.
Really likes these
Kırzana dolgu geldi.
They might get punished.
Yeah, just going to go ahead and run over. VHZ is
olur dolgu aldı. Pulsin kırık kırı bilin.
In advantage, but this is a got to be careful with Dendel's going to go and get the spray.
Hayır pulsa.
The knock, and that is going to be Gizera that picks up the kill.
I just waited a hair too long there. On the first one, and that caused
I think he's good. Ağızladı. Kester bir killer öldü. Böyle bastı canına. O da kakar var hicari.
Three-headed dog. Nope. There's just one that really needs that dog in him.
Sonra istasyon yoktur şöyle. Hasım şöyle on yıllara bit oldu. Hatta Sonic'ler hem bir yerler tuğka. Били 8 лучше. Били манна топ Били 8 ранка хеджа Канада. Будем ерунда, онтон гранд финалга хангаттан бидиген алды шо темби. Онны шо дигон жоктарнады. Манна Соникстер хем бит акалла.
Бу ерунда бу да.
First of all, they're on the bad side of T5. He gets that double that opens up just enough space for him and Himas to survive. And then he's spraying people down with this 3x AUG. We saw 4x AUG from Linshu too, but this right here, that spray right there is outrageous. That transfer over the other side and then able to lock down that one position. Just brutal stuff. I mean, Daytrade has the circle, they've got the numbers advantage, they have literally everything, almost everything possible going in their favor. Tycon was just better.
There is no world in which the amount of numbers he just put up there in the fighting position.
Сетка проигравших был бы тебе хеллеракин онно баллана.
Now, I know we are talking
Ağız komandаны ылаллар онда. Онда сетка проигравшихтан эми ağız командалар булат. Хаддакт.
just the ability to clutch at that stage. I didn't even think that I saw it.
Öyle alınır bu simnaşkalar yiyor.
I didn't actually look.
Bileyim bu canlar pastatlar dağına min yok abiyes mi ağıdı.
I would be just mind blown.
Yeah, there's no way I wouldn't be anything under 150 in that case.
Gel simnaşkalarda bu vartaları yok.
Danavalar kırsa çıkıyor ölürüm bu. Yar danavalar hiç ergenler simnaşkaları. İyili danavalar hiç yaktarınladı. O çal yok abiyes mi ağıp yapın.
But part of that is also going to be Danawa, right?
Yani üç açık ondan aktif takıcılar Danavalar.
Danavalar tümü oldu geret.
Kuak patta nabırı simnaşkaları. Kuak Danavalar üşüdü oynuyor.
Hala bırak.
Forcing whatever they want on the rest of the lobby, and that's kind of scary if you're not.
İto simnaşkaları gavgaskeyin. Zoğan kurdu giyince onlar foktar söylüyor. Gavgaska kayıla helleri. Varlar. C5 brambarınlar. Helalıktır.
Zoğan kurdu canlar bağlar ete bağır beylerin soyuz yükleri tüyleri öteşli.
And was just going to drive by, and people very rarely set up traps on that part of the road because you can, of course, and it does happen, but it's kind of a flat, dangerous area. So definitely Danawa there kind of outthinking New Happy.
Day one for FaZe wasn't the biggest in the group stage. Day two was a great day for them. So if you're looking at the leaderboard right now and you're a bit worried because you're a FaZe fan, tomorrow will be Sunday, so
it
is FaZe Sunday.
Already going to be moving into Monte Nuevo. That's going to have Tiamba as well as 17 there. Tyloo going to be approaching on the western road, though.
Cerberus.
Okeyster bilgilerin bok olanlar ıtı hıcalar.
Cerberus does this sometimes on Miramar. I've always been a little bit intrigued.
Ağızla bilin hayına bebet.
In the early part of the game, anybody's even near their drop spot, right? Like you saw this with what was it, Howl at PGS1, and
astık ba bula amanlık turikken gitti.
Sometimes bites them in the butt. Sometimes they kind of
emoji var tabii. Oh pa udamay danavaları. Hok danavaları ölümen na burut.
But Inonix is just a little bit better.
Ölü dedi.
Inonix.
Hay pa.
Pa öldü na burut. Pa öldü na burut.
Yeah, I mean the experience on these teams, and now to make matters worse for 17 Gaming, Xiao Bei found a spot on the edge of this hill and wants to get involved. Can probably pop a tire, and I think he did.
Danavalar bir
XB
sorun değil bollar.
This is just going to be a continued trek. Remember, they are in the fields that are going to be.
Beti onlar saytlar henüz nasıldır? Ne bileyden başın ne bileyden bunu hırlayın.
The stronger compounds, if we do see the circle lean into the south.
Diğerler küçük hayal yaktırnadı bilinçim nasıldır? O çanel yoka biz mi ağıldak?
Papalara hoğdun kaybat.
Vok kayla. Zu vardı. Açık böyle.
Zu'nu böyle teva tavla.
Kickstart'ta o halal. Emi balar tuz baba boğulun. Bu canlar çıktı batı kıcalar sus yakıtı kalıtığında. Bir kiler halal demek Kickstart'ta. Bu tamamen kalıyor. Tabar çöğü bol. Horen kanalları bol. Если что бики. Выживальщик тайн.
They stop short to hedge their bets. You know what I mean?
Keep H1 around for his brain, not because of his driving. All right. Rock into cactus. It's fine. It's fine. But, looking up, the Sonics are going to be coming in from the northeast, and nobody around them over there. They're going to be coming in
from the south.
Day trade does about out.
G.Skill eder. Doktora.
Topavayı yurttur.
Just a of events. FaZe is going to be running in right back behind Tyloo over here into the west. Tyloo is going to be very outnumbered because the fact that they are kind of running a 2-2 split. The other two going to be closer to the Danawa position that we were looking at a moment ago.
Yeah, and this is always the case for Tyloo. Almost always 2-2 splits early in some fashion or another, and that's the split that they took. Remember back to that previous game. This Flood's going to put some shots down into FaZe. James should be okay. The thing with Tyloo is they love these early 2-2 splits. Because, again, teams hedging their bets over that Death Star Trent outside of El Azahar. Emergency pickup? Yep. But because they do that, that's why they put themselves in what should have been a winning position if it wasn't for Bard.
This is... Twisted Minds are already very centered. They're getting heated up. And they're going to be in a good
Sonic Steel şöyle var bitti. Görüyor. Ah, bu hitler jopye. Görüyor henüz bitti şöyle var.
Kabriyaya kireldi.
Ah, kabriyaya kireldi evet. Kestar üstler если что. Ağızlar kaç ayaklarını sen. Oh, fizik üstler diyor.
This is really strong. Oh my god, does Correx even know? Yeah, he's like he realized I got.
Jara.
Oh boy. Correxy though pulls the shoot and it's going to try.
Well, it's not to quote. Ayo tükendik kotta. Paraşütler yeri. Danavalar kırsa çeki kıyın.
Ölün Danavalar. Horror Danavalar.
Yeah, this is Danava that is feeling like, well, we're pretty much going to be going into the grand finals directly with how well we've been playing today. They're top of the lobby. Let's just play for some points. Now, Luke goes.
Oh, simnastik gaming'de kelleri. Ölüm simnastik gaming'de.
Gaming'de hayta var.
Oh shit! Dikirli kosurlu. Açma.
Давай. Кидадın. Simnastik oldu.
Obo, simnastik gaming'ler öldü. Ottona rovna bibihra bıtagende. Açmolar.
Oho. Хорош. Без шансов.
Бля, Danavalar tuara alır. Bля.
О, иникна.
Nahindi kellileri bile bihra bıtjonlaga. Belimge keller diye. Onu kurdu.
Видикler вообще красиво.
And they've just been waiting for their opportunity to strike and claim the kill.
Pakay, besme hagitar bollum. Takar bajonlarıydı bu simnastik gaming.
Of this lobby.
Все, bağlıvat. Bu уже bihra bıtjonla kelleri. Все уже бихра бычың. Все уже бихра.
500 тысяч давай быстро.
İti tuğti. Hıbiye bu повтор болдырады. Бұл рингге чемпионат болдырады. Бұл рингге көрілер. Бұл рингге bu батак бұл рингге көрілер. Bu чемпионат bu батак bu tuğ көрілер. Bu arkada değil.
Oh my god. Salute ran over an Onyx there. A little bit of a whoopsies, but that was
Rovna timing'dan kekeller bitti. Yakala.
Just licking their lips to get involved in that.
Şunu vacanları.
Has found just enough space here. A lot of teams are going to be lining up along the edges of the craters. Not only is it high ground, not only is it valuable position for intelligence gathering, but we don't know exactly where the circle is going to go. There's a lot of
wakilleri atriflerin körütüyor dönüyor. Bu 2-3 gün atrifler.
is in this vicinity. So there's kind of a lot of different directions still that this circle could go. It wouldn't be
Danavalar hiç yaktaktırdı.
if this circle just hard shifts north towards La Cobreria. There's a lot of space up there.
Bu da tosim nasıl gaming'ler rovna timing'dan kelleriydi. Yap
It could do something really wild.
Вот эти чемпионы мира, Оли.
Go
Hatta Sonic'ler bari 15 kill hayıktır.
You never know.
Ona topa değil. Bitti oldu.
Everything becomes playable.
Çadava Sonic'ler kıtatın da koy. Şans ehiye kadar kaldı. Erebil keskiller.
Again, that control point for Sonics. Tyloo is wrapping back behind them.
Hadi şimdi nasıl gaming'ler sayı hayında köspekleri
There's a
yok.
big surprise coming up from foot. They might be trying to prep up something depending on how this one's going to go. Might also just be a bait balloon as they are.
Ha bu arada
They're
şara
running a
verdiler.
2-1-1 really wide, and they already have a lot of control over the circle, so they know that
Ne
pretty much
kadar bir
everybody's going to be to
cayboldu
the west. And the circle does pop, and
Köy Sonic'ler heriyle henerler. Bir jestere geldi.
Ой, kötü tane. Bakay. Bu da gidiyor.
Bu da gidiyor.
Who knows?
Helal. Gamın bir kim nakti? Bestalış daha hayırlar ne? Ne diyorsun?
This one makes things very challenging because you have a lot less vision, a lot less sound cues to work off of.
Ha, burada oçkulıklarından bestalış daha hayır.
You know, they're not 100% sure the wind of Tyloo is about to lose a player to Phil first.
Hok köyümler görüyor. Ayka.
Phil first going to go down. Man, this is aggressive shift. Tyloo just used the sandstorm perfectly. Exploit this positioning.
It was extremely good timing, and I think Phil first thought he had that knock on the second player. Didn't quite come through, so their QM is going to lose him to that, and that's the timing of those sandstorms. You know, sometimes you get caught in the mix with other teams and things go sideways, but sometimes you can use them to your advantage, and this is bad.
Burası Sonic'ta kayakların öyle. Del bir kilo vurur.
Jiawu gonna go ahead and line into RB and doesn't quite get the knock, but gets a massive amount of damage out. We also do have foot that Varg was trying to come forward, and he's like, okay guys, this is as far as we can go. Please come and res me now. We tried it. It's not part of the strategy. Jiawu does end up finishing up RB. Who's gonna get the flesh? It is gonna be him as well.
Yeah, just nice little setup here.
Really
wide split for 17, but they're controlling this road. It's a very nice choke.
Ne favoritler bugün ya? Min kurduk.
To pick up some points.
Malta jonlarlıkta.
17. If they don't get early,
Çempiyonu biri var takada var.
Sonic'ler Malta all Europe. Pinch 12 yıllar.
Too long. You've got one up on top of it. Nade looks like that could bounce, get some damage in.
Figure
out how they want to approach in. This is its own kind of cordoned off fight. Pretty much blocking out anything. So it's really just about how Pentagram wants to navigate this. They just have to be careful of high ground. They have to be aware of how
Отан атрифтагыр тактарнас Юкоспордас бит. Кеңе хаҗарлыгы стрим алны тагыяктар. Толин хатаммада бит, анны бирсек. Хатаммада бит, онды гебис.
Отмазка не принимается.
Хатаммада бит. Би стрим алны таган онюну көрөлүк битне бидде бой болуна кайыктар. Уже алды бат.
Just again, that patience you're talking about. When he goes for the peak, he has been looking at what's been going on with foot quite a while. LG also does have some positioning over here pretty close to this, and there's going to be takes the shots into Rossadid. That's the T5 line that's going to be pretty centered also in high ground. It's pretty much those with the high ground and those with not right now.
And that was the opportunity there for Hikari to strike. Really nicely timed there by Asla. Heard those shots from Nan and said, okay, he's up there, he's shooting at someone else. Let's see if we can get December the 12th quick.
Oh, Sonic'tar bilin kıyımlar, onu tığırlar, hayırlar bolu, yok, kıtıkılığı kanlamadın. Öyle argınla.
Dangerously close to Opozo again, but it probably won't end in there.
Okay, twisted mind. Jumped into beforehand where they kind of shoot
Face'tar hava hati turallar.
This is going to be just a fortification right now that they just get to exert whatever they want onto all. They're going to have more options than they know what to shoot at. Asla's going to roll right down. Compound hit just everybody inside. That was Shaq, but Shaq.
Well, that was a type of scout, although not as an angle down into this Shaq. He gets a knock. If he could get a grenade in there, I think it's too far. I think the grenade would explode before it even got in there. But man, oh man, it just like crossed my mind. I'm like, oh, if I could just fit a grenade in that window.
Molotov.
Вот 17'dir уже hayırlı canlar hoqtara bilin уже.
That could, he doesn't have any, unfortunately.
Oynar canlar hoqtara boldu. Are bu tege girellerine ötürler, onu kibetler. Taktikaları şöyle bıraktı. Ete nöktü şöyle dikkeller. Fragment olurlar dinliken. Bir abi canlar, öyle abi canlar kekkeller.
Asla's already going to be moving in just down below.
Go
ahead and regroup. They still have all 4 members up. Remember, they did have one in parachute that got knocked a moment ago. That's already gone off. So Wicked's going to go ahead and just bisect right in between T5 and LG. Just don't go near the shack. Just stay away from it, and you're getting too close to it right now. That's going to spell your doom if you're not careful, but LG's starting to get a lot of attention in this Asla rotation.
And Asla is going to be under fire from a bunch of different teams unless they can finish off LG quickly. They're getting some help from some other teams. There goes Tycon. Unfortunately, not going to be a repeat performance after that just stellar game. Into some fights, and they're taking full advantage, taking LG out of this lobby, and as I mentioned, Asla going to be really tricky to get out of this position.
Oh, Solzy, how are you getting away with through the center of the circle? And I was going to say, it's going to get punished sooner or later, and it's going to be Gizera that gets knocked and the flush onto him.
Hocam Sonic'tar 15 skill'ini uğraştılar bu başta o bir skill'ler hocalar. Başta tuğdu makacalar. Apayım bana hocalar. Jack'e bitir katya bu tokta. Bu tim nasıl dedik bara başka gelen ölüm bir yerler. O patsonu bitti. Ağırlığa da bitti.
It's a horrible position for Thailand. They should just be done here. This is near impossible to get out of. They're completely
who's
going to get the angles in at the
right moment?
It's going to be all Suju. There were friends driving around the outside. Be going to strap.
Suju, хорош.
Вот это не бәлер келендер. Öyle acılır. Ağlı var tabii. Çakır attı diye doğrular onu. Hasın kaya yok. Yok. Çakır attı diye kadar.
Okay. Twisted Mind still in control. They're really wanting to get rid of T5 in their position. T5's going to have to QM going to have to rotate. Faye's going to have to rotate. Sonics who moved over to Pozo going to have to rotate. And 17 finally finding themselves in a good position there over in the east, man.
Give it to me, Besto.
هو أنا هبلس بتاعم تربع ولا ما هبلس بتني وجا هبلس بتاع خراب بتاعنا يربع
أتابع كيترين ده قاعد يجمع هبلس وجا هبلس تكتي بابا ريبيسي لا دول ميت проигрывать حتى
Понятно, прямо не пухай бы без меня. Понятно. А я не делаю.
So this isn't too bad at all for Twisted. They can do a lot of damage.
Yeah. it's just fish in a barrel for them, right? Everybody else is playing PUBG. They're just playing target practice right now. Is that
James, the meanie, came in there and stole those
points.
Legacy going to be in the foothills of Twisted Mind is something to keep an eye on, specifically FaZe on the other side of them too. Is while yes, Twisted Mind's been doing a lot of work up here, you can see the fact farming up damage, getting 4 kills at this stage. They've also drawn a lot of aggro. So the point that they have to leave this area is going to really suck.
Yeah, especially with Legacy potentially.
Позиция топ-1 вон очкова.
Gets into a position to kind of gatekeep the eventual, what you would have to assume is some kind of parachute down for Twisted Minds. T5 able to get in. Bit of a tough run, but able to make it. FaZe now being harassed on their attempted exit. An entrance.
Соникстер өлләк, Тwisted Mind'тер көрін ағайыл олы. 17-дер айын yok, Соникстер тақыран келін, чумолы. 17-дер кей, блядь, Twisted. Соникстер талырды бұлан. Оба 17-дер өлләнерлер, кылыр. Өлін. Только мейти туралар дебалар, бля, Соникстерге. Тығылы тығын өллә собака.
The rest of the crew can potentially pick that one up. And H1, you can see what they're fighting against right now. It's just little heads peeking up over this rock and just raining down bullets.
And that car almost ran into the other teammates on the side. Take got ripped out of it. Now grenade's going to be launched by Xiao Wu. Seeing if he can find the mark with it. Foot as well.
Hoca 17'de kadar öyle abartılır. Hatırı üyetten Twisted mehdi dururlar bitti. Sabah kadar.
That nade gonna be cooked pretty well. Does some damage. Doesn't get the knock, but enough to make them nervous. And it is gonna be 8C at range. It takes down Xiao. Makes it a bit easier for him.
Yeah, I mean, this is the good news for the Sonics. His foot is getting better and better position on top of 17. From just hammering home these knocks that they've been getting onto the Sonics, or the damage that they've been doing to the Sonics.
And Foot owns so much of the circle right now. Look, they've got the 3 members that are over 17. Daytrade's got the compound. It's only really Bard that has to rotate the rest of Foot right now, as they've been doing a good job of navigating the outlier positions away from where Twisted Minds can have control.
Başa doyunu o tak troyunu buter bırak battı. 17 tastaklarına iki taylar, Sonic'te tastaklarına mek iki taylar. Ana hatar kayıttan bağlılar dedi. Bir de kaya buldular evet oldu.
Keep them on the other side. Let's keep this space to ourselves.
İşte kayalar.
Nade's continuing to come out. Nobody wants to step up onto the road because of that Twisted Mind positioning. So how much utility?
İşte kayaların just kayıtlar.
Reconvene with the squad, so he should have a pretty decent chunk of it. I also do want to point out 2 members of Twisted Minds now trying to make their way down the hillside as well, and they are going to be very, very close to base, so we might see something pop off with that in just one moment.
Sonics here just basically out of utility. They've thrown everything in the kitchen sink at 17, and the real problem is if they crest that hill, they're going to be dealing with Foot. If they go the other way, they're going to have to deal with the mountain goats of Twisted Minds and FaZe right underneath them. It is a very dangerous
Jack in the box fight right now. It's just peek into peek into peek.
Oh,
go ahead and take out pretty much all of T5 by himself with the aim that he's got into it. Trimsy wants to defend up his teammates, but you can see every peak is so precarious as every single time you step in, it's going to be a bigger problem. Blue zone nades.
Twister just kayıt dururlar. Görüyor üyette. Bunun hadı kuanlık dururlar Twister. Bliyet. Abaşkı bütçanlar.
Legacy right next to that. How does Twisted Minds navigate this?
Could take a lot of grenades and smokes if they've got them. They could potentially clear
it out.
Başa kadar kill dong batlı. Görün nol bana lamıcalı çumola. Kickstarter kamerayı. Twister üye bağlarım bir vakitte bacağınlı sabakalar. Kaymunu demetriydi bilet. Apa hastı gıcıları.
You would love to get more, but it's going to be outrageously difficult to get down off of the top of that thing.
Sonics have
Спортсменді көріyor, Kickstarter көріyor қаттақ. Үйеттен біле закрывайтан тураларын білелері оны бәккеден. Оны аппағысты көріyor жалар бітті. Ақарылар дейті.
Slowly get harassed out by 17 Gaming. Once 17 Gaming makes the push into this, I wouldn't be surprised if we just see him absolutely unload onto this. Now, does look like 17 Gaming is getting a bit more aggressive into that Sonics line.
Yeah, Batulin's up here. He's the Roman Emperor. Thumbs up, thumbs down. Whatever he decides is going to be potentially the death of
Тwister нормально езерфі бату деген. Әті о мен екі Соникстер бар ставкалы хам олар оны өлі хенеті қайы. Атағы шөді өңін. Ставка му әуітіғалар қадақта болындар.
And again, Legacy and FaZe are just going to wait.
Тара хайденлер Соникстері патындар.
17
gamingler hayetler bu.
Everybody wants him gone, and the moment he peaks, everybody's going to be taking a shot.
Evet, barda belem killa. Barda belem kelen ölen bir.
Foot actually has their foot inside
Men
the
erdetten
circle.
benim kili var önlerin değil.
This is squad foot that's been having a chase.
Eti yok da. Öyle yine aldı vat. Enlik paskaska lavkin. Paskaska hok olur da. Paskaska lavkin yankilin. Yani tu WhatsApp'ta olarak kilin yok.
Iyan kadın bir yeter. Ben doğru iyan kadın bir dakika.
Otomatik hayatı bunu dedi. İstivetter dedi. Takman yine büyüyetten twister kolon oldu diye. Onu hem bir.
Yok öyle yok kurduk.
They almost
Temperatura takar.
ascend like, but they're like ascend light. They're not quite as wild. They don't quite take as much
Twister
space.
düğünler,
They love
düğün,
to make
tutak.
long rotates. They love to play edge, and when they can make it work because of the tremendous firepower that's on that
Ne
team, it's
düstüler?
really, really powerful. Just
Bileyim
haven't been able to get
face'lerce.
it going, and finally, here we go, coming down the hill.
Oh, krasavчик.
Waiting so long, it's going to be Perfectix that gets the knock in. How is he going to step around? He should have an idea on how everybody is playing around these rocks. Keep in mind, Legacy is also over here. Sonic's though doing a good job on standing up. Kicks are now the last one up. The duo trying to make it happen, but it is going to be finally going down. Massive cost. It's just so many members down.
Jara.
Oh, they spotted James. I think Lou
Üstki
got James
iki
underneath.
yoktu
and
da.
Perfectix.
Son istertuğu attılar. Bastı attılar semnastaydı.
As well, James had snuck underneath, and there's the long range shot from Beamy. Gonna finish Twisted Minds up. Feck should be able to get the res onto James, assuming Legacy doesn't have anything to say about it.
Now we'll have to see how Legacy wants to play into this one. The East is about to get a lot more problematic as we do have Foot lined up against Day Trade, our stronger squads, now trying to figure out how they're going to navigate this more open area of the map. And the little bit of cover that there is inside the circle is between these two squads to fight out for. Meanwhile, we still have 17 Gaming that's moving in right back behind FaZe. Pincer attack.
Ya böyle Twister şiddik oynayan geri mutum öyle bitirdi. Canı mehdem anla. Ya böyle basan yok taktar da Twister. Ya böyle yine çıktı
Big points here, 417, 10 kills in this game. 7 of them going to Suju. Unreal. I mean, 17 has just been fighting, and this is what makes them so scary. They're tenacious, they are talented, and they take advantage of any opportunities they are given. Now, the run may be over, 1.5 health, but I think prone to knock for now. Foot doesn't have an angle, but Legacy wants one.
See how they navigate the smokes, though. This is a scary push coming out. Due to the amount of how many members from Foot are over here also kind of supervising what's going to be going on. They can't quite run into it the way that they want to. Beamy's already stepped out. Looks like he's trying to make sure that anybody that steps out from this one is going to get punished. But, oh, man, this is looking like it's going to be another 2 kills lined up for him. They are just waiting. Utility comes out, doesn't hit the way that he wants it to. Going to take a lot of damage out. He is going to get spotted. Legacy picked that one up, but now walk into the waiting arms of Foot.
Yeah, as good as Suju has been, just a little bit.
Aya lyokalar bitti. Kır nasıl gaming. Kır lyokalar.
Foot wants to clear this edge. They want to make this as easy of a fight, a 4v4 as they, or 4v3, excuse me, versus Day Trade as they can.
All right, Foot just steps right in. VHZ already laying down. Does get the spray onto one, but Ace is going to go ahead and take him down. Ace has got the beat onto the other one as well. Finishes that out, and we actually still have LFP clicking to life over there. And good job as Day Trade is now flanking and back behind Foot.
Day
Trade needs to punish this knock on Foot if they want to win this game. Oops. The smoke just bounced off of it. Too big of a deal there. But they need to try to isolate the Foot players that aren't busy doing this res. They know they've only got 2 guns to deal with. They've got 3 players. They have to find this moment. Bard out in the open, in trouble.
Day Trade just walks right up into this weakened point. Beamy now navigating back over. Rez does come out for Foot as they have managed to reposition off of it. But let's not forget LFP. Looks like he's flanking in back behind. Foot suddenly finds himself being the one pinch. They need to get rid of LFP as fast as possible. And you can see that's where so much of their focus is going. But 3 members of Day Trade just creeping closer and closer by the second. Now it is going to be Legacy going out. Blue Zone going to do the last bit of damage. Now the fight in the south going to be kicking off. Day Trade being the aggressor.
And it's a fair fight and a lot of damage done to T-Bone. Onto almost 1 HP. A great spray from Flash. Could find the second onto Beamy. He
Ай, канако. О, кыр. О, красавчик. Скин хайда битті. Пиздец.
Waiting for the right moment to pounce, and Foot
Adrenalin kudurmuyor. Bütün daytrade'e bastırdılar. Bir maç tümü gördüğünü yapacağım. Bakay. Anlayısı var aldı.
Biri offset oluyor. Stirimer oluyor.
Offset bu da. Bu 6 maç gidebilirim. 6 maç kim? 6 maç gidebilirim.
Offset yapıyor. Offset bir de ekmek yapıyor diye.
Suffers a knock from a one or a solo or a duo or something like that. That's when you make your move, because if they go for that res, they're only gonna have 2 guns left.
That was also a big performance coming out from Twisted Minds, who are just asserting so much authority inside that. We've got some Twisted Minds on the analyst desk, so go ahead and walk us through the end of the day.
Tamam, bildiğim benim numara vardı. Yok. Piyasta 2 yıl kırımı gitti. Bir bangda. Ha? Bir banga hatanı yapapım ben. Think of care hatanı yaptım. Bitti. Sure. Ağıldı.
And they made a big move. They got second place in the last game. It was only a matter of time. Let's take a look back at the highlights.
Yeah, I'm happy after that clutch of Tycon that they're able to step up to this one here, because obviously this is a huge game for them, being able to win in front of your family, friends, and the coach.
And no making sakarnya dapat apa beli atau kia itu malah. Coba lo. Itu tam di dalamnya.
We're halfway through a winners bracket, and
Itu kita dah kerja dah.
Few favorites that's gone out and done good things. We've also had a little bit
of teams
that did great things in group stages and then struggled here in the winners.
I'll tell you what, the hometown teams, Daytrade, Therathon 5, they are playing out of their mind right now. They're doing much better than I think I expected on day one. Huge wins for Daytrade. This is exciting.
Yeah, crowd cheering them on like that. It's just
fantastic. It's the hometown buff.
Yeah, very end was like a little bit bad. It makes it so difficult for all the other teams to make any plays. And I gotta say, I was impressed.
Gymnastik gaming'ler kayılarını bileretim.
Evet.
Oleyne yakabili. Tenge korusu üstün intereyine bu korurgar intereyine bulun.
Sonic sto bastava trade, он тут трade.
Oh.
Ana algo çok doğru buli. Vakti kare diye buli. Niki sta bastava trade kayılar buldu. İşte bir de bastava trade kayılar da yani. Beliin pop stream'da da, beliin pop stream'a. Hadi başka zaman bir evde yok. Adam yakabalıydan yakın. Adam yakabalıydı bili. Tacara manne kine kara başta göre kara.
In terms of kind of the teams that we expect to win the tournament trophies that have been doing well, and also of course Daytrade here, Flash, Nurance, Purchase, and of course Belmont, they're able to
clutch big one. Barsta kanali.
Coming his way, of course, a little bit in terms of
Arjak kim? Remba stream'e vardı Remba. Gidi.
Bağlar bit. Arjak oynuyorlar bana.
Ota Remba. Remba oynuyorlar değil mi? Ota hookti dokka. Kim dinledi? Monetizasyon hokta. Hok.
And of course 17 Gaming also able to get what a 4-way tie of 14 points. I've never seen this before.
Bana ne vurdun ne kanadı? Remba vardı.
Ban evi var burada.
Ban var. To ban to ngaralar. Kanun yubun.
Points. So when we get to this overall leaderboard, we're going to see where we stand. A reminder, the teams on the left
Так.
will advance to the championship. The ones on the right go to the last chance qualifier and have to try to earn their way back into the big
جهور يخدهور
Here's where it stands at the end of day 1. 6 games
Oh,
down,
ja.
6 left to play. 17 in the
Van
lead
da
at
van.
65,
Remba
and it
kidde.
kind of goes down from there. The cutoff, which is looking pretty close, gets very tight once you get to that 6th place position.
Yeah, we're talking about us.
Чачистын надана тақылыптанларан. Хох, атын эме жерик тақсы.
31 here, 2 points off.
Эн тоқ кылынын наты қаддақ қылыптанан олар бы. Айға ителем оға. Эн не твое делает. Что странный человек. Килепкедалы кидипет. Қасыгалларын хөбіләбәсі. О, Рембо дороба.
Вот а хасыгаллары. Рембо здорово. Тоғылын Рембо. Стрелі шөйді.
Стрим көрдім.
Чемпион мира көрді хаданын да бәғат. Вдохновение кире бонюрга.
Явно bu.
Çata şiğnen.
Doktor, kandı konur bu poli? Kim? Remba.
Baka Ersiye, be Ersiye, hen şöyle takılan ben. Bastaki kartı şöyle hep.
Oçamin takkamara. Min takkamarımı dokkunar arayım.
Kaşı bastaki üçe bakattılar. Bir de çıtak oldu. 2 kartta уже bitirdik. Bir skor.
Россия var dedi.
Çıtak vardı. Dedim tu baka Ersiye.
Азия от первого РХМ было.
Азия kadar edemez konuyu.
Русская вазина келеді.
Doktor, doktor, bu kanalga bula Remba tugun hoq stoli.
Oha, kuş görmüyor.
Barskottan yağı bir bitimli, baralarga bir bitimli. Spesialni. Buğa bitti. Bergen, Arjak. Ano Arjak? Remba diyorum, Remba. Aha, onu Arjakov. O tabi hayattan üst bargıtaya bir bitimli toqti. Cekiydi.
Tak. Kimedeki bir de.
Takkaman kirara bilin. Bu kastadda. Ja. Gidde batta. Anna var ya. Bergen kiriyan nada. Arzak kiriya. Tata onyum ko bumare. Tata tuk panararikka. Ay hanı bebit. Kevlene bitti. Çakı bit. Bu nikire bu da bitti. Ere indi. Aykırı.
Как раз.
Açana offset tümünden kim tuğtiyem bolla? Kim bastata? Agar bak.
Sene bola bitti. 2 store.
O büyüğü diyen tabi.
Güne bitti de sana.
Ha?
Aslında bola da 2 güne. Yani bir gün naktı.
Kaya da kara alladı onu. Hasın ne bola?
Aslında toğuk boları. Победитель de.
Aha. Ho to büyüğü bit hit doktor bil hasın ne kiseller. 12 maç kiseller. Büyüğün altta hasın altta. Derse kiseller. Yara.
Çana bu loser delve bitti de. Pero es.
Ataki bette barrak.
Taban oynuyorlar da civarın. Biraz da sola.
O da bergen başta takabı pıtı doktor.
Ha takabı.
Hatta toğun yok bu tebitleri de kaddak bolalır.
Eliyacı.
Açana kadakına bu de.
Пока обышкалыкка. Хотя атарим. Адреналин барды. Бурянка как кидинде.
Alacak oynuyorlar bit. Go diye bir tane.
Да, годе это.
Akar artık. Razı gibi. Otan bergen mit. Bergen. Bergen tağınattan. Ki han yok bit. Diyen bu tedi. Aynı kapit ne hoktır. Ne kedi.
Годе да, asa годе.
Tarza go diye marını boy kollar. Bergen albat. Kita hata area chona chona hadi kana hote. Kita hata area toktu bitta.
Barıstırgı toxtadı.
Barstır bit tokta. Arjak bardağın oynuyorlar. Ata arjak ki diye bergen mit sok. Bergen onur en ki bakın da hiç şampiyonat gören var.
Kidiyem dağını.
Kidir.
Пока.
В смысле то золото 3? Туйды bu ata. Hadi. Men zolto 3 bu takmana.
Третья вроде.
Ha?
Третья вроде.
Arar bitme men tugu.
Azia turarsun.
Azia bu ta.
Азия вроде.
O tarar bitim ni men tuqbun.
Ingrer hangatta.
Eningrer il. Ho brilliant 3 bolla jakal.
Ingrer min.
Aha. Al-Sakri hijimar kayo da buk daki. Yapit ne waktu. Ay kad. Arkada ka teher bitna hatar eti ennadı bu. Halo Arzaka berarti betul? Ingat ya halo betul lebih mari manget. Cara? Hakikaten da здорово. То акарва просто акати да hakikaten da diyen.
O da van hoxti. Başa oynuyordu.
Ha ben oynuyorlar da sola.
Итальянец по него. Итальянец.
Мега что это?
Это плохо, блин, так круто.
Давай попробуй. Hakikaten Sakali hangar hakali itu lebih bakin что ли его. Hakali hangar jonlar saka bolarlar kaham baga. Hakali hangar olor jonlar обычно. Интернетте то hakali hangar jonlar. Arar batu bacang haka kim hakatan haka bota. Iti kerjaan itahan jana hobaid. Yo kejon nak kali kesel lolor ni kiran hakakan dah doro apa zdaro aja. Jadi kita он чикича аскало нюгут билбете ме
Мамчик не пойдёт?
Kimi bu kini nere başta kuru kiri hecir kini de.
Kimiydi?
Bilbete miydi kim kiydi? Постоянно kiri dedi emiske bakay.
Ванта var.
Постоянно kiri. Аржак. Yoktu üstünde. Bilmestem bu jata üstünde. Yeti bili ki yaka bili bığın bıdin ki yaka emek kiri. Хух, обычка вот так кедиктан.
Обычка браба хамини грма.
Аржак то толуха тиhe. Тиhe.
Тум ширимде.
Вачакам блимбанга бариан.
Hakan zoskaydı.
Kömeği bir iğrenir böyle. Koskariye bili. Koşmaslar.
Yara. Hadi bola aktivit. Hadi öyle aktivite.
Hadi öler balık arayı şey hostu dedi.
Manın güller. Atanın güller asan. Biliyor. Aravun yok oldu kamdan. Isıklar gındım ne kadar.
Ağlıdır.
Kaskılı oynuyut.
Aşağıda bir sol.
Hem yalama tiltin dibilin. Tilt. Arrak dost net tiltiri bolu bilin.
Ve tüyün üskende uvatlara çıtakta. O tüyün üskenden gel bitti öyle. Çıtakta. Çöbata. Ve çöbata bastan.
Hased de hased toska şey. Tostan 11 yıl, tostan 12 yıl. Hased onya vakit yok yani. O da asker oynuyor mu ince bitin.
Tut yapmadım ben. Oldu ya. Kömeği emi hodlanır. Ya burada lazım anne bu abi. Yemiş şey. Donluğu. Enfeksiyalar.
Arrak cempat akor ben.
Final kuruyor. Interesting.
Final'da. Final present da.
No.
Tak kanna var berarti. Arrak berarti kemimi berarti man. Taktiknya an şuduk tok video betul min.
Başta kuyduk mu?
Hayke. Başta kuyduk mu? Tak, oto beliin naik kata nyatler itu championat itu. İtin ne nabrot barıktır diye hani nabrot.
O, G.Skill hayat. Lütfen kokutun girgobel tabi kete.
Aha.
Big championat kalma zarajın olur anda çağın olur.
Ya ne vallahi.
Veri alamadır ama.
Meter aja. Ahara over pergi dia aja. Maksudnya over pergi dia aja. Kantam beli min hayaller beraz beli.
Betki. Ben okumadım. Oh, hospital. Hiç şu kallatırını terim min.
Bu mana tüyetki istiyorlar. Ata barbar dut hospital. Tengan yok.
Kayıttan hayatıldı mı?
Itu tuh kurduk konyok. Championat ke donyok. Aika, itu lanar lah demi. Aika ni nuko. Ating ini jangan gini kena man.
Ayo.
Sakit bener ya. Aika.
Hadi ni rahatım sıcımayı diriydi. Bakarım ola bu. Teremi sразу tutu gibi istiyor bu abi.
Sikiz pek mi teröyle istiyor bu? Itu kuan Allah neydi? Ya jar bedin championat kerbitçe diye bidin. Atını kıdır etlerini.
Championat kadar kıdır yapıp buraya geldi.
Championat indi diye bir aslında hacı yapın.
Зона var, bu şu надо их убивать походу. Kelellere oluyor. Da bana bir gidiyor ama zorunlu koyup atıyor.
Yok bu çok değil.
Yok.
Bir hakikaten bir hükümet var.
Kim?
Oraya yürü alma gerek mi?
Benim de. Ya kadar бачулган хер бенер луттар Джансу. Я же тебе помогаю, поможет.
Kendi kırdı.
Lootların bir tane herhalde yok kadar.
Самая худшая команда в мире, да? Сразу луттарын не будет раз. Bu benim esmeyene indi payı canlıdır orada. Ya dokta ödüğünü yokta. Ya komandalı bitti. İlleri şey var oynuyorlar bir de.
Yüz buraya bu canlar dokta. Körenler bu canlardan dokta avtarında. Robotları. Ne geldi?
Kimler?
Oru. Bir o var.
Аржак те кайлар его, аржак те идет. Так, бро, мне дох надо, миник надо. Миник или дох надо. О, топ-1'ler bağladı. Eme bile astanga haydır bağladı.
Bu atın angalı tutuldu işte.
Эти Акарова командалар bağları oldu. Bile топ-1 denne.
Zajımlılar inilir.
Neyse işte top-1'ine çıtaktır.
От этого не Акарова команда.
Когда işte bu tak nuçulur.
Koyun dinlenebilir.
Ya bak ki.
Mağara kisi bu da.
Mana kena. Kan dörde taldım. Tuğun oynuyor.
İlk kitabı biraz zorun kata. İlk bir kumala.
Hı? İlk soğuk. Tüyttağına nerede? Точка kodakına kayar, uyan birer. Metkalar. Metka Petrovich.
Minka var mı?
Bu manna bir latim.
Minka var.
Aha, doktora. Bir latim. Kandı nasıl bir yıl bu?
Bana you have diyorum bir yıl vardı.
Bu manna var da. Kavun hüterest.
Kebitler oldu.
Kebitler oldu.
Манаджер Вики. Контейнерда. Они лутают пока.
Şahit lan ben.
Kadak para
Rastanga var alıp
Kanada. Hadi Juan Bacun'da bu.
Bir de kurtalım badım zor.
Marra.
Kadar kuan bahit kadar yiyecek. Titre kadar.
Tuğ ate?
Точка будет.
Тройка як гастı хваттır. Aşağı.
Çiziyorken de точка kadar bana met kaladım.
O iyi. Красавчик.
İstirahatta komando.
Aha.
Команду şey Zuhan Eduardo şey.
Yes, он меня дал.
Hadi. Hadi şu.
Кстати, хуйня вайдундар. Көдүн автомат. Менин автоматы был. Эти жан жон, блядь. Барду.
Жон.
İleride ki belki.
Zuhan'ın bir vadu maslak.
Kim adrenalin masasına torayla edin перекресток.
Бар.
Так, точкан kanına var, точкан bul bakalım.
Ne var?
Buldum.
Ya buluma varsın.
Cara. Takıbat.
Banyak.
Pat. Ayo, booking. Yok. Booking ini betul betul bas.
Bakın tekrar bulan.
Tush! Mana kamu? Tush! Bitta.
Yok kadar yıkma. Ben bıraktım bunu.
Ha?
Yok kadar Harun etmem ben bıraktım.
Lo kan tu nak tahu apa benda?
Ay, tamam.
Es. Zuhan приготовься.
Готовлюсь. Ай, каним, бля. Hala.
Бала.
Приготовь. Ай, как. Айо, брадров, да дальше.
Барадах.
Rembo kayaknya sangat kalau kim.
Rembo apa ada. Zuhan şireye o kaldı istedi.
No. Rembo biletti jonlar bahla Koreyan ustalar bahla bir manan kelekpet. Miyim bastana haddarın ondan Walter haytala.
Tavastırın mı? Tavastırın.
Tavastırın paydı hicer bahla. Подставушка.
Объединение команд зала.
Объединение. Зала объединение команд.
Моментально.
О, kana. Rembo nikin mari nikin bırakar bahal. Hatar rangan nikin man. Kuruk min botak tin yan onna. Hatar bidde bin nikin olakpa.
Zohan pulsa taksa der mi?
Pulstaya mı?
200 var 200 var.
200 avon bolasın pulsum.
Strimga.
Ha?
Strimga ne oldu kanka?
Onu atın ha puls pun jonkar reject var.
Canını bastı like diye. Bitir. Bilin bir yakı yok sıra.
Şestörka katak mı?
Ilı ama.
Bronik nerede?
Bilin benim bağır bir yakı yok sıra. Kalarak kim? Loka.
Birinde Allah'a eski toka var. Kırılıysan diye.
Ehirler full squad.
Bir heyet eski tak kırılıysan.
Bir yakı öldürür.
İstanbul'da. Evet, evde İstanbul'da.
Bir yakı da?
Ho.
Evet, tak.
Bir yakı da ulaşıyor bağlıca. Kabardılar bu. Bu ne var burada?
Onlara bu
yıkık kardılar bu.
Ben poltovka non yar regionu vata iddiavetime. Baka hayvan.
Az onu kıddı bunları bildi etti.
Bu masaya demek kilkillere yakara. Baka tahu apa?
La la la la la la la la la. Barış.
Var kompensator bulundu.
Evet, Dragunov bıraktı. Kimler diye?
Dragunov ılıkka da hep bolu digine.
Слырка onun.
Хотя.
Ой, верный друг. Вот так. Hem еще минка. Yine. Bu artık hoş durumda. Так, маннар бутtu.
Это Dragunov olar hep.
Rekavette. Край алышка.
Bırakı.
O ne de ruka yapaydı.
Tak. Kodrapın onu tukpun la hemere.
Yapın.
Ne hak eder dağıtım.
Osmanlılar.
Hakan ne vardı?
Doy kaç onlar bağlar.
Kişi der. Kodrat daha batut.
Ben diyeyim bilin.
Прибега kim? Пабзан. Пабзан ne делал? Пабзан не дует,
Tamam.
Жинах Пабзанда. Настоящий. Она nerede?
Hadi kan ne vardı paçuşkam?
Gaz bратан.
Ota paçuşkam.
Да. Çek tamam brat. Önceleri habıl aktar.
Kimde o?
Kimde o yapıyor? Kimde o önceleri. Vatan masada ne duruyor diyor diye diye.
Oluyor kaybolur.
Direkt yer. Hadi ne yapıyor? Hadi.
Günay man ne yuttu? Günay man ne yuttu?
Standa. GIGABYTE ya hala. Tempen yüzüm kayın nokta. O bir ol bularda. Sıra. Dokun dörtmüş.
İki paçuşka vardı ukta her gün babamın uktu vatam onunca. Çeşke de vakit cevap.
Bu barın da bu dedense.
Ben ne vakit yapar çeşke? Yine bir doktorun mı? Paşışkam hiç bu largın mı montan pabzan var mı? O maşiller var. Olar da pabzanın komandaları var ki ne?
Fitayistler bu yıllar kadar.
Şu öyle tatinde.
Bet olacak.
Hadi pabzanı bolanı pot kupta yakka. Şu üstünce bir lagaydık ka?
Onda ayakada ölürde.
Bir hakalenler ha.
Abi.
Yakini topkeyin hadi bak.
Push. Hadi bak şeyi hetligini dikkat al. Скажи, мой дых бадым. Хочется.
Пачечка ловит, да?
Беппина кодде.
Harını civarda lüha patladı. Lüha var böyle.
Çocuk gidiyor ho.
Ay kapışı şu diye bağlı da lüha.
Ya katık diyor.
Da bu tuvalet kadar kapıdaş.
Yok lüha.
Бар
olur. Putin reç de dek kuduti ben. Hayap tip pabzan easy toplar.
Ana pabzan abo. O maçları olur easy topta.
Nokta atılır.
Nokta atılır ha onlar.
Çünkü hatırı.
Pabzan bala hala hacer bu hala.
Yine kan nereye rojok da.
Oldur pabzan haydım. Ho ıppatan evin.
Droblavadım gelemedim.
Doktalıydı. Dur zaten bala hediyorliğin. Ippat.
Hadi bunlar oktarın ne diyen ne bilir bu. İşte de drop.
Otu bu toğu bir masasında bu da karbatık durur bu. Aha spatık. Bu bir hem
Yeller. Granat atlar. Ha, topadan da kabın da diyeyim bu prospar.
О, топ 1000 рублей. Хорошо, кекса, бро.
О, adam ya bu
da.
Aha, metka alır. No kadar metka. Брать.
Arşağı da andaydı.
Siner. Abi hep yüzü.
Arşağı.
gidiyor.
Anlayacalar bu metka.
Bu maskarını hem hediyle. Hey, çara tapap mühim.
Oradaki leviye hüdü.
Öder.
Biki. Gösterme. O profudum evde var ya.
Kanlar idda.
Прошу тебя. Metal alır.
O olatım yeni metallar bileyim.
Bir bacım. Metal aldım. Прошу işte kadar etti.
Bilmedim. Ha bu geldi.
Ya bana. Dia serah tuh.
Bener uno betul bener kuan gitu.
Betul dedim böyle. İşte.
Batırdım.
Miki mutlaka dedi. Bırak patlatlar dedi.
Harı yapalım da hadi.
Batırım bildim dedi.
Battı.
Bujanga köştevetter de.
Batırdım ba.
Biblioteca köştevetter ha.
Çar bari kara volta. Ta kanna maravati.
Tuvalekka.
Arsa kordut. Arsa уже место на малор репета. Уже побза на хай малор репет. Чемпионатка kita aja gitu. Ayo kan.
Çempionatка tajana çona.
Bu manna bağlar evet. Oturalla. Nahar aktara gama. Min.
Mätin kon.
Min tuum. Inne divetten evin.
Udura bacan gudum kodan jatata.
Berarti bu da ha.
Manna vaatla dibilatta. Falan jokka.
Aha.
Okey, gimini kurban.
Taş tuvalet kıvar buldu.
Ne kapasın?
Ta zakamasını.
Boyalar.
İki basın ya gördüm.
Ha gördüm. Красавчик.
Хорош.
А вот добирай дымры. Канна тали. Вы так кин канна var ya Arzak.
Добирай датır Emre.
Hok boboş bar. Min tapupun. Draguna buna. Kalen staktarın. G.Skill.
Anne toxtadılar.
Durum kanal.
Anneredir. Budur. Ay üyedi bitti.
Exovision'dan 2 geldi de.
Toxtatdı Peter kalaq da.
Ulan bardın, siber bardın.
Canım.
Kanna.
Yok.
Kanna ay ne de. Kata alıyorum min.
Tamam. Hadi bak.
Devede.
Bu bana var bir ki. Bakın. Hayır canım. Bu bana hadi. Bir nok bana hadi.
İstiyor mu ya?
Ilgışka geri aldı şimdi.
Bırak baytan etala bakan zona girin bazı. Atamasın lan bu.
Hocam biz maşın hocam.
Es.
Daşı girmiştir hocam.
Bağırmanı var Ali.
Bastan tur bakan ne? Çoğama mı?
Ya hemen gitti maşının bahasta etemince biz maşını
Ben bastan barı.
Allah diyor hadi.
Bizi patlar bu prava bağlar, simülatör bağlar.
Çamasından kaldır hadi.
Maça masaya da hok var kaça.
Benim bette var.
Benim bette alın
Tamam ödümçe takal hayal ettim ne bileyim.
Уже istihbarat тоже güzel oldu.
Buydur bir.
Ya atıtlar buradan. Bununla bağ çok ısrar hayat.
Şeyleri tutulma kadar. Ben resmen takıp nana barı.
Bu tolek hem lokacağız biz ko. Hadi kana bitne.
Betim. Hadi yapma bakalım.
Buradan be. Ben de aşırı skra yok ne bu kısa bakıyor. Burası çok ne çok rahat mutlu. Ben sadece baktık.
Anlayacak.
Sadece
Kita sejere puta şao koyuyor. Dona kirin yere burada. Bu simülatördeki.
Ne yapayım kızım? Ben alırım. Devetin sabat alırım.
Doktor Remba daha var argın.
Badara koyayım.
Lu hemiletleri baran pushtu bitti Remba.
Pushta man ketebit. Var bijek ülken kali algas.
Ata ola tütten yine alırlar. Hayırlar diyor. Mi hayırlı.
Man najah metka. Premier jazoka. Прям над нами. И не влез.
Ta oğlum ho.
İnternetten.
Ha ben bardım da ka. Ben beğendim. Ben arzaket de hocam. Hadi stobayın. Интересно писать. Айканин. Öyle Oxtum arayım baba hasta. Gel bak.
Kontrol alır bir.
Biz ne kontrol alırız.
Aksaman. Dost olur. Bir de yakar. Yürüyen köylerden sen kontrol tuttan tak.
Min kudu kale alırım ba. Hadi anına. Min kel bisi bin. İtnen. Doktor atamba bakın напрямую.
Mina звук, ты хрустят пока.
البختر
Tallar tallar abba.
Barma.
Takıma zaman.
Hamle tırtla. Uyu burunik buna jattağın sabaka.
Bunda bir kıl tangas takı vardı bir iki. Elvi bara otta kıl tangas takı. Bu tiyata kal. Ana bara haber bardı.
Levi var ya ka.
Aha. Kıl tangas takı derek.
Bir iki gördüm etek.
Papazan hancarı. Papazan daha şey cerit.
Varılan hayatlarda.
Ruş.
Bulup para.
Kredi hayatlarda ola.
Kıl papazan bolu çöne. Kıl papazan da bizim bolu.
Masın ne?
Kamületler takka atılır. Utarı. Kaşyoka. Utarı ya.
Ha kelime. Koruş.
Kanan. Bomba bırakandırayım kanan. Hadi.
Добра.
Доброго.
Koruş.
Granata geldi.
Hala kelime. Ha kelime. Töyteyim biri.
Tamam bak. Flash'ı bıraktım kenara.
Min teddim.
Aja nahar gir aldım.
Min teddim.
Min ölüm. Akabat gir aldım. Flash klaslar.
Bana babzan kanalları. Ne kadar smoke nerede? Bana smoke.
Var.
Smoke'un iyi olarak atlaştı. Smoke'u da
Vardı
var.
papazan.
Ha. Maskalatta kini ola abamda.
Пушту атыр куру привычкалак болот.
Smoke'u табылды бата. О, бадда ме яка обратно. Babzan bir yak mı ne yapar? Bir pravatını push dokale çöndürü çö.
Çıkam üstüne çöp ya. Yes, düet. Kendine kastı 3 tere çöğüne, kendine 3 tere.
Пабзан хайталатын дижоннор. Дижонно гобарни хер. Ол кетте кетти хар. Bir yıllık daha kabul et.
Ulaş koral. Bir ayı bıraktı gitti.
Ho, mi bıraktım. Bir de bravo.
Alır okuyacak diye.
Слева geliyor falan.
Babzan koyukta acıyın işle yolduk. Granata lakan.
Bir bırakalım. Bir bırakalım.
Atın sonunu öldü.
Hadi bir gel hadi abi kim öldürdü de. Ediyor.
Biz onu kovuyoruz.
Balla.
Babzan.
Evet. Halas bekliyoruz marın kendi. Evet. Doğru. Ha, bırak bir üstü bir gün. Ayağım bitti. Hadi tu gore batı iyi başı. Bana bütün benim kadar diye rahatım kuru kutnadır.
Olayım pauza. Bir de aldı.
Öldüreyim bırak. Doğru. Gidiyor dizi. Bastı. Tamam.
Да.
لا.
والله مسكر كلها خطر بت.
Gire son oldu diye.
Yakın üstü
Olur ilerim bu.
Блин, ehli alara takında öyle ot. Kadar private ödün gelişinden. Eli kadar nokta birin kare kutunlar. Leva. Leva durar ya şu oyunu durar. Хорош.
Хорош.
Ne kadar iki gol.
Алымы атан көр. Таспен тоғын көр. Хорош. Дере.
Точно метка, Иван. Таким. Bir nok, 2 kaldı. Nice. Что за флешки, блядь?
Ты вот attın batı.
Топ-2, еще, топ-2, еще.
Да, так тут ровно аяқ бар флешка работает.
Короче, бастан пабзаны нүктәбі бітіві. Гресін алды мен бітам нөші бабы құтәті бірді.
Sen beğenip ne papazan kamule hocam.
Hatta anlayan.
Kabul bak.
Bir. Najanları papzan hayıkta atacağını paydi. Onu na Avrupalılar. Na Avrupa bir niye hayıklar. Ya papdan uy nokta et najanları.
Ne draba?
Oçağına to patim bulup putne evet.
Dolar olur.
Mina karadık bara alın. Da karadık bara hece bola apın. Yotoy başın net strahaf gılazak bola ap. Masını gel bitir. Oydan kira.
Tigilten vurdu bu.
Smokun bahatı kabartın bara açmayayım bari.
Abzan diyen igro. Da bihita bars. Bu bok zokana gıtıs bito. Судья, главный судья. Ты главный судья.
Да бифти de hilyasısı.
Delipti de.
Tabii ki. Azrak nereye gibi olur?
Hadi.
Merazrak gibi olur.
Ata iyi bu kadar bu kadar hıpıkır istedin ne hatır. Biliyor musun? Pravatın mahdan
koydum. Bir başladılar abi.
Mihal de mah hıpıkırta.
Tamam ben levayetten kurar mıydım? Onları ben azrak kuruyor gibi. Azrak kuruyor gibi.
Azrak kuruyor. Azrak kuruyor da. Azrak kuruyor da.
Evet, azrak kuruyor gibi diye. Azrak kuruyor.
Abi başladı bu da.
Azraklar rayı gören bana. Tasmin ne?
Ese de öyle. Atın kadar azrak ellerini bağlı. Azrak kuruyor diye. Tamam tamam.
Ama digine pustu vuran istane koydum.
Azrak azraga avaha kuruyor. Dalifti değil.
Bilin tas.
Kranikka kimde ıstamata bıhılakt. İyi koytan ıstamı poluklarınızı.
Bağlı.
Tüyüm mesleğe. Arif pravda.
Bili tuğundan bari kırıyacak bili. Sekretine tohtada piyim diyen tığırsak edin dahirine. Bu istedi. Ha?
Loot'tan alıp olacağım.
Ya loot'tan alıp ondan. Açakan ne var abi?
Kim kamandı diyor.
Ya on numara diyor. Otum iyi batış buket. Kahayım. Davat buket. Eğitimde joska hak eder bağlara. Diyin adrakka.
Ders var.
Jet ya.
Beni loot gibi de.
Ben bu radyoda diyorum da betta.
Başı değil benim.
Ay loot. Ay loot da kanıyor işte.
Bir iki. O da koyar. Üst klat üstte bu.
Bollu. Göt çıkartmış.
Naroska. Göt var.
Masını hokta da solga. Aşı bol.
Masına bu küçük tane.
Masını hok.
Solgu göstübe de. Doğru.
Abi. Oo ne var diyeceğim. Adları unutturayım.
Bir yere pingput bakalım bunu arpat ki. Bir de pingput baktım ben. Çok olmadı.
Aska bir stream sniper daha bitti ya kadar. Kadın ölürün nasıl bitti?
Kimler?
Kimler?
Pazarla. Atık şunalın kankasına.
Sılırdan.
Darabanadan köpüdüm daha kim? Davada.
Az onu da hava evet. Ben hatu bu. Ben rahat da vada.
Yeah.
Так. Оп. Дичка عمل تمام. او بلا. İdi kim ne bombalı halal bombandan tay.
Tamam.
Tamam maşallah hadi.
Abi hava o da başka abandan alır bitti.
Aldı la.
Ne var lan narıska?
Ondan göz squat. Göz squat.
Oh, observatoriya 1 squat bir de ha. Na Roskut 2 squat bir de.
Met var bazı kılıç.
Ben bakalım ne var lan.
Ha, hadi korkaca. Kallara.
Opagalar bağlıra bit. Opagalar hakalar diye bitirdi. Tamam gemiye de bir şeyin dengi var. Baralarının allar oğlu var.
Opagı böyle hakikaten olur bir kabul. Kastık da konsept kulu. Beş.
Sen hatta kalanlar bak.
Ha?
Sen hatta kalanlar bak.
Ha sonuna kadar mata dedirttin.
Adını.
Короткое имя.
Ход стенleri ben baktım. Ход стенleri kastı da aldı.
Короткое имя можно принять, короче.
Otomen mi? Menim kolor minus den 72 siden kayıkta biter. Onurukta biter. Erkenni. Onun orargın put hatam mata ete imi уже использовано дирти. Олар пата.
Опага не
Полное наименование было, краткое гын орамба. Тюет буквалар.
Ото лосайнан били min 72 yıllar vanna doktor kalla bara. Tu tok kanargın put. Tanka vay tok van tok. Короче. Min 72 bil tok par gabartiga bar kına onargın put. Bili navilerin kollara البقبات وخبرت يرون يلا بت دوتا بولن تو
كان بولر توجه ميت كبر خناد
يا مثلا اوه غريب
بيخبر
بيلي نمبر يا
عبر مكي
زوخان مثلا خا
اوه
بر خناد شو انا
هاي كي وكي ولا بيت وي ولا بيتنا
شباب مزارك رتم شباب فول تاستمت
Bu manna bari qarayım ba. Bu bastığım yatka bari qahab. Onu ondan tuğunan bari qıpıtın septi görü bu. Manna.
No, masana надо, братан, masana лучше делать. Динелен пойди ким дох похтах. Динелен ким дох похтах.
Карачай вала.
То есть 5 таран вообще.
Tuh pahit gajah jauh kim istan nak terdepan.
Jauh.
Jauh. Arsak. Onu mana kini killer.
Yok bagın da. Basan da.
Badı.
Ha?
Zohan'ı mı yaptı? Zohan masaya da.
Barda mısın?
Oh.
Ne o? Polukta hüleni evinde basıyordum hop. Ne olar Irak pay duruyor baş.
Bar mantam bel hep polo.
Ulan daha kar o Irak durmasın. Kalbapıt.
Remba bolan bel hep kena manne gini hıcakın. Spokojno bolan basın.
Ne ali?
Bir yer oldu gibi.
Gırza var o zaman da.
Bak aret kıymetka.
Bu dura.
Tanımım buluam bili.
Aba, tustanayız mı tıkarı?
Tostan. Cevap.
Akas sana.
Öyle de.
Aho. Просто masaya otur.
Dım ılık. Şu dımı hocalar yapmak. İkili dımda hocalar. Ya abi. Jaras super lu.
Dia terus dia bola bulu.
Parchochka baru wilmak onu mannek darugno. Piri.
Manda jenalan tim dia ke bola kahanda kayak bata. Bulatçı gıdım bara.
Просто bir ayak.
Zohan baraka bari kali yaptı.
Bakalım hadi bunu demin.
Barigam min kede. Sama.
Masına başlıyor.
Ha? Huwag masina. Kula bol katını.
Sini gördük var Zakka.
Tamam yaka.
Aha bara.
Bu da davet mi istiyor? Bir yeni gördüm.
De gara Zakka.
Zona Ata pistole dımnak buna ha. Ata öyle hene tabii. İki dımnak buna. Bu bir bu var. Pistole bir var. İki dım olata oksa. İki dımnak hadi.
Öyle.
Sinir. Web journal bu. Web journal bu kulağa.
Burada basında kanı diyen köpek oluyor ha.
Drop pad işte. Beraber.
Burada kaya Doğan. Bir langıç ücretler o kadar yakın hep bittikten.
O apteka mı var bittim ya gıcıktanı. Apteka da bu ki. Kere apteka la haca.
O var. Apteka bu hocam.
Bıraktım.
Masa ne?
Gece.
Masaya tühür ha.
Çık tutardı kadar.
Ne çekti dururdu?
Geliyor.
Drop var ne?
Kelleci.
Aha kelle.
Okta.
Birini çektiler olur.
Kostümeler bak ha kostüme.
Aha kastıyor afet.
Sağ ol. Oklara biteceğim gerektirir.
Yerci. Otur yer.
Hadi.
Bu birazdan bu kadar.
Masaka не трогай, пытка. Masaka не трогай.
Hemen takallar yok.
Noktandı mı если что?
Tururu lan.
Noktamin tururu.
Roş. Bir kere
Kam scanner.
Hadi bu hediye kemir.
Tururu.
Avlat. Olmuş da vakti. Tapatın da bildi.
Mega помощь kalbede.
Hadi kimde
Rebe
tapar.
buradan hayat. Türkiye'nin aydın Rebe.
Rembo baraların hay.
Ha?
Üstki.
Bir gün hayat tak buna. Uzun da bir kimir yaptı.
Gol attı da hataları dedi. Hıldan bana tağla bana kadar.
Timin kırağına bu da.
Huwa min hata atma. Hatan tokun tokpatın.
Kadna var. İyi hata. İyi hata.
Üyeleri yok. Üye olan.
Ne kadar bana kadar emin de öyle kırıyor.
Пятерка надо.
Сеп de bana. Kadara. Burada bir kadar buraya biraz. Kofi musun bana? Kofi yere yapın kardeş. Güzel. Neyse şu. Kutu. Evet bana alınlık oldukları hayaller olur.
وجهات من سترنا بدنا ندق البتر الصباح كذا. هتأمي وده هاي بعدين بلاكن ولورون.
تبرين işi aşağı daha yakıt. Aşağı birin de canlar bağlar.
Varın altın toz ürünler. Cavır.
Yeller bile sayıkan hadi.
Yeller ha.
Bela minin niye tastım короче haytan nah. Öyle tuğ kadar diksiyem var.
Biraz daha yakın.
Ben rahatlıkla kuran durumu da zokanı. Hadi öyle bir.
Papağanı zokan otara kisinden göre kavar. Onluk. Papağı çok südahat oldu.
Hoppa. Kimi bu dedi?
Kavar dağının da ana. Ayınlarım.
Это хамбавчи 2х вообще. Жена тулы 2х.
Вот эти настройкалар bu
под
себя урам бере.
Veren ne kadar şey onu nasıl kalan bir yakında delbe.
Ну кычатты мәжиден. Bir.
Masiner. Tabii ya helle.
Elin cehillerde.
Aha.
Hangi yerine?
Aha marngı cehirine. Asla.
Kasam kalırız o.
Kostümün.
Kostüvatı.
Dokutna.
Çay talan.
Aha, bardılar.
Kostüve dokutna geliktere ekillendir.
Kim asına var ne yer? Kolundan hay talan.
Kötülü.
Kim asın? 2 Kolundan bardılar.
Böyle.
Toxtatdılar.
Evet.
Evet, mende toxtatdılar. Sinenge.
Uğul lavında.
Bardı.
Bardılar.
Ha, böyle.
Masını este torka.
O hadır. Hadi de kanıp bakalım. Donay bir ya vurwa tıkansa. Tolar kandır otur. O barlar.
Eller.
Meskala.
O da vardılar kamera senterge.
Kolis krayın yut, mantanın yut, intention yut. Herlerden kan yut. Bakalım çekti. Kancalarım.
Kadar tehir her bakarım ya.
Sın yerde.
Топ 1.
Kıyak gibi bitti şu an.
Bunu kan yiğitten hava kanadı.
Ülbek iyi var.
Kan yiğitten kadarları olayım bir. Üstürkü adamın.
Var. Top 1 Ada Song. Isındı.
Ol bildi bitti masina.
Kopiti. Битруш, дропо.
Так.
Drop bıraktı ya. Şöyle gidiyor.
Meha edi bıraktı. Meha bıraktı.
2 drop tekene bıraktı da. Ama 1 drop. Alıyorum bir gayet.
Doğru ya bırakmadı.
Nasıl bu? Ne bıraktı?
Doğru hinne hiti doktarık. Karanturu yarrak gidi tutan kelleler.
Maslı kılıyor.
Drop kadar yaktara bilen aydınlar.
Bırak. İşte kaldım acaba. Kadar.
Gelirler. Aytalar nerede?
Bu yerler bugün biter.
Anla.
2 shotta. Bana 2 giyecek. Bir giyecek.
Zokan herhalde open.
Ilgırak idde. Töttürü. Üstleri bit. Da koyarlar korur. Biz kattılar. Lan kök harcarlar. Ilgırak harcarlar.
Bir iki katı da değil.
Ondan jeter.
Ha kötü mü?
Harcar. Beni gördüler. Ne magu güzel.
Bir dedim.
Değmen.
Wow, bu tekrar ektireceğini bu kadar.
Hikaye değil mi?
Kelleler balla.
Скаттах ебал, кто ебал ее ебадым, что ли? Manda alır.
Callar ha. Ilgından acallar.
Zonlakta da.
Var ha.
Var zorla.
Takarın durarın yuhe takalır. Min haytalıyım bileyim nedileri.
Ben nazuk olur.
Nazuk olur o.
Nedir?
Bileyim
meka tak alır. İşte bandık.
Ben neler açacağım? Я правее их обхожу.
Dem kim bıraktıydı? Zoğanda.
Kimler bıraktı?
Yok. Aha tığhan biterler. Bardılar bu halakaydı. Kim arjak hep bitin oldu.
Я сзади их обхожу, короче. Зоған...
Bağlar. Тихо. Takkan yer mi ha? Bana.
Görüş.
Ты кусок так, манна.
Хорош.
Ты кусок так.
Красавчик, красавчик, давай.
Kalan var iki şurada tak ki.
Вот это хадинди. Hayır burası kadar ne var idi? Bir iki var işte.
Здесь удары.
O bağlar oldu.
Мен конечно attıracağım buradan. Здесь удары.
Kalan var.
Здесь удох. Öldü уже.
Öyle.
Здесь удохтадın.
Çok действует ne tane? Hayır bu ne? Действует. Hayır kadar действует болдырıyor.
Камыс кенде орбаққан, просто бегаешь, чекаешь.
Burası veri alama alır aman zokan.
Veri alama hürekele var. Aslında alama.
Açanda erim batakan hayır yiyin tlavdın kendin.
Min noktalı bunu tanıdım. Ya aykata bete bitti. Ya remban действует tema keller remba. Действует naka. Действует ayın haydınlar min kinler haytıldı ama Ha?
Yok hadi. Booster bir seri.
Bestiyan. Mana boost be atar ılayım mana.
Onda smokta icikler. Ne onu çektiler onu. Hatta parı lootlar bu değil.
Метка дроп таптыр. Лутту жылы.
Так, 3 sumka var.
Oldu ama.
Действует derdi.
Bunu gördüm что ли еще?
Lata я же сзади. Yani hüyük kayık takım bottun.
Aa, tabi bilbepim buldu men kakan navaların doktori. Ata bağır üstler buluyor.
Bıraktım.
Min действует да takan benim haya hep koyacağım.
Öyleyse.
Вот, один хайхтайден, что на фраком он этого.
Спокойно кидают. Mana kadar спокойно, спокойно кидают. Короче, спокойно они выходят.
Канада.
Кайık takip biri.
Tamam.
Hadi bir squad bomba da diyeyim ara. Oo, bana hasta bir bunlar da.
Da bari kanar böyle.
Başı şerileri gireptin. Onu gireptin bunlar. Motor dolar. Oo, dolar.
2-2 kalbıttır Gelata. 2-2.
Bir short takman da. Bugün bağladı. Bana dolar bir.
Amsken olarak bir iki.
Nokta attılar. Kadar. İkili nokta attılar karış.
Amsken olarak bir iki. Öyle bir ikileri.
Bir skipten de.
1-2 kaldılar. 1.1. Duralar olacak. İyi durar var bu. Ok yok ki. Kanal ete var ya. Öldürdüler все. Bir iki kaldı. Aa. Etin kıltaydı.
Килым нет, если пластовый.
Ölür barın ölür.
Azrat yapardı.
Aşağı kadar en nada.
Кемпа gitti. Pronto rotta, tüyler aynen tiyemde.
Pronto. Bu manda geldi. Bu munduka. Manda geldi işte.
Öcer, tebe Allah. Tebe
Allah.
Aa, man öcer. Puşta kirin, drabaş bad.
O.
Po bak paro linte bak.
Ноль килла топ-1.
Регион года. А то выход братанча.
Да.
Yok, bir mastik.
Да, по-новому килла.
Ваших поебать.
Главные победы, участие.
Дима, тильтама такамара ладон. Главная победа была участие в Дима. Че давай дарнул, то ну бад. То да. Килл ми хоп. Ya takara. Min da go ette mara alto ette urun haybitim lina go ette. Продвигайся вперед.
Касхан hadi de öyle.
Alto ette urun nati marın bastı go bilin. Agon ette valla. Hülbe hıpından elbette. Продвижение var ne? Bak kimi de koşu yapın ya kar var. Tanah sah nonyu bolamut. Hari wak. Atar narajun narhayık pınar zagı muhtal beton. Ada kan pun atau yok kihibin tururam. Ol bir yemeğin hayt labın. En na burada zagı hüren kelen tururuk tet ne çamin olur haytlık tet. Üski.
Öyle aslında şu an öyle öttü.
Hı. Tato dengel turur. Tamam.
بالله اعتقد انت ما نجي نقطة وكون ديون بس ما هي
Anladı.
İkisi masasına aspetler bastan kalem bitir ikisi masasına bile. Ki bari aspetler mi kanım bile saha tam bile. Bari ki lihtire du yemin.
Memnun otalar otan falan var bitti tanda.
Otar embat var bikim bitti. Kas bolla. Ece tugun. Otut bolla da.
Hatta Allah.
İşte çet otut boladı.
Aha.
Etton kaldı. Adam arın bir 15 nada diye bitti.
Neyse olur. Behe etevindi. Bir 15 kati bippi ondan sonra tettere tühen habıp.
Atak won tüdüske dikap vahet üskü dükürüş.
Ayıppedim di. Eti bilet remeslinike bitti dağına üstü bilne diye hayırlar yani ebeteller yani.
Oh, etimin prostat.
Oh, anlık badak.
Просто ник чикен кетесин. Кайык баудum кыз. Айгын прав болаттыр рам.
Oha patladı çoğuna. Oha tallar bitti.
Oha
Oha tallar. Обычно он kallar. Bastan bilet remeslinike biterler on tabi bilne diyelim.
Kada. Çempiyonada günü boyu gol bir kiyine to oha tallar mı?
Çempiyonada günü boyu.
Iti epidim. Ah.
Oh, berata ya kali. Samba. Anladın bahseder hamba.
O kan tanesi zor hakalları. Miyasalıyor met. Miyasalına.
Bu mesleğinde. Azira.
Попугая.
Ya kanına bakar. Любой ilgi. Hatta просто мясо diyorum.
О, английский сезонга для интереса от 3-го апайдан көріп потенің.
Можем. От центра готовить.
Üstten de.
Ага.
Давай.
Только он еще до них надо.
Тоже хана көрәшілігі үшігі он.
Ну.
Зоханан генеремеш шөй болар ба. Блин, попробуем было.
Что Зохатон мясо спал почему? От 3-го.
От первого мясо бельги.
Первое мясо.
Хорошо.
Наоборот, бихи от первого гене мясо.
От первого бем мясо лавки, ай генинга. Аржага ты мясо ла такнен охотниктер генил бакымы. Туаты ок мясо булып. Или аржактын дуо против склада. Бихи бергенне онуң ойночу. Дуо против складов ойночу.
Biraz okun düşüş.
Arjak bergen hol bu yıl. Då sån kam till här i det här. Hem bichu målar till heller. Dek. Da? Hadi. Yılgıt gibi.
Ne bu gibi? Ne oldu?
Aja son kam ada luki bep boleh culakan sikit. Ai kata apa?
Coba mana bilang mana kira.
Coka sangat kir. Warna full tata saya be. Hite deh.
İşte ki var.
Allah.
Sama lekol alır tu viral mana. Itu mana sistem ni channel mana yang. Akak perkara gini. Ini aja nanti.
Ada kadar sifo vonya battı diyor. Kadar bu bitti diyor. O zaman kinler mi bil bitter böyle raka bitti ama. Zokan hep bitter böyle. Zokan hep bitti raka bit. Zohan koyayım ne skazet diyemen.
İki kadar oldu.
Gösterdim.
Так.
Bata kaybettim minik bu.
Biri mi Чемпионская состав arabalar gösterdi de hovalar abi.
Tokat değil.
Bakandega bit. Konikster du yan bağlar olar. Bana barabatın haller.
Yamne.
Güzel oldu bu. Respekt.
Esto baragetin pattar bu. Baragetin pasti hallar on tam yati yamayın ne hallar bu. Ay kat.
Hatta göre açım ne her? Böyle stream'i direkt ışığı önce açılır kelin koyabilirim. Pa default kelenler öldür bollar emi. Haydi görün. Bir boy kelin koyanlar olur. Arada kelin.
Üşüyor yere toplanın. Neresinden?
Nasıl? Zokan neresinden kadar жестко.
Ay kani блядь, kim bombalıyor? Zayibat.
Kaya.
Kim etti? Ya tettere yapıtı.
İyi var yapıtı.
Bile remba divine semin. Как всегда. Kim bilir ne dedi? Bilbepin. Körbetim dağını. Attı var bu kelle. Bu manna var. Kelle mi yakar?
Хорош.
Üstü bir kelle. Utarı.
Кыпкыл. Блядь. Варка бетах путурдан. Тахджа башаджыр.
Hadi.
Buraya vardı.
Diyor.
Tepe tamam. Красавчик.
İki nok.
Ha bitti. İkiler bu hep.
Tiyerin. Ha iki vardı.
Блядь, semin.
Rembo'yu dururu.
Rembo'yu cabulun hacı divine. Bong, oten ini kaya cingmet, itu lah cingmet. Ini buat.
Pomoç istemesi yere.
Öyle ne akay batı mı? Ondan da katak bol. Zay bal diye tu dak ikisi bombagan.
Zokan. Kes 100 sırası.
Pomoç istemesi.
Kanna var.
Ben loot'tum ete. Bıstır.
Aha.
Hadi Luka ben kiyin sayar.
Ben haydi.
Manna zokum kiydi var. Yürü alma hazır ol. Böyle abartın bırak bir. Kanır babı. Ödde konuş.
Hadi şu bitti. Evet. O kaya düş bitti şu dolu.
Bu öyle o öyle al.
Блядь, kanalla.
Hadi düş bitti. Ödde verin böyle. Kölbe tok bitti o şu.
Öteki iki işte bar diyebilirim.
Это бар девять надо. Просто кölbe tok bitti ellerin. Что за хуйня вообще?
Зохан не кыгра деймін.
Бля, мек кыгырасың.
Rembo kayıskada bırakan mekanik.
Kaç adet gözük ya?
Rembo stream sniper bırak patlayın.
Tutumin çavelna jadi. Bil çavelna attı var bırgarı. Algastar yastı diye natımı.
Бұрға долық рақт бар оны еттін, ровно рақт.
Ровно Zokan seriye geldi.
Zokan seriye geldi. Şimdi var abi.
Yüzden çıkmadılar orta.
Çok rızlı bottu.
Hatta bir kanalda. Hoktur öyle.
Ben kata
juga kaç bitir bu da hoş.
Da bir tabatla da kata speedanna. Katam temba herhalde bir kere.
Kehrin nokta avtum diye.
Hürenedi bir iki de bifti toko.
Kehrin
nokta avtum diye.
Ben de bifti avatam kehrin. Hübüdüm.
Top vardı.
Bilmem.
Zokan ince manlı kadar tohtan kaldı. Körbüte her azı. Ne dersin?
Ben de de bifti avatum da bifti avatum porta.
Так, точка надо. Точка канна бari. Hedi jonla kanna balları truplara bolsayna.
Sintara da. Kucamalar padre. Ay, kapı. Ben baktım sonra.
Harika.
Студията не было, да?
Предлагаю... Бэби 9 бырыха.
Иди, Бэби 9 енді.
Иди вот это бы.
Аты бұл... Левый тарды оғада да талыба. Бұл жеға ен.
Бұл же... Куған ба? Қаяттан кәлелді же.
Ача бұл студияның тырдардың хепінді. Просто мне не вынете.
Бырық қатинна хайты шөй хау студияттыра. Лараба таддан не алды радик.
Дима Сауд хаты үйренебі.
Бля, мен бастар ішлемні хажам, сука.
Я думала надо ведь. Полумигасан думаю.
Bir журнава дут если что. Мен olmasını alıyor.
Олар. Мен ішлем көрем әрі.
Kursala bağlı. Ne koyuyor magam bu. Компенсаторunda, iki компенсаторunda to'xtab.
Amilvak da bu.
İki компенсаторunda to'xtab. Poligas.
Aha, компела. Шлем надо. Birer alalım, birer компенс alalım.
Hatta iki metkalan bir yerin.
Bir alayım.
Otomin.
En dolar.
Hatta koydan fitlerin diyeceğiz.
Vette. Çavallı.
İşte, tugul işte diyorlar böyle. Topacıların yemişler diyorlar.
Min campeão. Topacılar.
Auto yıllar ay.
Один hülbeki lafmışlar diyor o.
Ha buldum plamigas buldum. Hey dokutun attı.
Ondan bin.
Irgal dedi. Ondan bin. Ten jam böyle diyor. Ten kanha jam teh jam.
Hatta Zohan bir şey badut en yavaş kaydane. Bir sonra adı
bah sakit diyor. Kanha da. Ya göreyim ben miyim balas yok tulis.
Okey. Arsok takım burada bilin bir video tayakta var orada.
Atı barın ya atı böyle bittim bara. Basını kim de batettun?
Atı basına.
Olak.
Çektarı da.
Cevabı.
Masına var mı Mika?
Masına var yok aga.
Peki.
Atı masına var bula masına ki kelen lıktak bu değil. Tamam masına hatı diye bini.
Şöyle.
Şöyle koduk free koduk.
Masına var yüren kelmiye ha. Ben gitti var. Min abıştı masına bullak bunu jonlar bunu taçın. Benim komuyan. Min hatı masına var bullak bu zaçım mi kadar şu masına.
Şey. Min başka şu buldum просто olmak kadar.
Bilhim mi tohte bir kudu. Marka olur onunla. Wana simnaş kavlar tabar skereten. Bil simnaş kavlar tabar henter. Da min toqbar ikhtak. Toqate. Bisi gibi hajak tak bala masına nah janda bil baraj jawta. Masına bar mi hati kal marka on tambar hajak. Jauh.
Evet.
Tasal yok aman toqta bu masına melikka.
Böyle haftar.
O da bakan ne oldu?
Bir yakastan.
Aha bir yere.
Bana iyi.
Yok deveye bak dedi. Bu taraf işte yani.
Evet, oldu dedi. Yok.
Bro.
Ha?
Bana nежданчикта я приду.
Ha?
Bana nежданчикта я приду. Bana söyle.
Çok kaç lira? Ben de açtık değil.
Bana nежданчик.
Oca.
Kaptata mı yani?
Попаду в меня işte.
MK var dedi. MK.
Bekle.
Oğlum ben kaydık kalır on. Onu toğum bile hatatın da yakan. Tuve уже моё личное.
Ey katiyim bakar.
Helal.
Ne?
Bırak tere. Bu gör bu. Yapayım diye. Badut. Remba.
Bu tezi bici bitti bile. Pardut.
Tamam mı nağdan başı?
Ay.
Dokan mi kaldı? Badut dedi.
Bareng. Atau masınam bar da bitti. Masınamın da bar alırdı. Hok bar.
Gastan. Ulan kudan nada bas.
Atmasaydı yürüdü. Kaktiğim oldu bırakıldı dedi. Ay kaya. Kutawari kini ya gimana nanya. Minader pun. Tujuh pun otu hati ulur dah. Yok.
Kaktiğim oldu.
Ya bu kaktiğim oldu berapa baik kemarin.
Tünü oldu kadar tünü ayda kirende.
Pengkaya tünü macam tu buat kita. Umaya lah benda. Iban aja lebet. Ya bu. Yok kuan anak laki ini.
iPhone petas barang. Şey barang. iPhone petas barang apa tu? Ay kan.
Berarti maka demo tu macam iPhone kita ada sampai saya sih mak file.
Masih
Barda koytan.
Bıyıl. Toxtatıb, koytatıb, bıyıl olsun.
Bu
Jordan ki var, orta Jordan üst ki var. Ve Jordan ki var.
Benim bir yer araştırdıkları da bir.
Явно karıştırılır.
Çirekini karakterinin göreç.
Себе позиционный buldu.
У мене кровь з носа лиха надо.
Носа молния в жопу.
Будем болатчы постоянно зону, так что надеемся болар.
Кровь из носа молния в жопу дейтін жана. Jerka var da.
Уличенко var da.
Jerka var da.
Var bir hemen ne kvadrat atarım.
Aha, adam Уличенко var burada.
Atın var.
Tabii var ya ne var, var. Плохо, быстрее жажри.
Bu bir heterdi.
Луктава там, эти луктава там. Тут.
Var bir diğer turda min anarat yapadım de. Tutuyor.
Has bari bir cahil şey bola, bari bir gel yok. Granat onu.
Bari tünye yaktı.
Açanı.
Adam.
Masina.
Ya.
Koşturma.
Masina koşturma.
Ha, bırak. Anladın?
Hayır.
Hayır, tutturmadı.
Da.
Aha.
Barda da aşağı.
Hatta o da aldı. Bırak. Çok pirana bu kulağı varsa dikin. Masna bir disk gösteriyor.
Masina iki masina gösteriyor. Alas badut. Тройка var bu polo.
Bu четверкадан yukarı kısa bakıp.
Aha.
Даже bu kayıttan yok bu ne yapalım четверкадан? Ha? Ya tamam. Ne?
Decisionlar kendi bir tek elektriği.
Ata haşa mı ko? O da Türkiye'de de tamam.
Cehçav hayır diyor.
Artık ayağını çekten koruyor. Türkiye'nin hoşluk masasına ayağını.
Elleri, utarı. Utarı zaman.
Öğren ba. Ben kurcuyla vardım masasına.
Hele bak hayırska.
İkiler mi öyle? Nok.
Где ног?
Anladım var öyle bir.
Gel. Granat lan.
Baktar evde sabah önce metka var.
Nok.
Da bir teput. Kayamak sama.
Masasından badayız bir dakika ileri.
Kana orada.
Beti mi?
Laşa var da oldu ki hayır.
Nok da giraydı.
Nanti gimana tadi?
Ол
Arzak
тоқтау бітте. Ол тоқтау да. Арзак.
Где тоқтау ты? Öte de.
Ол тоқтау да. Ve hada kavuk bana aldık. Kendi gelebilir görüyor kadar.
Aha. Eksamen olsa.
Ulan öyle işte var. Gidi kutura inan diyeceğim mutta. Nerede?
Gördüm abi. 8x var. 8x var.
Alexander masaları niye var? Bramba bitti.
Hadi bir yokola bağladı da bağlasın.
Var bu tropka var.
Ne tropka?
Nasıl yer?
Hadi mi?
Anne bitir.
Hadi
O zon ne yer bu? Yaban indir.
Hadi bir yokola bittiler. Bu kanal.
Bu kadar bu.
Bir öneri var bende. Başla.
Hoşuma yakaladım ki. Hadi atıyor ben bitti.
Они он манноддылар булар.
Sen.
Masina istay xana.
Maskına hiç çok bıraktım. Üst apteka bıraktım nafsak.
Hanlar öttü. Allah rahat da ol kwamba ol.
Skrajnie upa.
Ka Allah rahat jawab olati manna.
Mata upa.
Dokuya ki var Sudan oldur.
Tabii tu gaz kay ne yaptı kadar.
Oh.
Öyle.
Rozet kılıcı onu sama.
Bu kime tabii. Kime diyeyim bana. Bir hatta haybatları bu da. Gram bas korsa.
Kim pattın.
Kim pa ballar.
Jön rahat kadar da kim patlar.
Berta. Kayak patras pepit. Tata za zona tarıyoruz. Za zona heyecanlar.
Bir de mantan yollar bu. Şu yakıta.
Zona badda bara nereye zona şu. Bara nereye?
Banyavın hokukunda gibi.
Nok, tabiray.
Bu tabiray, aha da biru.
Evet. Dili ve yürüyelim.
Tabiray, добрал?
Oh.
Bu kadar bu.
Değil mi? Anlatır geldi. Хорош. Astari.
Tabiray da bunlar raketi ki.
O hatan bitti sıra. Öyle.
Emin.
Ne koydan dillü dedi. Ha?
Bilbedim.
Вот bir kim ara bulu. Açana. Сразу духаятı kişi biter bala konu сразу.
Батурон надым яхайм би. Ми бар хаҗа.
Карата астакины көбидем манда кандыры. Бу yeки. O kin haybi kötte.
Oh.
Mi bir haybudu. Hayb atak weapon. Masında var kin haybudu.
Ata bu dim na indi.
Ata yeki ölerin tanıdım da bu da.
Простить надо. А что это умно?
Бля, ми пятерка нахер, собака.
Жаркаталар var hasta.
Hoq bäber ala bunu уже. Men toqqa pятерка.
Bu jalar metka. Kalan yok.
Neler dolar da bindi.
Bilbedim içinde minut tabii ki. Октата. Слушай, я не проверю это. Мантата ди, халанг yoqdan bilki.
Men to'g'liq ta'tibini to'g'ri
Bu bardılar balar. Masyandan bardılar. Minut alıyor bir tane. Bizi kanlara heter kaçtıyor dedi ki.
Haran yok.
Ya da kakay.
Hadi. Ciğer var kanada.
Yakında ok bala.
Ой, ты 50 чисто есть что?
А Рема бит mi bakın da?
Masına tokta.
Basla temperatura.
Acıttılar.
Ilı ha. Olarak sразу. Тут ытылас по каяма.
Aha bilem.
Hayır.
О, блядь.
Да.
You have Allah dedi tipi südütüne. Итылажал.
Mallar bu.
Правадика, левадика etti.
Jetten. Kır bak hoş.
Karab, toxta.
Moktan.
Prosu.
Atas kalkadılar.
Nokta atlar demeyin nokta kini var.
Ne kaydılar?
Aha gördüm. Ay bля.
Bana hızlı tüyek olarak.
Hadi ha. Sevdim.
Program lan. Thomas.
Program. Gel better пока.
Hello.
Zaborka ne yazalım?
Biz de bu olad yani binni kadar.
Kadar da alır de.
Kadar da alın gidi. Men alayım.
Aha.
Leva numara.
Aha, leva numara.
Kella luğum yakan.
Kotum otur.
Bu barın ne? Лучше топ-3 game oynuyor.
Bizde bollar.
Bizde bollar dikör eydi.
Olardan bana gaz takınat biz.
O böyle oturttu.
O jet diyor hatta ne tılır. Ene tütten zoka.
Etler iyiyim.
Bronzda. Rekor bırakın sırada.
Bu da.
Hanyada başka hanyada.
O katammat onu.
O da tamam. Emtet ya bak.
Hadi dedi.
Zoka'na bir squat edeceğiz. Biz что?
Bu daha kayı bırak batta. Öyle.
Ne var?
Халарандан барахтны правее вообще.
Кого халарандан баран да?
Он канал. Баран денали. Вот олар, адреналин үдүгер. Прямо, справа. Иди, ага. Трейдер. Хорош. Сибирки варю. Кот, костаган бардан.
Блин.
Извините.
Arrak barabet tam masih lo. Bat itu. Oh, hati bak beli masih nomor hatatim. Otan huğun ratak zivigim apna haban turallar. Götki haban turar.
Masına gazı duruptaydım ben düğün.
Ha? Bapsi dia. Otan kadar
Kini koyacak kadar. Bir tane. Report bırak. Bronzanı.
Zaten düğün normalde bıraktı ben. İhtiyacı da anlattı. İhtiyacı da hadi. Блин, ihtiyacı olacağımı tanıştım bak. Karabel flash kalık taynetim paydı. Şu tüpük ne yapmaz.
Kaç hepsini bir dakika düşünüyorum.
Ben şimdi draba.
Ben goftem de.
Yani.
Ya öyle. Tonik ne?
Плюс тетте. Ремба.
Плюс.
А?
Плюс. Один этinde Леха боттара аяқтайды. Бот жона жүктір вообще.
О, не это.
О, сытнайс бітін. Көрбәді әтеді ең башы. Ол бот біле дыркатына тылауыта ең, короче. Ол бот дыркатына. Потом боллар право кинь.
Окей, жестко путами. Окей, путами.
Раз. Бронепоны шлемом большого понастны сразу.
Ну, мигни мето бәту хәтта. Шлемон ажитас.
Ну, что был? Аэропорт поддот, если что.
Бактым. Да мин хатта билбеди холар куатан хербин то хия бар батая. Ба мин тылауды.
Вия тахауды разы. Арраговну там.
Да мин тылауды.
Аррак барын дейбиде. Свои бросаем дема турурак хирем брам.
О, истибит плактым. Şimdi bana ispiti hep ılgından onu mini talan kelime bu. O katta bir de ılgı.
Neler bana ikeneli.
Kadar boyda da bir durun hoqtu süsin urunum kanna bari. 500.
Od buyu gadayım sadadda.
Od buyu gadayım.
Falan. Şey kalkanı, maktal kare.
Barata kurtoy bajonlar ja aykan.
Çünkü diyorsun intihnya yaptı bana.
İnya.
Sıddık.
Ayka bil hay sukki.
Tamam buladında.
Tiltarın. Urunum hoq teatr urun bara bit oldu. Urun hoq bollana zirya onyu kurduk bu haddana.
Ya mi kada hoq.
Drabaslama olur öyle ruhan. Yürüyorum. Kutu.
Bir şey bata bagastak pa boydur bolaçılar. Opotnik, alta frak, in horor.
Onda çıraklar okuldunlar.
Anladım.
Testan. Hatta canım. İlk testan tehdim.
İltastan.
ده بي مستحب بيت işte ya da onu bırak abi.
Kaskılan yürü bilmedi mi?
Bidik yok.
Bağlı kadar bidik gibi.
Kes var abi.
Bu mingit bir iki.
Beste bir iki bu köyle kallara.
Ne kadar?
Bir yaka.
İlk Petrovic German.
Hoğduk kill doğru.
Ana işte sondik.
Иди dokun. Böyle kadar.
Dokun Eduardo şu.
Solunun ötüp de bir iki.
Права чуть. Бейта справа.
Устуга bitiril o takıcı.
Ya ne bu?
Ay,
когда?
Ay, kanık.
Чему лежал?
Ay, когда? Ничего так gitti.
Bir kadar bakıyor.
Çumalar indi gitti.
Sen Zokan, bana ne diyorsun? Zarbaş bilen de.
Ben ne dersin? Hınyam var ama.
Ne işlem nerede? Lem o başa bırakma. Bada işlem.
Oo, hit tok var manda. Öyle.
Ya var. Bu da.
Bu uдар diye var bir iki.
Если что tok var. Şarba.
Bu diye var bir.
Bana здесь düştü ıstandalar. Ну,
Хорош.
Это где? Это где, да? Vallahi karan. Bir de ok yok kabarlarda.
Bu diye vardı bir.
Bir iki mantas kaçar.
Bastı da eskidi. Iltsastan atlamayın.
Пророгали что? Легко.
Evet.
Oca, kayı mayı yok bu.
Ne kapansa paus var mı namdos?
Bu cevaplar
Barbara.
Aranız cevaplarda.
Çok var.
Ok yok kadar. Bu cehatır bu gologorf.
Gölge var mı?
Gölge mi var?
Hatta bu da. Tarla stream'i bro. Gadda zokan nakal. Ha bro, bir çıkar bulun. Uca bulca.
Nok manna nok. Kuruş. Nerede?
Где nok?
O ne görürler mi? Patlar.
Gölge kim var?
Kaç desk noktadan?
O barda.
Durara barda.
Ay uyumadım блядь kala. Tilt. Hoca tamam puştu kanadı jettir hülen para aldım akarat.
Nok var mana. Drop.
Kuruş. Тебе того хоть ki.
Tegeldi блядь. Anne var azap. Bak gidelim.
Kuruş.
Brada khana da yuha takhana.
Brada. Zuk. Ana turgataş kadar.
Zokan kururu. Tuvalet kat aldı.
Барат чемпионат карам барам вдохновить фола. Каттан бар. Жабыл нолар ойын.
Тихо, блядь, казак. Блядь, казак ебаный. Тихо, блядь, ебаный.
Bittiler de.
Блядь, казак, блядь.
Меня birini de.
Ne bitti?
Ha bittiler de.
Угораю. Давай.
Hayırlısı.
Блядь, ты что, не узкоглазый, что ли, Эндир? Ай, блядь.
Oh, қарағым бычатан бері екен.
Bana aydın derim bak. Ha?
İlk tuvalet kaybettim. Tuvalet 2.
Bana aydın diyeyim.
Ha 3 gün aydı.
3 kere aydı. Bir de
Рембо жесткая.
Benim yakın. Ha. Benim balım benim yakın sırası.
Sayın diyor ki de sayar.
Oğlum ya. Frakin de to.
Karagi.
Şirketi bilmediğim buram hadi.
Бан кытты бы көрдүттү. Төттү. Ван толорожун. Төттү бести фрага.
Отонну кебете ван хок боллагана энчи дүгөн
Van
жүрөйки.
hoqollagana remba haytlı.
Били ван эн сайыкта жындыгын бартын бу жыгы жеребит көрөсө. Затме вай жыгы жеребит.
Matımız Van Hoğun yürüp.
Yok ван бары доллар хети.
Бите көрөчү.
Ну, ван бары доллар хети вискин хай баккен бете ван уже. Ким кайын бат диен хайык сорбу.
Olayın kötü bulmuş takmuttum. Ama bana kötü tıraştırdı. Ha?
Яха 0 килл 0.
Канна? Эти не меня жудum.
Bulle.
А мен бит хек боюм была. Бля, 50 тугда хай бап болдум. Баш, бля, паналям хыджавын, сука. 50 иктар.
Күн төкөм.
Hep de yeni bastığın noktası.
Hatta bля, пушто ходил, төлген түйрел, үйден бардам да кары, бля, олоп кеткен, бля. Ичондар ноктар, бля, барам пушто Канада деп кетти, бля, бар
bakım. Yok, yeni hay bitirdi o tot. Ütürü taşlıktan hay bitirdi.
Атар пуштурга. Как-то левее, правее. Смок.
Могум хога.
Ne kadar da bir duvarın o. Doğru bir Kanada bahasta metkalarını.
Zoka tiltadır.
Ну, бля, тухту, бля, алтон хетте урон, агон хетте урон. Бу быгын 0, бля, заебал, бля, ту иди ya.
Кыстырка атар mı?
Tiltastanga var adında Zokan.
А баш курдук, бля, рута.
Ruta diye.
Ай. А, 9 долларов.
Плюс каджам уракта.
Эй, ми масти боба, не ебу что ли. Нахуй меня плюс надо. Ну, я мастер был, а он не то, конечно, вижу, что доллар был. Я мастер надо. Мастер к тебе. Бриллиант, ну, что
Хуя пидер Канада, нам
Шарик палить.
Zokan ulaşın yıkın sanarga mı deyip.
Bir yıl vardı, bir yıl. Abaş kurduk kala, bilet. Dedik yine hatan töbe atap batım dedi. Tünlüğüne ne erkeği.
Bitir taptım. Amerikalı hana.
Bir yıl biri mağara indike cücede bile bari Zokan.
Точка надо вон. Бля, голу горов, блядь. Обзору тугда бер, бет. Бартын мехетить. О, коллиматор buldum наконец.
Kul buldum.
Шарик arayan bilin.
Ha, şarkı takip etse.
Doktornuko, min bastan bir yıl demir bahasta. Iksamannuko. Varsa zonu bitiyor, bir ceserak, var sırak.
Daha en kötü acaba.
Sniper kam tutundu.
Doktorun naha doktorun bile. Bulaştı diyorlar. Frak onlar hatangın diye bir kayığını onu öyle.
Basta.
Bu kadar bir yıl.
Ana bana götürdü de kirem biliyor. Kirem de baba.
Otan
Bir yıl var bana.
o ıllım be, buldum bir yıl.
Ne kadar bağlı?
Doktorandayız Zokan.
Hı?
Doktorandayız.
Bir tür kadar bağlar.
Тух надо, снайперка надо, сылырка ду, тух драгунов, тух.
Bu skıstır, skıstır.
Драбан. Скыс надо. Скыс заебись.
Bu kadar eskisi.
Ыллым уже.
Bana kanda da çok var. Krastay бар.
Скымы виня.
Kanda da.
Блин, а легкой да ходи будем.
Легкой. Легкой. Экистеска. Ona тухая семерка var.
Şarikten karış.
Да. Hedi bil tohtu. Qo'rg'otni atın sitten luttu.
Присел var şişörgü.
Kalender çak ha.
Barada ba.
Şey oldu tutuyor.
Dedi bana kanda tadın hebi de.
Qayna?
Aa bas çabala. Şundan bağlar.
Блять. Seni bir tane var.
Hayır kalamaz Zokan. Bildirmem
Ben nacar. Kılan kadar.
Bileyim bana Dağıstan'a hayır kut.
Hasar yapıt. Metka hacar. Kapittere ol za droga kadar hızlan. Smogum o. Kötü kamera şu an.
Gel gir ya.
Gidelim. Arapka gitti. Registrator. Sana kayıs korktum.
Sajal.
Da soğanın ta yata kargın kırgın.
Hoğdokta.
Havada kaçıyor.
Hoğuk manda var. Aa bля, duymadım. Bля, flешкаларың мутмайт. Сука. Ровно кастаст.
Как иди?
Маставы который не гнай.
Гондон, блядь.
Пиздю, бля.
Бля, ровно флешкаларың намбарамын.
Маставы yok. Öldü.
Киде
Гаражка
ходи.
ме хокта?
İki mastavda jatta orada.
Ota били шарик бар деп едім манна.
Уже хоть дядь.
Атын шарик ете.
Атын шарик ете.
Ата шарик қанда бар?
Мен шаригin баста манды түспедім. Онды манна туғара барты манды. Туғара били кит-кит-кит туғата.
Туалетта.
Onu kurduga.
Al. Arayam.
İtne bo hinne. Tuğtem bolur edi.
Tualet.
Tualet.
Şimdi bir de stupid gidecek. Kelen agrat kelen barabını kayılan ihtiyacı bu paydı.
Atıl yok apa asıcırnı çöbat kayım diye naptı bunu.
Ник була.
Помню, солу торан судим, он хайта.
Сидик yine tappadak pun что ли? Yok nol помощи ди.
Bunu bırakın bardım. İşte standa barda. Kötü gelen şey, kötü gelen. Şeyler kirlendiler. Aykırı. Yok olur şey.
Kata kale aldı iyi onu.
Масалах его так-то ажакины.
Biraz